I declare open this hearing of the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee's inquiry into the Extended Producer Responsibility Scheme for Packaging No Time to Waste Bill 2026. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. If there are no objections, the committee authorises media recording and photography of the committee's proceedings in accordance with Senate Resolution 3. I remind any media present that this permission can be revoked at any time and the media must follow the direction of Secretariat staff. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on the ground of evidence or on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false and misleading evidence. The committee generally prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. The Senate has also resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code of Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy and respect, and I note that answers to questions on notice to this inquiry should be returned by Friday 10 July. I now welcome representatives of the Australian Packaging Covenant Organisation. Welcome and thank you for giving evidence here today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you.
Correct.
Wonderful. For the Hansard record, will you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Chris Foley, CEO of APCO.
Peter Brisbane, Head of Regulatory Policy, APCO.
Wonderful. I now invite you to make an opening statement, and at the conclusion of which we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to appear today. APCO welcomes the intent behind the No Time to Waste Bill. The bill certainly recognises something APCO agrees with. Australia needs packaging reform and a mandatory extended producer responsibility framework. The current arrangements for packaging, the fourth, and we expect final iteration of Australian Packaging Covenant commenced back in 2017. Industry has achieved important things in these 9 years. Brand owner participation has grown significantly from around 900 signatories to 2,500. The Australasian Recycling label, launched in 2018, is now used by around 1,000 companies and it's on more than 500,000 products. Many brand owners have made substantial investments to improve packaging design, incorporate recycled content and reduce packaging. So a future EPR scheme will not be starting from scratch. But under the current framework, we, APCO, our members and stakeholders, have not made the progress we intend to make towards national packaging targets. Recycling rates, particularly for plastic packaging, remain too low, and markets for recycled materials, particularly plastic, need to be developed. APCO's review of the national packaging targets across 2022-23 identified why we haven't made the progress we wanted to. The barriers to achieving the targets are economic, and put simply, it costs more to collect, sort and reprocess many packaging materials than the market value of the recycled materials. And as a result, Australia's recycled materials struggle to compete with virgin and imported alternatives. With our members and stakeholders, APCO developed a co-regulatory extended producer responsibility, or EPR model, that would overcome these barriers based on two measures additional to our current activity under the Covenant, namely eco-modulated fees and service payments to deliver the funds back into the system to support collection, recycling and end markets. Many of our brand owner members have told us they support that model, which is set out in our 2030 strategic plan, but only if backed by regulation that ensures full participation and enforcement and provides the regulatory certainty that is needed for investment confidence. That's why APCO supports mandatory reform. With regard to the legislative pathway, APCO has confidence in the process that the Australian Government has been leading with states and territories through the Environment Ministers' meetings. APCO's view is that the most appropriate approach is that an independently governed co-regulatory scheme that builds on what industry has already achieved and addresses those critical shortcomings of the existing framework. APCO's understanding is that the existing co-regulatory provisions of the Recycling and Waste Reduction Act, specifically through Chapters 3, Part 4, provide a vehicle to delivering that quickly and effectively. That approach allows government to set out the mandatory rules and enforce them while drawing on industry capability to deliver practical system change. APCO is certainly strengthening its ability to support government and members through transition to a more strongly regulated packaging EPR scheme. We are able to do this by leveraging existing assets such as our member data reporting systems, sustainable packaging guidelines, member stewardship committees, and we're also working on strengthening governance integrity, data systems and the recycling label. Those foundations matter. We're not starting from zero. EPR depends on trusted data, credible design tools, clear labelling, industry participation and practical delivery pathways. So our message to you, the committee, is simple. Legislate EPR, but legislate a scheme that can actually deliver and build on the industry foundations that already exist.
Thank you very much. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thank you, Chris and Peter, for your submission and all your work you've done on this over the years. I might just go kind of straight to the nub of it for me. Just your conclusion and what you just covered this, Chris. While APCO welcomes the intent of the bill, it remains confident that through the Commonwealth regulatory reform process, a nationally consistent framework will be developed that is fit for purpose. Can you tell me why you're confident that the current process is going to work?
We're confident that it's going to, on the basis that it's going to leverage the assets that are at play, certainly through APCO's 2030 strategic plan.
Yeah.
That's certainly our assumption.
Okay.
That taking that approach, leveraging the RAW Act, as I mentioned in my opening, that is a timely pathway forward for action that's relatively timely, practical, and has industry ready to move. Peter, did you want to add on that?
Yes, the process that the Commonwealth has been participating in through the Environment Ministers meeting has also shown really significant agreement that a Commonwealth-led approach is the right way to go, and we've seen that as recently as the meeting that was held in March, and we know that Minister Watt has undertaken a roundtable with a couple of his cabinet colleagues, industry and agriculture ministers, that I think demonstrated very good industry support, very good unity in the industry position on reform, that I think stands the government in very good stead to push ahead with that process.
I'll come back to that question at the end, but a couple of specific questions about your submission and what you just said there, Peter. I think you've said key learning one, APCO and its members want reform, participation must be mandatory. Was it your study that you did in 2025 showed you had, 65% support for a mandatory scheme across your members? Was that correct?
It was something in that order.
Yeah, it
Yes,
was-
it was quite strong. Yep.
So nearly a third don't support a mandatory scheme. You know, obviously there's been a problem with free riders in the past, and that's one of the reasons that voluntary schemes haven't worked. What are the reasons for the opposition? Are any of them key players within APCO who don't support a mandatory scheme? I'm just, you see where I'm going with this. I'm just concerned that all it takes is a couple of big packaging companies who don't want to see a mandatory scheme, and then it becomes very complicated and difficult.
I think the response to our consultation process, it was a very strong response.
It was actually higher than 60.
Was it? Okay. If you could just take that on notice and I just read it somewhere.
Yeah.
Probably. My brain's a bit scrambled.
No,
Very busy
Peter,
week in Parliament.
that's fine. We're not here to squabble over the pedantics. The key message, particularly from our larger members, is that they want regulatory certainty. Their core business is, whether they're a retailer or a food grocery business, whatever they are, they want to invest in their business. They want to do what they do best, and they want to know that they can do that with certainty and have packaging that conforms. And they want a social licence for their packaging. And they don't want to be getting tripped up, and they want national harmonisation. They want to be able to put packaging into markets consistently and at least cost, but doing that respecting the environment. And that's where a nationally consistent framework, legislative framework is required, nationally consistent design standards, and a nationally consistent approach to extended producer responsibility needs to be delivered. The alternative, everybody's in agreement, and that came through at the recent ministerial round table, where we had 3 federal ministers present with circa 15 peak industry bodies, and there was unanimous support for exactly this outcome from those 15 peak bodies, representing a broad cross-section of industry. Everybody was unanimous. We have to have this. So it's not just APCO's 2,500 members, it was the broader cross-sector of the system.
We've been talking for some years, Chris and Peter, in my role as a senator and your role at APCO, when the voluntary targets, national packaging targets, were first set in 2018 and developed prior to that. I think your position was you were agnostic about a mandatory scheme versus a voluntary scheme. Obviously, I introduced a bill in 2020 to try and mandate these schemes back in the day. What's changed within your organisation towards support for a mandatory scheme over this time period? Is it just recognition that plastics, I suppose, and a lack of recycling and health issues and environmental issues are a social problem or a brand problem that they need to address?
I think there's a number of realisations that the benefits of, and if you look at what's happened with CDS as a comparator, when everybody's treated the same, the issue then is how you design the EPR scheme. Now, we can't CDS our way out of, and I'm not suggesting that we try that, but when everybody's treated the same, and that's the key thing here, everybody has to be treated the same.
Right.
And that's the art. So the scheme design is absolutely critical. And getting that right, because when we talk about extended eco-modulated fees, and then making sure that brand owners or liable parties are paying a fee relative to the packaging that they're putting on market, we need to make sure that everybody's treated the same way. I mean, Peter, do you...
And presumably, just before you go to Peter, presumably that can only come from legislation, because under a voluntary scheme there may have been good intentions, but it didn't work.
Correct. And we know from our members that have done there are a lot of members that have done a lot of heavy lifting under the voluntary arrangements, and that's one of the revelations of, and to come back to your question, what's changed. The realisation through the review we did in 22-23 of the national packaging targets was there has been a lumpy, an inconsistent level of participation and adoption of the national targets. And we've had some brand owners go incredibly heavily into them. So we've had particularly some of the big supermarkets, and it's easy to criticise the supermarkets, but they have actually they've invested heavily in their packaging. And as I said, you can be highly critical of them for some things, but they have done a lot on this. And there are others that just haven't. And that's when you get these outcomes. The targets haven't been met.
Yeah.
And the important thing is it's not just APCO that has come to that realisation, it's actually a lot of our members. And so a lot of those members who are saying they support EPR only support it if it's mandated, because that way we address free riding.
It's great to hear. It's a huge change of heart, though, from 5 or 10 years ago. You have to agree.
Yeah, and I think that you mentioned good intentions, and that is genuinely the case. I think when we established that business model, if you design it to be recyclable, you put a label on it and you use recycled content, we thought that would have a greater impact than what it did have. And partly that's about participation, but also it's about those economic gaps in the system that we identified through the review of the targets.
Yep.
And that the measures that are required to address those really do require everybody to be participating.
I have a question on that, actually, but which I might jump to, otherwise I'll forget it. It's always been a chicken and egg thing in my experience, that the reprocessing capacity is an example. The businesses who we can hear from later today who have to invest in that kind of thing through the Recycling Modernisation Fund or other government initiatives have always said, unless we have certainty around, for example, national packaging targets like recycled content rules, why would we invest this kind of money? Because we need a market for our recyclate, our recycled product.
We need certainty.
We need certainty. So, yes, so those economic barriers, APCO agrees then that a mandated scheme that gives certainty to the resource recovery industry is essential for this to work.
And through our review of the national packaging targets, and then in developing our 2030 strategic plan, which was essentially a response to that review of the targets, and through discussions with the then Environment Minister Plibersek on behalf of the Environment Ministers, it was very clear that we had to respond with not a BAU APCO approach, and that was confronting. It was confronting for APCO and our membership and our board, and the whole concept of extended producer responsibility and taking our membership on that journey and what that actually means. But when you take that then into the downstream system and really look at, well, how do we resolve some of these challenges? And it is very clear, as Peter mentioned, these are economic issues we have to solve for.
Yeah.
If materials aren't worth collecting, they're not going to get collected, and that's right through the system.
And you're referring there specifically to, or maybe specifically to the cost of the collection of those materials being more than the value in some cases of the recyclate, which you have in your submission.
And it's the end market that actually matters. Yeah. It's not just, we don't want to just have materials being collected, they've actually got to be sorted, reprocessed, and have somewhere to then go to then become back. And that's where mandates around recycled content are important, and also other end markets.
Okay. Just going back to my question, I just want to interrogate a little bit more about things that have changed in the last 5-7 years. Has the red cycle collapse impacted public interest in this issue, do you believe?
It certainly drove a lot of interest.
Okay. What about overseas developments with other foreign jurisdictions, in EU and UK and other countries looking at EPRs and how to tackle this issue? Is that something APCO's focused on? And you believe it's made it perhaps easier? Maybe not easier, but there's been once again more pressure for a social licence seeing it happen overseas, or there's been less friction amongst your members around getting a mandatory scheme in place?
We've actually spoken with a lot of our members who operate globally.
Globally, yeah.
And they have been able to put us in touch with their overseas counterparts to talk through how EPR works for them,
Right.
how their companies prepare for EPR, and the sorts of interactions that they have with the co-regulators in those other countries. And we've spoken directly with the administrators of those schemes in other countries about, this is when we're developing up our EPR model, about the sorts of challenges that they faced, how challenging it is to calibrate collection rates with reprocessing rates and so on over time. Yes, it's been very important. There's another development that the Ellen MacArthur Foundation was quite significant back particularly in the development of targets, and then also the transition to a position where we recognise that a mandatory approach is needed because of the shortcomings in that voluntary approach.
Okay. So the fact that other countries are tackling it means we don't have to reinvent the wheel, and there's a lot of expertise and experience there, including teething problems that we can learn from, and that's something you've incorporated in your work. Did you want to add something?
I was just going to say that it's not a new concept anymore, and there's certainly a high level of familiarity and learning. And I think one of the opportunities for Australia is to make sure that we Australianise, we bring it into the Australian context, and we learn from others what not to do.
One of the, for example, some of the suggestions from submissions and witnesses we can hear from later suggest that, like for example, a national packaging target around recycled content, be it 50% or whatever it is, should allow for recycled content that's brought in from overseas, where this is occurring in foreign jurisdictions already. Do you believe that's something that should be incorporated in any future legislation, be it this bill or otherwise?
I think we need a really sophisticated approach to how we manage recycled content. It certainly needs to recognise and support domestic recycled content, but it also needs to recognise and respect the fact that we do have a lot of domestic food and grocery manufacturers who have particular technical challenges, and whether they be performance challenges for food preservation, shelf life, availability of either the packaging formats and or reprocessing. So it's great to say how we want a headline target. How we achieve those needs to be really well thought through. And again, that's the benefit of having a co-regulatory approach and a co-regulatory led scheme, is that you can get that nuance of industry having a commitment and being held accountable to government, but working with, say in this instance, the food and grocery sector, to actually bring that to life in a meaningful way that respects the fact that we want to nurture and support their particular needs because they are real.
Yeah. So, for example, the bill before you today has 50% recycled content across each packaging category. Do you believe there should be exemptions for different kinds of packaging, and the 50%, as an example, should be set across as an aggregate rather than on each type of packaging? Does APCO have a solution to that? And can eco-modulated fees, for example, provide a more equitable basis for this sort of thing?
I think, as Chris says, it needs a sophisticated approach. So, a particular level at a national level is, understandable and where we might end up. But exactly how that is distributed amongst companies, sectors, packaging types, and so on is that's, I think, something for industry to work out. Just so long as we hit that.
Well, the bill is not prescriptive in the sense that it leaves it to you, to industry, which has always been the approach that I've think it's been. We're not experts in this kind of thing. You are. But yeah, I was just interested that was one of the criticisms of the bill that's made by other witnesses, that it looks like it includes every packaging category has to have 50%.
Blunts.
Right. Okay. Well, anything can be amended, of course, and this is why we're having these hearings. I know you noticed in your second page of your submission, you talk about some of the successes of APCO with from following 2020 your 2022-2023, and you said 86% of packaging was recyclable in Australia. What about the other 14%? What are we talking about there? Are you able to just give us like a top line view there? Like, so am I to read that currently, if I go into a supermarket, for example, and look at left and right, the shelves there, that 86% of that packaging that I see can be recycled already in Australia? Is that correct? Is that...
It doesn't necessarily mean that in any particular setting there'll be 86 because there's
just it's an aggregate.
Yes,
right.
yes.
Okay. And what about the 14% that can't be recycled in Australia? What kind of plastics are we talking about here, or packaging are we talking about?
There are some quite, I guess, niche packaging materials, but that are nevertheless used. And that includes PVC, which is used for some specific applications that that it's really valuable for. And some of the other plastics that that have light barriers and those sorts of properties that are not recyclable. There are some, there are some other materials that have quite niche markets. There are some types of fibre that have certain coatings on them for protection against moisture barriers and those sorts of things that are not recyclable.
So I mean, the idea of obviously a circular economy approach is to produce something that is set for its end of life. And we have, this issue with problematic plastics. They can't be recycled. Are you agnostic about whether those kind of things should be phased out, or do you believe that they should still be, those kind of plastic packaging should still be commercial?
I don't think we'd say that we're agnostic. I think that we would say that we need, as with the recycled content question, a sophisticated approach to understanding what the value of those materials is in terms of things like food waste and the ability to distribute food in remote areas, for example, and what the costs are of transitioning to recyclable formats, what the opportunities are to recycle those materials in those situations. So there's a series of factors. I don't think we're agnostic. We would like to move to a circular economy approach where everything is recyclable. Okay. And is recycled.
So obviously your view is very strongly that going forward the regulator should be co-regulated, and it should be an independent regulator. Sorry, did you want to?
No, I was going to say that the concept being that there would be a scheme administrator reporting to a national regulator. The national regulator sets the rules and the job description, and they would appoint through a process a scheme administrator who, in our eyes, would be best served by a co-regulatory model that would be a not-for-profit organisation.
Okay, and would APCO potentially be that, given your current?
We would certainly be putting our hand up for that role.
Okay, and have you had discussions with the department about that?
We're not specifically. I mean, they're obviously travelling their journey around, but we're through our 2030 strategic plan. We're clearly saying, advocating for a future state that transcends both the current, saying, hey, we can work in the current regulatory arrangements, but if this got flipped and better regulated, it could actually operate under a future regulatory arrangement. Peter, did you want to add any to?
I think that we see it as our job to prepare industry and prepare the capabilities that we need, or that we believe will be needed. I think it's in our members' interests, brand owners' interests, for the capabilities that we currently have, for example, the labelling scheme, to carry over into the future system because of the investment that's been made. So I think I see it as our job to be able to pass on those capabilities.
All of those functions and features exist.
Yeah.
And it would be a shame to think.
Okay.
So it's not a case of you starting. Government doesn't need to start from zero.
No.
The benefits of the co-regulatory model are incredibly powerful, and as long as you're held to account to government, you've got very, very clear job description, very clear KPIs.
Yeah. Good. This is where I find it quite interesting because there's been a couple of submissions that have been critical of our bill with a 3-month process for the minister to set rules and we're away. What I'm trying to get out of questioning today is how advanced we are in discussions with the government in relation to another scheme, which may well be, as you suggest, amendments to the RAW Act or some other scheme. So you mentioned there, Chris, that I asked if you had any specific discussions with the government about this. I suppose my concern is if it's a valid pathway you're putting forward, and it sounds like it might be, why aren't we at an advanced stage of discussion with government about this kind of thing?
Oh, look, I think we're respectful of the process that they're going through, and I'm mindful that, trust me, we're posturing, but being mindful and respectful of the fact that the DQ are doing their job.
Yeah.
And they remind me regularly that I have to do my job and I have to respect the work
Sure.
that they do. And often it's sort of, calm down, Chris. We know what APCO's capabilities are. You keep reminding us regularly. And yes, we know what the elements of the 2030 strategic plan are and all of the policy suite that you're advocating for on behalf of your members. So they know where we're going and what we're attempting to do and how we're attempting to do it. From my point of view, we are advancing. It's taking a long time. It's in our members' interests that we transition. We work to transition while government is working through the mechanics of regulatory reform, because it's in the system's interest. We have to keep moving.
Absolutely, and this is not a shot at you guys, but obviously the government in 2022 came in with a policy and an objective to introduce an EPR scheme, and it's 2026, and
Yes.
I don't have confidence we're even close to it.
Yeah.
So it's not your fault, but you feel free to. By the way, feel free.
No.
to provide some
Again, so to
opinion on that if you'd like.
to say that we haven't had the discussions with DQ, like we have, but again, it's a respectful sort of positioning that. But equally, I respect the fact that they've got to do their job, but we have put a lot of effort into framing, but we do respect that they've got a job to do, and as a co-regulator administering the current arrangements.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, we've seen it overseas. It seems to be a valid pathway. You've been talking about eco-modulated fees as an important component of this going forward.
Yeah.
Is that, are you comfortable that kind of approach is as part of a scheme is accepted by government, or is understood? Let me change it. Not accepted, but understood.
The work that we're doing is certainly challenging, and this is over the last couple of years. I would argue it's been thought leading within our membership, and I would argue it's also been thought leading within the discussions we're having with government, which is great. I mean, that's our role as a co-regulator, and that's certainly the role that was how we positioned the 2030 strategic plan.
Yeah.
It was about the future of the system for and on behalf of our members, and hoping that DQ government pick up elements of that and embed it in their future regulatory framework. It's now, but that's not to say that we're banging it on the table saying you have to. We're just saying, hey, this is how it could work. But it's up to government. We're not the regulators. That's for government to regulate.
Are you happy for me to keep going, Chair, or do you want to? I've got maybe one more question if you guys want to jump in.
Look, we've probably got a few questions to ask, but I'm very happy for you to continue and finish.
Okay.
Your block.
Just in relation to those rules you mentioned, Chris, this bill before you today basically says the rules can be determined between the minister and the industry in terms of with consultation. Yes, 3 months might be a tight timetable, but that can be amended. How confident are you again that, given your unique understanding of this situation, that these rules are already being worked on or can be looked at overseas, and that kind of experience is there and available to put these things together? Because I kind of get the impression from some submissions these rules could take years to finalise in terms of another very lengthy consultation process with industry. Do you feel like we can move on this quickly?
I think that the model, or a model that could be delivered, is reasonably well understood.
Okay.
It would align with what we've set out in our 2030 strategy.
Yeah.
It would align with the sorts of schemes that we talk to overseas that have done a very similar set of things. Really, the key measures are eco-modulated fees, and then the delivery of those service payments into the system. Now, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to work out exactly how you deliver those fees into the system, what materials you prioritise, which activities you prioritise, and so on. But I think designing the model is there's plenty to work with in doing that. Obviously, there's a need to do consultation and regulatory impact analysis and those sorts of critical things. But we stand by, ready to support in whatever way we can.
Okay. So I've been asking a lot of questions specifically about the EPR scheme itself. The other component of this private members bill is mandating national packaging targets, which we've tried to do before, and then leaving it to industry to work out how to best meet those. Do you believe they should be mandated, those targets, or they should be separate? They should be separate in any legislation, or not mandated at all?
No, we would expect that there would be mandatory targets.
Right.
They don't necessarily look exactly the same as the national packaging targets that we currently have.
Yeah.
But they would need to be worked out. And some of what we talked about before, calibrating collection services and infrastructure development and so on, needs to be taken into account when designing those targets.
And has there been any work with the department on that, or any discussions on that with industry and the department? And obviously we've missed the 2025 targets in a big way in some areas, and they've kind of rolled into 2030. Yes, I accept they were ambitious when they were set in 2018. I think everybody commented on that.
Yeah.
But is there a process now for recalibrating those targets that you're aware of?
We're certainly doing some work, and we will be doing some work between now and September, and then after that towards December, to get a little bit more precise about not just what levels the targets should be, but about what sort of targets you should set and what sort of activity KPIs that you should set within the system that a co-regulator would need to meet in order to achieve those targets. There's a few things that we've spoken with the department about in the past. We've published a recycled content options paper, for example, that didn't actually set forward proposed targets, but it talked about the sorts of considerations that you would need to take into account when setting targets, and that would include things like the availability of infrastructure for producing that material.
We haven't had, certainly the Q's not undertaken formal discussions around targets, but as Peter just indicated, from a bit like our 2030 strategic plan and discussions with the Q around sort of thought-leading discussions around EPR models and fees and how eco-modulation could work, we're leaning in on this, and it is on behalf of the system and our members that we want to be on the front foot.
Okay, just a personal question to both of you, because given your long-term experience in this, do you think we'll have an EPR scheme by 2030, a federally, nationally harmonised, mandated EPR scheme in place by 2030? It's 4 years away.
Yes.
I'll be long gone from politics by then, but do you think we'll finally get there by 2030, or do you think it'll be sooner? Or do you think it'll be... Are you confident?
We're confident.
Yeah, I'm confident that there will be a scheme. I'm hopeful that there'll be some form of, absolutely. There'll be the scheme has to be commenced. It's just a case of how advanced the scheme is.
So a partial implementation, or a framework that allows a staged implementation of different components? Is that, like I think Phantom suggested that in their submission to us today, for example? We set the framework now and then have an implementation process.
I think from looking at international schemes, one of the arts is its activation, and you can't just click your fingers and say, as of December in 6 months' time, it all goes live, because that's not how it works. It has to be considered and phased. So by 2030, we will well and truly be live. It's just a case of how advanced, how activated will it be, and that's where APCO's leaning in, and one, preparing itself as an organisation, but two, working to activate its membership.
Well, do you think we're ready to at least activate that framework now, with it, for example, having a staged process over time, to give the public, who clearly support
Well, I think
a mandated producer responsibility scheme, and give them the confidence that this is underway and it's going to happen?
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's sort of, and the message coming from the ministerial roundtable a couple of weeks ago was, it's now really the missing piece here is the regulatory framework.
Okay, just one last question then, Chair. With New South Wales, obviously they've been the thought leader in many ways in terms of the legislation, and got a witness coming up next who's from New South Wales. I'd be keen to hear how there is some concerns around harmonisation. You have any concerns that maybe New South Wales might go it alone on packaging if we don't get a federal scheme up soon?
I think on the one hand, yes, that's a real threat. But on the other hand, sometimes those threats prompt action. It would be not welcomed. It would cause a lot of grief for a lot of our members if it did happen. That said, we are working really constructively with New South Wales across a number of areas of compliance and other activities around their Plastics 2.0 program, which is really encouraging. But it would be a not welcomed outcome if we had states go their own way.
But this has been the history of, resource recovery, recycling, whatever we call it. In my time in politics, the states have just gone it alone because the federal government had...
Out of sheer frustration.
Out of sheer frustration, whether it's banning single-use plastic types or container deposit schemes.
Correct.
Whatever, yeah.
So
it's urgent to get on with this federally so that we don't see this happen again.
Correct. We've got to have national harmonisation.
Right, great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Thank you for being here again today. I've got a couple of questions. The first relates to timing on this, and I really appreciate your candour in relation to the nature of both the process of your engagement and some of the messaging on this. I guess I do have concerns about the idea that a scheme would take effect 3 months after commencement under this bill. In light of the evidence you've given and the desire to keep the pressure on in terms of actually getting something up, as well as the urgency that's referred to in your submission, is that timeframe really sufficient to make the rules, get the nuance into those rules and have them understood at a level and be able to be implemented? Is that realistic?
Well, I guess we're not able to answer that question. It depends on the regulatory setting process that the government would follow. I'd be surprised if there was sufficient time for full consultation and regulatory impact analysis, for example. But that's a matter for government.
Okay. Your submission refers to eco-modulated fees, and at a conceptual level, I think I understand eco-modulated fees tie the fees paid by brand owners to the amount and type of packaging they place on the market. That's from your submission. And that creates the relevant financial incentive. In terms of setting those fees, what are the data and methodology that sit underneath that process, and how does that work? You're effectively setting up a new market or a market mechanism from scratch in Australia where one hasn't existed before. There are a range of different, I think, by analogy, systems that have been set up in different parts of Australia's regulatory framework, and the market that these things create takes some time to mature. How does that work when it first comes in, and how do we get to, or what do we need to know in order to set it up so we don't have a long maturation period?
So we're finalising a fee methodology at the moment. So we did consultation last year with our members, and we'd done some fee calculations that were just focused on a single material regarding soft plastic. So we're developing a more sophisticated, enduring fee methodology that can be applied across all materials and have multiple variants at play to allow for this. And we acknowledge that this is a new way of thinking and needs to be a really robust, well-accepted method. And there's two elements. One is the calculation of the fees, but two is the distribution of the funds. And both of these things also then reinforce the need for this to be administered through a scheme co-regulatory model where the funds are also, one, collected from industry, but the funds are then distributed back down through industry. Peter, on the fee setting, did you have any comments?
Yep, I'd say there's three things in relation to fee setting. One is the mechanism through which these would be collected, and that is APCO currently collects member fees from its members who are brand owners, and that's just based on their annual turnover. So we'd be transitioning from a turnover model to a packaging-based model. So that's so the mechanism is already there, and we would expect that would still be there under a future co-regulatory scheme. The second thing is we need to collect that data on how much packaging they placed on the market and what the characteristics of that packaging were. And so it may be PET plastic, but it has certain coatings and so on, so it takes those things into account. We currently get packaging data from our members, but we are working with them to improve that, the granularity of the data that they report to us. The third component is estimating what should be the costs associated with that packaging, and that would include the costs of managing that packaging in the downstream system. So with soft plastics, for example, which Chris mentioned, it's about working out what are the costs that are going to be borne by those organisations that are now going to be collecting and recycling that material, and how much money do we need to cover the costs of that activity. So I think those are the three critical components, the mechanism, the packaging data, and then understanding what the costs are in the downstream system. And you're right, it would take a long time to mature that, both in terms of making sure that we had the data right, making sure that we understood what the downstream costs were, but also the costs would increase over time as we started ramping up towards targets.
And how does that work from a regulatory perspective? If so, currently you're collecting the data from your members. When we, in the event that a scheme like this is legislated and mandated, does that, where does responsibility for that sit? I'm assuming, forgive my ignorance, that the Commonwealth doesn't collect this data from consumers, producers or users of plastic at this point. Where do the data sit if you turn this from something that you're looking at as an industry body to something that the government is managing?
The model, well, again, it depends on the framework, the regulatory arrangements. But if APCO had its way and we were to be contracting services from producer responsibility organisations or PROs, then we would contract, say, Soft Plastic Stewardship Australia to collect 100,000 tonnes of soft plastic at a particular price, and that would be pushed through and charged through a transparent process. But again, there are mechanisms that need to be agreed So there are protocols that certainly we have a very clear view of, and there's a framework that we have, and there's a fee methodology that's being finalised to support that. And the intention is that or certainly the starting premise is that that's much better managed and led through a co-regulatory arrangement than thinking that government could attempt to coordinate what's a fairly commercial arrangement or model.
If there was a mandate implemented, there would be a cost imposed on the relevant firms and businesses, either through the fee structure or through the attempt to change their processes or update their processes in order to better reflect the new mandate and regulatory environment. What is your level of concern in relation to the increase in cost to consumers as a result of this change? In other words, who pays the price for it?
The ultimate cost to the consumer, in reality, it's too early to tell. You've got a number of variables at play. What are the targets that the system's going to be held responsible for? They're yet to be set. Over what time? Who's participating in the scheme? Who's liable? So we've got a number of things that are yet to be firmed up, that we're certainly looking at a number of scenarios, but I'm not in a position to give you a really firm position. I don't want to scare anybody or give you any sense of there's no point in doing that.
Yes. And so I have other questions, but I think I'll leave it at one more, which is the impression I'm getting, and this is not a criticism at all of either the scheme or the evidence you've given, is that there's a fairly significant amount of detail that sits underneath this that remains, for some of those questions or for some of those matters where detail is required, there is information, but it is of varying degrees of comprehensiveness, and for some, because it's contingent on the nature of the scheme itself and the settings, from a regulatory perspective, it's simply not possible to specify at this point in time. Is that a correct impression?
Yeah.
I think we have a good understanding of the type of regulatory framework that is needed to empower industry to do more than it is currently doing, and we have a good understanding of what it is that industry needs to do once it is empowered to do that. The types of measures such as eco-modulated fees and service payments that will deliver what it is that we need. There's some work to do, and APCO is certainly doing it, and I know that the department is working as well on target trajectories, understanding the economics behind achieving targets that would enable us to put in place a really robust trajectory to build the system that the economy needs in order to achieve these targets. I think, though, that we're in a pretty good position in terms of understanding those high-level things that we need to in order to put a scheme in place.
And then, just to follow up on that, and once that scheme is put in place, or the regulatory architecture, co-regulations put in place, then you would flesh out the detail and the practicalities of it through, for instance, a series of pilot programs in different plastic fields.
Yes.
Pilots, or so certainly from APCO's perspective.
I was just taking the example you used earlier about the 100,000 tons of a certain type of plastic, and then work that through the system in effect.
Oh, potentially. I mean, the APCO's got a very clear view of what we think the system should look like, and obviously we've been advocating to DQ for said model through our 2030 strategic plan. And so we're clear about what we want, and we're activating that. We're bringing that to life, and then competitive through process supported. The details, though, are then what are the targets? How are they co-designed, co-agreed between government and industry? What's the regulatory framework that backs it in? Over what time? How's that then enforced? How's that mandated? How quickly can all of that happen? They're the key things at play, which we're really keen to have locked down.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for your evidence. If my colleagues don't have any further questions, we'll excuse you and you go with the committee's thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll get there.
Sure. We'll just suspend briefly while the next witnesses come to the table. Thank you very much. Broadcasting, we will make a start. We'll recommence. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Food and Grocery Council, the Accord Australasia via teleconference. Can I just check that I have you online by an oral affirmation, Accord Australasia?
You do.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Australian Beverages Council, and in the room, Australian Fresh Produce Alliance in the room, and the New South Wales Small Business Commissioner via teleconference. Commissioner, can you just affirm online, please?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to the witnesses. Given the nature of this, I'm not going to seek an affirmation, but if it hasn't been, please speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay. For the Hansard record, will the witnesses please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? I'm going to manage this given this, so I'm just going to go in the same order. Australian Food and Grocery Council.
Scott McGrath, Director of Stakeholders Engagement and Policy.
Thank you very much. Accord Australasia.
Damien Mitch, Executive and Operator 10.
Jennifer Semple, Senior Manager of Sustainability and Education Programs.
Thank you. Australian Beverages Council.
Shannon Doherty, Andal, Sustainability Manager.
Wonderful. Australian Fresh Produce Alliance.
Veronica Papacosta, Chief Executive Officer.
Did we miss you, Ms Collins?
Sorry. Sarah Collier, Director of Membership and Sustainability at the Australian Food and Grocery Council.
My apologies. And New South Wales Small Business Commissioner.
Kalina Koloff, New South Wales Small Business Commissioner.
In that order again, I'm going to invite each of our witnesses to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of the remarks I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. We'll go first to the Australian Food and Grocery Council.
Thank you very much. Chair and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. The AFGC is the peak body representing Australia's food and beverage, grocery and grocery manufacturing industry. Our sector is Australia's largest manufacturing industry, employing hundreds of thousands of Australians and producing essential goods every day. Our members and consumers rely heavily on packaging to ensure food safety, product integrity, and national supply chains to operate efficiently. Our industry is committed to improving the sustainability and circularity of packaging. We recognize the intent behind the proposed extended producer responsibility framework and support the role of EPR where there is market failure. However, it is critical that any reform is, firstly, nationally consistent, secondly, practical and efficient to implement, and thirdly, designed in partnership with industry. A key risk we are seeking to avoid is regulatory fragmentation across jurisdictions. Divergent approaches at the state level are already increasing costs and complexity for supply chains and manufacturers. These costs ultimately flow through to higher prices for households and reduced capacity for investment and innovation. A well-designed national framework can deliver strong environmental outcomes, provide certainty for investment, and support a practical transition to a circular economy. The AFGC has consistently supported industry-led product stewardship mechanisms, clear, harmonized national policy settings, and proportionate regulation that recognizes the essential role of packaging, including in food safety and supply chain resilience. Previous work of the Senate in this area has already highlighted the importance of a coordinated national approach and avoiding duplication and inefficiency in regulatory design. Our overarching message today is simple. We share the objective of better packaging outcomes, but reforms must be carefully calibrated to deliver environmental gains without unintended economic impacts. We welcome the opportunity to work constructively with government and the Parliament to achieve that outcome. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. I now invite Accord Australasia.
Thank you very much, and we thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Accord represents the companies making the personal care, cleaning and cosmetic products that Australians use every day. We have a significant global presence within our membership, and we are very much at the end of a global supply chain in which Australia represents less than 2% of product sales for many of our members. Global companies don't redesign packaging for 2% of the market. They either participate or they don't. Our position is that the voluntary system has not delivered. We accept that, and we're not here to relitigate that, but we believe that this bill gets the design wrong in almost every respect. The timeline makes it unworkable. 3 months from royal assent to a functioning national scheme is simply not achievable under any circumstances. Recycling content targets are structurally impossible. 30% Australian recycled content in all packaging by 2030, when a domestic supply doesn't exist, is impossible. You can't legislate an ecosystem into existence. Our products are contact sensitive. We need contact sensitive grade recyclate, which is scarce and expensive globally, let alone in Australia. Products packaged offshore can't be repacked at the border. It would be commercially absurd and environmentally counterproductive to do so. Governance fees, enforcement, interaction with state laws, all refer to rules that would have to be written within 3 months, and we simply don't believe that that would be possible. A mandatory scheme without enforcement is not mandatory. We are in the middle of a cost of living crisis. We're already seeing packaging costs increasing by upward of 10%, simply as a result of the current global environment. There's nothing in the bill that was presented that wouldn't lead us to having significantly high costs. There is a better path. We have very much supported the government's own process. We've been working through with DQ through all of the consultation processes to progress the work that the government is doing, and we would argue that we should finish that work and legislate properly. We would ask the Senate to decline to pass this bill at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now invite the Australian Beverages Council.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today. So the Australian Beverages Council strongly supports the intent of the bill and the move towards a national framework for extended producer responsibility. Representing 95% of the non-alcoholic beverage industry's production volume, we are uniquely positioned to provide insights into existing product stewardship schemes in Australia. Through container deposit schemes, the beverages industry is the only primary packaging type fully covered by EPR. We have learned that a decentralized, state-based approach leads to fragmented and misaligned regulatory settings, creating significantly complex administrative processes for manufacturers to navigate. Despite operational challenges with state-based CDS, our industry is supportive of this stewardship model, with legislated obligations and financial and reporting requirements. However, a national scheme cannot duplicate this at both the state and federal level. The ABCL supports recycled content mandates where they are practical and feasible. Currently, the Australian recycled content market does not contain enough recycled material to sustain the proposed domestic recycled content thresholds for both food and non-food grade use. Our industry has already invested to do our part, partnering with the packaging sector and leveraging government co-investment to establish dedicated PET plants in Albury in New South Wales and Altona North in Victoria. Currently, the lack of consistent, high-quality recycled outputs means that parties from all consumer product sectors, even ones which don't need food-grade material, seek to use the outputs from CDS to ensure a recycled material supply that will perform consistently in their manufacturing processes. Failing to address this overall market shortfall will deliver perverse outcomes, with the beverages industry subsidizing, through levies paid through CDS, the use of this material by other sectors. This impact will be felt hardest by small and family businesses that have weaker purchasing power in the recycled material market. Overall, again, we do support the intent of this bill and progress towards a national EPR scheme, but submit that it is critical that any move to a national approach is careful in its drafting and does not mandate a domestic recycled content amount that is not feasible or duplicate existing legislated EPR schemes. Sensible adjustments to the proposed bill will ensure its success and deliver a better outcome for the environment, the circular economy, and the elimination of plastic waste.
Thank you very much. The Australian Fresh Produce Alliance.
Thank you, Chair and the committee members for the opportunity to appear today. We represent the Australian Fresh Produce Alliance, which is made up of 11 of the nation's largest fruit and vegetable growers and suppliers. We support practical and nationally consistent packaging reform. The fresh produce supply chains operate across states and territories, and a fragmented regulation will create unnecessary cost, complexity and uncertainty for growers and suppliers. However, the AFPA does not support this bill proceeding in its current form, and we have three main concerns. First is that the bill's stated objective for the EPR scheme is focused solely on packaging outcomes without consideration for broader environmental issues. This may be unique to fresh produce, but in our sector, packaging has a clear functional purpose. It helps protect product integrity whilst we ship it from the farm to be sold. It extends shelf life while it's on the shelf and also while it's sitting in your fridge at home, waiting to be eaten. It improves food safety while it's travelling from the farm to home, and it improves traceability, importantly, allowing for food recalls to be actioned and responded to, which can dramatically minimise the impact of and protect people's health. And it minimises food waste. Packaging in fresh produce is designed to minimise food waste. This matters because Australians already generate 7.6 million tonnes of food waste each year, with households being the single largest contributors to that. In many cases, packaging is the only tool we have that can prevent that product from being wasted once it leaves the farm. A scheme that reduces packaging but increases food waste would not deliver a better overall environmental outcome. It would drive up food prices and reverse the improvements on food waste that we have made. Our second concern is the definition of responsible person. Fresh produce packaging decisions can involve multiple parties across the supply chain. Under the current definition, there are clear examples where a grower is likely to be considered the responsible person and therefore wear the cost without having control over the packaging design and specifications, meaning no ability to respond to the scheme's intent. Therefore, the current definition risks misallocating responsibility and should not proceed without further consultation and consideration. Our third concern is the bill's proposed 3-month implementation timeframe, which we don't think is sufficient to resolve some key design issues and others. These issues would need to be worked through before obligations apply and not after. We are not trying to delay reform. We are trying to ensure an effective and fair EPR scheme is implemented. Thank you, and we welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you very much. And the New South Wales Small Business Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair, and to the committee for the opportunity to speak today. As you'd be aware, the Small Business Commission in New South Wales is an independent statutory authority, and we provide advocacy and advice and dispute resolution services to small businesses across New South Wales. And just note, we provided a written submission to this inquiry. On balance, the Commission supports the bill and the objective of reducing packaging waste and improving sustainability outcomes. However, as a number of other parties have mentioned, the design of the scheme will be critical to ensuring it operates effectively and proportionately, especially when it comes to small business. So in addressing some of the key points from our submission, I'd like to firstly note that the scope of the scheme and the definition of producer will be central. Key elements include thresholds and exemptions. They are not yet defined. It'll be important that these settings appropriately target businesses placing a significant volume of packaging into the market, and note that many small businesses operate as importers, brand owners, importantly as franchisees or other online retailers, and may not otherwise be captured despite relatively low volumes and limited resources. So it's going to be important that clear turnover-based thresholds and packaging volume thresholds are considered as part of the reform, and the potential there obviously for some graduated or tiered obligations. Secondly, I think there is probably a risk of disproportionate administrative burden for small business. Small businesses do not currently collect detailed packaging data and often rely on suppliers. With limited visibility of the packaging composition, new reporting requirements may require changes to the systems and processes, and particularly there is a risk there for duplication where similar information is reported across multiple frameworks or up and down a supply chain. The cost impacts will also be a key issue for small business at a time when small business confidence is low and insolvency rates are rising. Even where the obligations primarily apply to larger producers, it is likely that costs will be passed through the supply chains and impact small business significantly. Again, I would note that there is a particular vulnerability there for franchisees, and they may face increased input costs without any ability to influence packaging decisions. Lastly, the transition and implementation of the bill, if passed, is critical. A phased implementation, clear guidance and tailored support will be important to provide opportunities for small businesses to adapt. Tailored education and guidance relevant to the different sectors and any threshold compliance settings that may be implemented will be important. And a simplified or alternative reporting and record keeping arrangements and no additional implementation or introduction of red tape for small business in supporting this important bill would be something that we consider important to our stakeholders. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I must say, all my time in politics, I've never had 5 significant witnesses at one go, so this is going to be an interesting one for me too. So what I plan to do is ask you all very similar questions, and so everybody gets to provide a response, and I'll try and keep it to things that I think are all relevant to you all individually as well as collectively. But before I do that, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. Obviously, this bill mandates an EPR. We've had a voluntary scheme in place. So I just wanted to be really clear. And I might start with you first, the Australian Food and Grocery Council. I didn't get any sense from your submission whether you support a mandated scheme. Do you support a mandated scheme rather than a voluntary scheme?
Yes, we do support a mandated scheme where there is market failure. So, for example, soft plastics, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. The other one was, the other two were New South Wales small business. Kalina, do you support a mandated, the concept of a mandated scheme versus a voluntary scheme?
We certainly have support for a mandated scheme. However, I think it is absolutely critical to reflect the needs and the impact on small business as a discrete cohort with respect to supply chain, their ability to influence packaging or marketing, and also any impacts or implications for additional red tape or reporting.
Right, thank you. Okay, so my first question is, look, I certainly know Food and Grocery Council and Beverages Council have been involved in this discussion for a long period of time, and I presume Accord, Damien, you mentioned you've been, in your submission, you've been talking to the government since their process began in 2022. Could I just clarify, has Accord had input into this prior to that, like going back to when national targets were set in 2018?
Yes, we've been involved in the process for quite some time.
Okay, great. What about the Australian Fresh Produce Alliance? Sorry, not
we have had some contact individually with our members and with the AFPA, but we would welcome more engagement.
Great. Okay. So yeah, my first question is, why do you support a mandated scheme now? Because certainly the Food and Grocery Council and the Beverages Council never used to. Having the benefit of going back to 2012 when I started campaigning on this in Parliament, it's obviously been a change of heart, which I think is a very good thing, by the way. So could I perhaps start with the Australian Food and Grocery Council? Why you now support a mandated scheme? What's changed for you?
Yeah, I think looking at what's happening globally and thinking about our membership, many are supplying into other global markets where we can see EPRs working. In terms of the challenges, if it is not mandated, you will have the issue of free riders. So we think about the cost of, you think about food and grocery manufacturers are about 28% of total retail. And so if you have EPR for, say, soft plastics, and they are paying the cost of others outside of food and grocery, say Kmart's and others, you will see an impact on cost. So it's really around having an equitable system that will, I guess, advance circular economy and packaging reform.
Excellent. With the Beverages Council, I just have something I wanted to read from your submission, which, by the way, Shannon, makes me very happy when I read it. On I think it's page 3 of your submission, you say, container deposit schemes deliver recovery outcomes that are unmatched across most other packaging materials, supported by dedicated collection infrastructure, clear producer funding arrangements, and established pathways for material recovery. And you talk about the success of EPR. Long before your time, I suspect, the Beverages Council were ferocious campaigns against an EPR for beverage schemes, and my first campaign going back to 2007 was to get container deposit schemes up around the country. So it's been 20 years for me, and I'm very glad to see they've been rolled out. So yes, what's changed? What's changed for the Beverage Council in terms of EPR schemes? Is it because you recognise that they've worked really well around the country?
Yeah, certainly before my time. I've been in this chair for just about to hit 5 years.
Yeah.
So when I came in, with the exception of, I believe I started with Victoria, we've Tasmania rolling out, we've gotten to the full scheme across states and territories. And my experience with our members, which are from, large companies that everyone knows, down to small family businesses and businesses in the regions, is everyone's always been really constructive and positive about the scheme. It's not without its faults. Particularly the small businesses really struggle with the state and territory system. I know companies that have had to put on full people to deal with the administrative obligations of those schemes. So not to say it's always been easy, But, the pleasure of working with our membership is that it has always just been about how do we practically bring it to a place that it can be just the easiest to engage with. And I think that now it is really a point of pride. And also, coming with those schemes is, the work we've done to say phase out PVC and various materials that aren't recyclable. And I think that, the industry now is at a place where they're just looking for parity across different different categories. We always say we want everyone in the supermarket trolley to come join us. So it's, it has gotten to a place, at least in my experience, where it's quite positive, and we see that food grade material that comes out and are very happy and proud to use it.
But just as a side question before I go to the other witnesses, do you feel like like as you said in your opening statement, beverages are an example of an EPR working in Australia? Do you think that's kind of helped change sentiment within industry that this can work for other kinds of packaging apart from beverages?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. South Australia, 1977 was quite ahead of its time, and it's a very different, scheme framework to what we see now around the country. And they're working to, bring in a more traditional scheme coordinator, which draws parallels to what, is happening with federal EPR. The little work that we do in Europe with the UN Plastics Treaty, we see all the countries now coming online, and we can learn from that as well. And I think that, after everything has gotten in, it hasn't been probably the, kind of doom that people might have thought when, they weren't.
The sun has risen in the morning, hasn't it? We've all got on with life, and we've managed to recycle lots of bottles and cans and containers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that now there's a very proactive and very positive attitude to where we're at. And, we're just looking to improve that now.
Great, excellent. Veronica, why do you think things have changed in your?
I think for many of the reasons already stated, that it is becoming a much more, I think the literacy around it is becoming obvious. I think for the Fresh Produce Alliance and its members, it is around the options, having the options to be able to change. I think even under the voluntary scheme, I think there has been a lot of movement that I've witnessed in fresh produce of trying to find better solutions. We got to the position we are of using plastics in the way we did because that was what was available. And so obviously we're trying to work with, the developers, packaging companies to try and find better solutions. So I think there's a lot of commitment to doing better in this space, so long as we take into account the practical nature of packaging for fresh produce. So, yeah.
Yeah, great. Damien, would you like to comment on, I don't know if Accord's always had a position supporting mandatory schemes versus voluntary schemes, but if you could comment on that, please.
Yeah, Accord for quite some time has accepted that we would be supporting a mandatory scheme. I would say a couple of things. We always look to see the least level of regulatory intervention in the market to achieve the policy outcomes. And I would say that everybody has gotten behind the voluntary schemes, and those voluntary schemes have done great work, yet we haven't quite achieved the policy outcome of improving circular economy and EPR to the extent that we were after. So, we naturally now need to make the next step. In terms of why do we support the mandatory scheme, the market is changing. Consumer expectations are changing. Consumer willingness to put their hand in their pocket to pay a bit more to support products with higher levels of recyclability and cleaner and greener product is improving. And that gives our members more confidence that if we do go down the path of improving our circular economy, that we are going to be supported by Australian consumers. And therefore, our secondary question is, what is the minimum that we need to achieve that policy outcome? Thank you.
Sorry, Damien, are you continuing?
No.
All right. Thank you. Carlina, would you like to respond?
Look, I think I would just reiterate 2 points here. One is small businesses often find themselves at the end of a supply chain. So where additional regulatory impacts are required or changes to processing or packaging, particularly for those small businesses that rely on importing some of their goods for resale, their ability to influence is very limited. They are largely price takers in the establishment, so the impact on small business is likely to be disproportionate if indeed costs are fully borne by business and then passed through the supply chain. The second thing is, I would reiterate those.
Sorry, Colleen, could you answer my question about whether what do you think has changed your view about voluntary schemes versus mandatory schemes?
I don't have an additional comment on that.
That's fine. I'll come back to you on your other issue. Could I just ask the next question, starting perhaps, I might go the other way. No, actually, I'll just stick with what I'm doing with Australian Food and Grocery Council to start with. In terms of where do you think we're at with because a number of you have submitted, we should continue the process that the government has underway, or amend this bill to include your and I think quite sensible suggestions. So where are you at with the government in terms of current negotiations or input into processes around establishing a mandatory EPR scheme for packaging in Australia?
Before Sarah answers that one, can I just pick up a little bit on the previous one to echo Shannon's comments? Probably the biggest and one of the most significant changes to go from voluntary to mandatory with the CDS as an example is the community's interest in that. Yeah. So I think you'd probably agree around the 20 odd years that you've been in this space, the community has played a massive role there. So we'd call that out in going forward. Certainly our members see the role of their customers and consumers as fundamental in what it looks like going forward. So, sorry.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, so, obviously we've been very involved in both DQs and speaking to the Minister Watt as well around packaging reform. This has been going on through two governments. We've been very much providing as much information and feedback from our members on what EPR good looks like. We have also taken those global insights and we really think that the advantage of looking at what is happening overseas in other jurisdictions, what's worked and what hasn't, should form up how we build out the plan for Australia to be best in class. We have been heavily involved in providing case studies, insights around some of those challenges and I guess recommendations, as you will have seen in our submission, on how a path forward would look.
Okay, this was my fourth question, but I'm just going to throw it in with this one because it kind of fits. Are you confident that we're going to get an EPR scheme, a nationally harmonised federal EPR scheme, and do you think it's advanced based on your participation in the process?
I think we could get one. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done in the detail around that. And you heard earlier from APCO around what that regulatory instrument would look like, things around targets and how that roadmap fits out. I think we have to think about, packaging and the role that it plays. And so understanding some of those restrictions and where we can phase in EPR. In terms of our confidence, I think we would like to see this moving faster. I think it's very difficult when we think about our members making decisions on packaging formats without clarity on where regulation is going. And the other challenge would be, obviously, as the federal pace is slowed, we're starting to see fragmentation further across state and territory jurisdictions. We've talked about CDS. We've got single-use plastics, and now we're seeing what's happening in New South Wales with their act on
potentially on packaging. So that's a concern for you.
It is, absolutely.
For APCO as well. Yeah. Okay.
And Senator, I think that's a really. I think you've heard, and you'll hear more from everyone today that has a multinational membership, that they have been very willing and probably proactive in sharing those global insights with government from way back when. So that continues to be something that Australia is well placed to take advantage of, that we have seen others globally do this well and not.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably a really good thing in Australia's court at this point, that we can pick what's worked and avoid what hasn't as we go ahead. So I think it's a really good question as to whether we're going to see one soon, but I think we're so well placed because others have done it so poorly and some have done it really well.
Excellent. If I get time, I'll come back to some questions on that issue particularly. Would you like to go next, Veronica?
What I would say, if I take the first part of the question, I would categorise the conversation we're having at the moment around plastic and different types of plastic, and it's quite focused on the material. We are really keen to start having a conversation before we go further around that whole of environment. So functional versus unnecessary. So we're very comfortable that there is packaging, when there are options, that we can move to better options. I've just come from an industry conference where a lot of the footprint was about packaging and how to improve it, and that's really positive. How to find better materials, but to maintain the functionality, maintain that sort of minimising.
We had some good submissions from compostable businesses.
That's right.
And
So
it's
really positive movement. I think the conversation with government very much around material at the moment. We would like to move to that whole of environmental assessment. In terms of, do we think there will be a scheme? We are supportive of a scheme. I echo the points. We want it to be national. I think there's definitely support from industry, which is what you're seeing on this panel today, on this very big panel. You're seeing support for that. That there is, an opportunity to be fulfilled, but we need to really make it practical, and we need to keep cost and environment, a whole of environment in mind.
And do you feel it's advanced in terms of the process? Like, are we getting close to maybe it could be a scheme that has a phased process to it, attached to it, like a staged process? Do you feel like we're confident?
Potentially that carves out fresh produce. Yeah, that would be fantastic. But
I thought you said you didn't want to do that. In
well, considered differently. But I would say, depending on the time, I can't make any commitments, obviously, but depending on the timescale we use, I think to the points made earlier, there is a momentum there that we recognise.
Okay. Shannon, would you like to go next?
You use the term negotiation in your question. I wouldn't categorize our involvement as that. I think that we come and we provide.
Should have said consultation. You're probably right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, definitely consultation. Yeah. We come and we provide insight from, CDS and various other things. We haven't touched on design standards. I think a lot of our push to tell DQ and the federal government that we do support a federal approach is that, we are in the word, I guess, supposes remote part of the world. We're not next to Europe. We're a small market. And we've learned from things like, plastic straws that a lot of those solutions and machines sit in Europe. And without an entire country's approach, without, knowing that this market is a national market, it is very difficult to attract those kind of solutions down here. So, we always say, like, we need there to be that full push to indicate to these machinery manufacturers and solutions manufacturers that we're a market that's worth being in. So, we are confident something will come through. My CEO participated in the ministerial roundtable recently. I think that was very encouraging. There's a lot of people in the industry kind of space that are really behind this, but we just come to be constructive, and we just want to ensure that it's as harmonized as possible and that people find this market attractive enough to bring those solutions.
Thank you. Damien, would you like to go next?
I'll take this one actually. Okay. Yeah, hi, this is Jennifer. So just in terms of Accord's engagement, we've got the government process. Yes, we have supported EPR in the 2024 submission to the consultation. We've been engaging actively with other associations in support of government taking action. Have been eagerly awaiting announcements from government in line with what their original timelines were. I suppose we've also, in this time of waiting for movement from government, been advising our members to engage constructively and effectively through the APCO process and to take actions in light of an anticipated future EPR scheme. So I echo what other people have said about, strong support, and the encouragement is to see other associations also getting behind government's proposed plans, and we look forward to seeing that progress further.
Thank you. And I have some questions for you, very briefly, around the APCO process for the other witnesses as well. But and just Kalina, just are you involved in discussions with the government or all around a nationally harmonised EPR scheme?
Finally, we have been consulted on the scheme. We would represent the views of small business in New South Wales, but I would signal that there is an opportunity for small business commissioners across Australia who come together regularly to be involved in any kind of settings for a national approach, and I would welcome sponsoring that conversation in that forum.
Excellent, thank you. So next point comes to costs. I think to varying degrees, you've all talked about the potential costs of a scheme, especially if it's not managed in the way that you've outlined in your submissions. Could I start with the Food and Grocery Council? Do you accept that there are costs also not having an EPR scheme? Some of the witnesses later this afternoon, including the big players in the resource recovery industry or the recycling sector or the environment groups or consultants that have worked on this kind of thing, talk about the costs to and local government associations have made this point too, costs to rates for your local council, go on to ratepayers, costs to contamination in the system that also gets passed on to consumers ultimately, not to mention environmental costs, health costs. Do you accept in terms of the cost paradigm that there are other costs as well that we need to consider here? And I suppose, secondly, do you have any modelling or any evidence around the potential costs of the scheme?
Yeah, in terms of cost, I think when we think about the cost of fragmentation, we're already seeing this on national supply chains where, for example, you might have the East Coast, West Coast divide on single-use plastics, compostability versus recyclability on the East Coast. Without that national consistency, we will see costs both hitting the supermarket shelves, but also, as you've noted, at councils when we have fragmentation on collections. I think the other thing, thinking through when we have design standards on packaging, very, very important, but also important to have design standards across the value chain. So on collection, we have more than 500 different councils in Australia, all with different collection schemes. We have MRFs, all with different processing. And so when we think about that cost of where we don't have standards across the value chain, that will be impacting. Anything you want to add on that? Yeah, okay. Just your last question was...
Oh, well, I think, just, I can't remember it now. No, I can't. I mean, no, look, obviously there's a number of costs to be factored in, just whether you had done any modelling or anything you can provide to the committee in relation to costs. So I appreciate the logic behind some of the concerns outlined in the submissions. Yeah. But we have had some modelling done by other witnesses today that show the costs would be very negligible for a nationally harmonised EPR scheme. And talking about costs to consumers here or any increases to costs to small businesses or packaging.
We can come back to you. So we're happy to take that on notice. Yeah. But you do have some high quality submitters this afternoon that have got some good modelling. So we'd probably have a variation of that. But happy to come back. As Sarah mentioned, the longer timeline or longer lead time there is, the easier it is for industry, regardless of which one, it is to manage that cost impact, likely cost impact on consumers. So I think that's what we just call out at the top.
Right. Okay. Great. Thank you. Veronica?
Yeah, look, and I think you make really good points around the different costs that you can weigh up. But I think because we represent one particular sector, we look at the cost to that sector, and it's harder to take the cost mitigations in other parts of the economy into account, although we accept that they exist. The challenge, I think, in fresh produce is that our margins are really thin. The responsible person definition that we called out is really important for us. We are price takers in a supply chain where 70% of our produce goes into retail, major supermarkets. They have very clear specifications on how they want things to be. So when we talk about that overall cost position being negligible, it doesn't feel like it to us. And where this cost will be applied will really matter in terms of any modelling that we can do.
Okay, thank you. Shannon?
Yeah, I think echoing Sarah's comments, and again, we can remind CDS, we see the fragmentation costs, right? We see the costs of non-harmonization that really don't improve, the system at all. It's simply just, issues with administration. We consider federal EPR to be inevitable. But again, echoing Sarah's comments, particularly with food grade material. Food grade material obviously needs to be the highest specifications. It also works the best in machines, so it's a hot commodity. Many people do want to use it, and I, completely understand that. So when we think about, shared responsibility across the value chain, like we really need to see, at the collection level and at the MRF level, a consistent standard that produces food grade material as well as it can for reintegration back into our products and into the circular economy. Because if the food grade material is there and it's, domestically available, it will be used. We understand federal EPR will have eco-modulation, like there will need to be price settings to encourage that kind of material, and we're completely comfortable with that. But we need to see that recognition of the need for that high quality of product through the entire chain.
Okay, great. It's just a matter of interest. The Greens did have a bill in 2012-13 to have a national container deposit scheme, but which got defeated.
I've been reminded
but
many times.
I'm sure you wish you had one now. But how would it work? How would it work? Do you think with a broader EPR scheme? Do you think the state-based schemes would sit side by side with CDS, or do you see eventually this being folded into an EPR or having a separate national scheme, just as a matter of interest?
Yeah, it really depends on what the federal EPR design is. You have systems where it is one organization that contracts the machinery, contracts the transport, manages all the materials, or you have ones that sit more of as a clearinghouse, and then PROs sit under it. Maybe it'd be batteries or mattresses or us, and there's two different ways to integrate into a federal EPR based on how that, how that structure ends up playing out. It'll be hard to unwind the legislation that we work under. That will take time, but we don't. What's the proper term? We recognize the fact that ultimately that we may fold into a federal EPR, but again, because of the, material we're creating and we have such a good, clean stream of source separated material, we would be cautious to go into that scheme too fast and possibly unwind some of the gains that we've made.
Okay, well, it'd be very interesting to see how that plays out. Damien, do you or Jennifer want to comment on the costs? Your submission especially made a lot of acute points about cost of living, and timing of a bill impacting cost of living. I'd be very interested in your views on ACOR and APCO's modelling on negligible costs to a scheme.
Yeah, the reality is that when these types of schemes are introduced, they're done quickly and without companies having the opportunity to adjust to their supply lines, and these are global supply lines. So it's not just about what's happening locally, it's also what's happening internationally. Then the cost of those of packaging and the like increases exponentially relative to a scheme that is done over a time where the industry can adjust within its ordinary limits. I would also probably just flag that we don't see a lot of cost offset in this shift. But what we do see is a fairly material opportunity cost that we're not currently capturing. So most of our members are already using recyclable materials in packaging, and a lot of those are going into curbside collectors. But we know that they're not getting picked up by recyclers, often because of the size of the components, the difficulty in sorting, small format cosmetics in particular will often have multiple components. Some might be aluminium, some might be recyclable plastics, there might be a spring and a pump, all very difficult to deconstruct and recycle under the current models, despite the fact that everything that's included is recyclable today. So there are some opportunity costs that we're not capturing. timing is going to make a huge difference to how we adjust, and the scalability is going to make a huge difference to how we adjust. If we can get scale, if we can get consumer mindset right, if we can get supply lines right, then I expect that the cost to consumers is not going to be massive. It's going to be within acceptable limits. If we get it wrong, the reality is it will drive a significant cost of living issue. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Kalina, would you like to comment on the question on costs?
Yeah, just two quick comments from my perspective. One is around the potential impact of pass-through costs. So small business being at the end of the supply chain, additional costs for the supply of or recyclability of particular goods and services, particularly during the scale-up phase of any new system. As the system becomes more mature and more suppliers are in the market, those costs per unit are likely to decrease. But in that scale-up phase, in the initial bit, I suspect there will be disproportionate impact on small business. And the second thing with respect to costs that I don't think we've discussed yet is the additional administrative burden for reporting, particularly for small business, may also then have a cost attached. Now, whether that's additional administrative people hours for the reporting, whether it's the purchase of new reporting systems, those sorts of issues, I think should be considered as part of the cost impact.
Great, thank you. My next question is on APCO. We had them present earlier. I'm sure you heard the evidence and you've read the submissions, and you all know each other very well. May even be members of APCO, I'm sure. Just starting with you, the AFGC, do you support their suggested pathway forward around eco-modulated fees and other parts of their proposition?
I think in terms of eco-modulated fees, we would be looking to see what's happening overseas as a learning point. I think they've looked at those markets and jurisdictions to get the learnings. In terms of having an administrator, we support that 100%. How that looks, we would need to get more detail around that. I think that it's important that it is industry-led and in providing support into what those product stewardship schemes look like. You can see what's happening with, for example, SBSA. And
do you accept that their view that a fair bit of work's been done already in terms of preparing for an EPR scheme? They list their outcomes they believe they've achieved in recent years. I suppose my question goes to timing, like how quickly we can get this scheme up and running given what's been done. Do you accept that there's been work done already that would help more quickly transition us to at least begin an EPR scheme?
I think there's been a lot of work done by a number of parties involved in the value chain. You can see like what we've been doing, what AFCO has been doing. I think in terms of timing for transition, I think it would need to be clearly set out what is involved, what the regulatory setting would be, as well as targets, etc. But I think we would need to look at a phased approach for EPR. Otherwise, we will have an issue where we don't have the infrastructuring and current capacity that's fit for purpose for some of the targets that have been set out.
That was my next and last question, was whether you supported a phased approach, and yes, you do. Okay, so Veronica.
Just to pick up on that, I think they dropped your name off the credit list on the work done to date on this, and I think we would probably point to the foundational work of the National Plastic Recycling Scheme, so the NPRS pre-run under soft plastic stewardship.
Yeah.
And a phased approach, absolutely. I think it goes back to what it is that Australia's got in its corner right now, which is global mistakes and global best practice. So picking those up and running with them would be a really good way of going, and we'd be happy to play a role there.
And do you feel like at least the announcement of a phased approach, but getting things up and running quickly, would give the public confidence that especially the packaging industry is on board with actually solving a lot of the problems that we've had over the years?
I absolutely think so. I think I think both industry and consumer are indicating they are ready to go on this one, and I think our industry would hate to see starting again, as opposed to what we've done in the past, arguably 10 years, if we called it conservatively, the past 10 years.
Let's go 20.
Yeah, why not?
I'm happy.
Yeah,
I'm on board.
2007. Yeah,
Been 20 for me.
yeah. So there's a lot. There's a lot that's been done. We don't need to start again.
All right. Veronica?
Yeah, look, the APCO, acknowledging all the work that's been done, the APCO work that you pointed out particularly, appreciate the work that's been done, have real questions about whether it's been ground truth in.
Right.
So we can build a system and it's great to take learnings, but then you need to ground that system into our environment, the current timing, the industry that we have and those complex supply chains. So I can't comment yet on whether I think it's fit for purpose for what we need. I think it needs some more work to be ground truth. I think a phased approach makes a lot of sense in that we touch some areas, let it settle, understand what the unintended consequences are, whether they be cost or other complexities, and then we take it from there. So I think a phased approach is probably the only way to approach it. But like I said, it's really easy to build systems on paper, but when you actually activate them and get them on the ground, it can sometimes bring up consequences that you need to monitor.
But Veronica, could you support what the Food and Grocery Council said earlier about the need to get on and at least legislate the beginning of this because of the uncertainty it's causing to business now?
But a bit of the detail has to be worked through.
Of course.
You're not getting a yes shout. A lot of the detail has to be worked out.
Okay. And what's your views on this, Shannon?
We've worked with APCO a lot. We have great affinity for them. It's been many years. We have not personally seen the eco-modulation methodology that they're going to be putting forth, so it's hard to comment on, where they, how well it hits the mark. We have great confidence in them. But, just like scheme coordinators for CDS and like when APCO started, as the co-regulatory body, we would expect there to be a tender to see, what would be the best group to do this national EPR scheme, because it's a lot of detail and it's a lot of work and it's, as everybody knows, not simple. So we would just expect that process to go how any process would go through the government when something like this goes up.
Okay. And do you agree that not having legislation on this yet is causing uncertainty for business?
Oh, 1,000%. Yeah.
Yeah.
But understanding that there does need to be a phased approach. There's packaging reform has so many different aspects to flesh them all on a business at the same time would be quite difficult.
Yeah, indeed. Jennifer or Damien, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I would characterise the court support for APCO as strong but not unqualified.
Very sensible.
It would be fair to say that that this is going to be a critically important shift in policy, and the risks when you go down these paths is that you build bureaucracies and overshoot the mark significantly, and we would hate to see that happen. But so far, we're very much backing APCO and the work that they've done.
And any views on a phased or stage process?
It absolutely needs to be phased.
Yeah.
To be really honest, I don't know that phasing is the right word for it.
Staged?
It would be fair to say that we are going to continue to need to move forward on packaging and recyclability and circular economy, and that's probably never going to end. So we need to keep taking steps in that direction for as long as it takes until probably time ends. But if we want to call that phasing, yes, that's what we would support.
Great, thank you. And do you also agree that not legislating this is causing uncertainty for business, which is creating a whole set of its own problems?
Absolutely. Again, to qualify it, we need good, not fast. Well, we need good more than we need fast. But sooner rather than later is important.
Okay, thank you. And Kalina?
Thank you, Chair. Just reiterate those comments around timing and ground truthing of any proposed legislation or thresholds, and ensuring that how it rolls out for small business would be of interest to our stakeholders, and the differences in how regulation affects small business rather than the bigger, more sort of industrial style stakeholders. And then I would also say strong support for phased implementation, but also consideration of a tiered approach depending on the size and scope and touch point of the particular business that is to be regulated.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
If you have chance, Chair, I have one last question, but if you can come back to me then.
No. If you've got one last question, why don't you ask it?
It was just specifically to Veronica. I mean, there's recently been a Senate inquiry that's looked at the impacts of microplastics on health. Has obviously become a much bigger issue since I've started work on this many years ago. You talk about balancing the environmental costs with food waste versus packaging waste. Where does the kind of human health impacts of plastic with food now come into your thinking? You may well have submitted an inquiry. I wasn't involved in it, but
well, I'm relatively new in this role, but you might remember I was in the seafood industry.
That's right. Yes.
Engaged on country of origin labelling. So microplastics from a marine environment spaces, I'm really close to.
And that's where I started.
That's right.
Shit, sorry. Pardon, I'm not. That's the second time I've sworn on Hansard in a week. But I take that.
Just have to tell us.
Withdraw that, Chair. It was an accident. It was an accident.
Wish Wilson, I'm sure it was.
So obviously, from a marine environment, there is a different impact of microplastics with seafood and consumption. With the Fresh Produce Alliance, obviously we note there are a variety of different environmental impacts. I think they all have to be weighted and they all have to be weighed. In terms of consumption, I think consumers are very clear that are becoming clearer that there is a role for the food waste minimisation impacts that packaging has. But look, I mean, in terms of consumption, I haven't seen any data on plastics in fresh produce in the same way that I'm familiar with it.
Okay.
With seafood.
Yeah, I'd refer you to the report that's just been released. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Walker.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. Had a look across your submissions, and quite a few of them have raised duplication. I'm wondering if anyone has any contributions to make on what sort of risks they think that there are there.
Duplication across, I think that for us it was in reference to a national scheme versus a state-by-state scheme. There are so many instances in fresh produce where when we're moving fruit and vegetables across a border, you are navigating different biosecurity schemes, different sometimes labelling schemes, supply chain impacts. It is incredibly difficult, and the cumulative impact of that is difficult. In a situation we have now, I think what most of us are calling out is when we are approaching a new scheme, it's critically important that it's nationally consistent to exacerbate and continue to start a new scheme but not learn from any of those state-based challenges would be really ineffective, and we're just not supportive of it. So I think to Damien's point, we would rather have a good scheme rather than a quick scheme to avoid that in particular.
I'm happy to add, when we think about duplication, we think about duplicating the data and cost requirements within container deposit. There is a way that, the data from container deposit schemes can feed up into a national EPR and prevent our companies from having to double report that information. And just kind of building on what you've just said, when we look at a specific piece of CDS, which is export, when something is paid for in one state but then gets moved usually by a distributor or retailer into another, there are all sorts of processes and differing processes between the states that are undertaken. It's oftentimes quite, complex and hard to navigate. So that's another, I think, big positive for a national EPS is that if everything is, if everything is being paid up into one scheme, then you will not have to deal with those cross-border issues of having to, say, take money back from a New South Wales scheme and give it to a South Australia scheme.
And I'd echo, I think we spoke
Damien,
Go ahead.
if I could jump in and just add that we seem to forget that regulatory complexity drives a massive cost at the company end. You need regulatory people. There's the risks associated with non-compliance. It drives a whole audit system. If we can get to the point where a national scheme is clear and straightforward, then we don't need to bear unnecessary complexity and unnecessary regulatory cost as a result. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, so just on the duplication, I think it's more for us around making sure that there is that national harmonisation when we think about national supply chains and the impact on them, as well as when we talk about some of the reporting that's already happening with our members and with APCO members who would be reporting into systems. Their systems are set up within their businesses to report that way. So I think that idea of looking at leveraging what is already there in terms of system reporting so that that data sets can be broadened to cover EPR reporting as well.
Was there anyone else on the phone?
Yeah, I'll just jump in. Kalina, New South Wales Small Business Commissioner. Just to note that New South Wales has a broader legislative framework for waste and product stewardship. There's a Waste Avoidance and Resource Recovery Act and also the Product Lifecycle Responsibility Act 2025. They both provide powers to regulate products and packaging across their life cycle. So if there is to be a national framework, then how that relates to supersedes or otherwise existing legislation at the state level will be critical.
Okay, thank you. And also for the New South Wales Small Business Commission, wondering if you can talk us through what some of the compliance obligations are going to mean for small business, and also if you've got any contributions as well. I know you would, have a number of small businesses.
Yeah, so look, I think the compliance is the devil is going to be in the detail. There isn't sufficient detail in the materials as presented. Where small business ends is at the bottom of the supply chain. How it is regulated right through to the top of the tree is going to be really important. How regulation intersects with goods or services that might be imported will be important. And I think small business as a discrete stakeholder cohort, in terms of how we are consulted as the detailed regulation or detailed legislation is further developed, in terms of, I think somebody made a comment earlier about running to ground, the impacts as the reform rolls through will be very important. So I would encourage or campaign for additional consultation with small business, noting that there are a number of small businesses, both from the retail side, but also things like construction and other sorts of contractors that may also be impacted here.
Is there anything else from anyone?
I think for us it's a supply chain piece. So they're often serving the bigger members that we represent and further up the supply chain. So I think the Commissioner's covered it well there.
Okay. Just one last question for the Fresh Produce Alliance. In your submission, you note packaging's role in food safety, shelf life and reducing food waste. How should a scheme weigh packaging reduction against food waste, and do you think that balance is reflected in the bill?
So to answer the second part first, no, not at this point. So we think it needs to be weighed carefully. I've got my favourite example is the cucumber example. So a continental cucumber wrapped in plastic, the emission cost of wasting the cucumber is worth 93 wrappers. The research is really clear. So food waste can have a very high toll in a high emissions cost. And so we're really looking at, from an industry perspective, the use of packaging has evolved over a long amount of time, serious amount of time. We want to be able to take the time to assess how we move to options, packaging options, waiting for better, plastic materials or other practical options to bring into our supply chain to try and minimise food waste and keep that focus, because we think, to your earlier point, the Food and Grocery Council's earlier point, the community's there. They're really starting to look at this and be much more literate in the landscape and their purchasing decisions. But they also are impacted by food waste. And food waste impacts food cost, the price of food. We're under a lot of pressure at the moment on the price of food from for cost of production and into the supermarket chains. We are navigating the price of food on a regular basis. So we want to weigh up all of these different areas, and we understand that it's of particular concern for fresh produce, but it definitely needs to be taken into account.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair. Oh, sorry.
Point on that, just in terms of the impacts on food waste and the role that packaging plays. So I think it's a really important weighting that we need to think about in terms of, yes, national consistency, national standards across the value chain, but also looking at that life cycle impact. So those unintended consequences, and that can be food waste. It can also be that some packaging, if you think about making packaging changes, there are some limitations depending on what the actual product is, and so just making sure that is built into the bill. I would also note that food and grocery manufacturers have put an enormous amount of time, energy, investment, and into innovation of packaging format improvements, including things like lightweighting, reducing size, putting in more recycled content. But as I mentioned, there are limitations, and I think that needs to be built into when we're talking about targets as well.
And the producers and the growers aren't always the decision makers. There are other people in the supply chain who make decisions around how they want to receive product and what they'll pay for it. So this needs to be taken into account.
Okay,
thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Walker. I now have the opportunity to say thank you for your evidence today. Appreciate all of you giving evidence and in the format we've done it in. So I think it actually, look, I was worried, as you were, Senator Wish-Wilson, about how this would work, but it speaks to the cooperation and the quality of the witnesses that it has worked fine. So thank you very much. We thank you for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please provide your answers to the Secretariat by the due date? I'm not sure you have taken any questions on notice, but if there is any information that flows from what comes today, please also feel free to supplement submissions or add that by the relevant due date. And you go with the committee's thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll just suspend while we welcome representatives of One Planet Consulting and MRA Consulting to come forward. Thanks. Thank you, Broadcasting. All right, thank you again, Broadcasting. I would now welcome representatives from One Planet Consulting and MRA Consulting. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you.
Correct.
Yes. Wonderful. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Helen Millisser and I'm CEO of One Planet Consulting.
Mike Ritchie, I'm Managing Director of MRA Consulting Group.
Wonderful. I now invite each of you to make a short opening statement if you have one, and then at the conclusion of those we'll go to questions.
Thank you.
I've joined the short straw. Good morning, Senators. It is still morning. Thank you so much for having me here today. It's a great privilege and a pleasure to be here. A little bit about myself and then the key points. So I've been working as an independent consultant and a non-executive director of boards for decades now. I have a 30-year career working in government, state and local level, and in industry associations, which include Australian Industry Group, the NRA, and Australian Food and Grocery Council, as expert advisor, and in Victorian Government, for example, in senior roles. I recently resigned from the Tasmanian Waste and Resource Recovery Board. I currently sit on the board of the CRC for solving plastic waste. I was previously engaged at big government, overseeing such actions as the plastic bag ban and circular economy strategy, and APCO for a number of years, helping them reform their strategy 6 years ago now. I've been an advisor to Soft Plastic Stewardship Australia, that you're going to hear from, helping them determine their direction on good EPR and PRO for Australia. And I'm the Australia lead for climate action for associations for trade and professional associations out of the UK. That's my introduction. Do you want me to go on with my key points while I'm at it, or come back to that?
What do you think is going to be most useful here, Senator Wish-Wilson?
I'm happy for her to, if you, Helen, would like to make some key points.
To the extent that they're covered in your submission, perhaps key points by way of summary.
Absolutely.
Please continue.
So Australia is an outlier in many ways. 80 nations have adopted mandatory producer responsibility for packaging, and for other.
Did you say, sorry?
Correct, 80.
80, yeah.
Australia has not. We suffer as a consequence. Some of those schemes have been running effectively for 40 plus years. We don't have that. It means that households are paying for their curbside collections in their rates. It means that we have nearly 50% of our packaging material still going to landfill. Other countries which have national mandatory EPR, the top in the world is 80% recycling. 80%, which means that that is a great saving and contribution back into that local economy. It saves households on their rates bill. It saves businesses in terms of their waste bills. It assists retailers, bankers, brewers, you name it, all have good collections from their homes and their properties, and they have high packaging recycling rates. Even Brazil, which introduced a scheme in 2010, a large country with pickers and a very diverse economy, started their program in 2010. They've gradually expanded it over time. It's customary for nations to start in a niche and expand their programs. In 2025, they went the next step and introduced EPR for C&I reusable packaging to support industry and agriculture with their large format packaging systems, because they see this as a way by which to support their industry for the long term, given the trend with international trade and shortages. So what we're doing in this country by delaying mandatory recycling of mandatory EPR is hollowing out Australia's industries. We have 10 regulators for different EPR schemes in this country. That is extraordinary over-regulation for one sector. That is 8 for container deposit schemes. Then we have the NEPM and we have DQ. That is ridiculous when we could have one regulator for all EPR schemes. The Australian Retail Council identified there's an incredibly high cost for fragmentation and confusion, and they've given a sum on that, which is $26 billion of GDP losses over 10 years, which is adding about $9 billion to household costs. That's an extraordinary free kick that we're giving to accountants, auditors, and it's an extreme waste of time and money.
You guys know each other, mate.
We know one another
Very
for
knowing
decades,
look,
indeed. But look, this is what duplication does. It, doesn't support outcomes, it supports, systems. We need to have far more data alignment and efficiency. So nations around the world have one regulator, Australia has 10. We have a national EPA, which starts on July the 1st. Perfect. Why not provide them that role? Fragmentation, we've heard all from the previous speakers, exactly that's what's going on. We have 8 container deposit schemes which are limited and extremely costly to business that are running the schemes. You will hear later from Pact Group and others the advantages of having good quality material that is available to them. We could do that on a far larger scale if we have national mandatory EPR. We have, for example, 2 bulk bag schemes, both voluntary, running in this country, when one would suffice, when indeed being part of one large super system would be better. So what we have is Australia has zombie schemes that are struggling to survive, to stay alive, with insufficient members and insufficient funds, and yet extraordinarily high public interest and demand. We have participation as low as 3%. The SPSA program has participation of 15%. That's not really viable. 4 staff is not a viable number to run a national program, and yet that is currently what we are expecting of them. It can be fixed, and it's really not that hard. As we've heard from previous speakers, other nations have done it. I could go on and talk about the detail of that, but I could talk also about the economic impacts and the benefits, and I'm happy to elaborate further. I will say this, that any PRO, producer responsibility, that is appointed must be not for profit, because it is there for the public interest. It's not to be vertically integrated and segmented or prioritising a particular part of the industry. It's so important. Most countries in the world have not-for-profit schemes. Even the United States have not-for-profit schemes, and that's the be-all and end-all of capitalism. So I could go on about what's happening in the UK and so on, but I'll hand over to Mike for his introduction.
Thanks. Thanks very much. Good morning, Senators. Appreciate the opportunity. Mike Ritchie, I'm the Managing Director of MRA Consulting. We're a company of 30 or 40 scientists, engineers, lawyers, planners. We advise the waste industry, government. We're the biggest kind of waste-only consulting advisory group in the country. So we've had a lot of experience around packaging reform over the decades. I'll make a couple of general comments. MRA strongly supports the bill. We would say government have 3 levers for hitting their waste management targets. There is a national waste policy, a national waste action plan. Governments have been a bit slow, except for the state government landfill levies. They move the market. The only other instruments are regulatory instruments, and they are mandates, which some state governments are moving on, and EPR at the federal level. And that is a missing part of the integrated waste management system we need in this country. And so far the federal government has been talking a good game since 2020, and we've not seen much reform. A couple of general comments about EPR schemes before I go into packaging specifically. There are 106 EPR schemes in Australia, of which 9 are mandatory, the state CDS schemes and oil, and the other 95 odd are voluntary. The difference is stark. The voluntary schemes have a recovery rate of between 1% and 16% and an average recovery rate of 4%, whereas the mandatory schemes have 65 to 75% recovery rate. And the reason is because they eliminate free riders, they are able to price properly for collection and reverse logistics, and to get consistency and unanimity across the supply chain. And without that, we will continue to stagger on with the 97 voluntary schemes that we have that range everything from mobile phones to child baby seats. So any EPR scheme that is considered under this bill needs to be mandatory. I would also say that the people overcomplicate EPR schemes. Incredibly, it's not complicated. There are a group of members who are retailers, importers, sellers, who put money into a bucket, and then a PRO, which I agree with Helen, should be a not-for-profit, which spends that money on reverse logistics, eco-modulation fees, etc., to get the recycled content back into the economy. We overcomplicate these things at our peril. The role of the federal government in that regard should be fairly limited. It is to establish the scheme, to enforce it and set the aspiration. And apart from that, get out of the way and let the product responsible organisation do the heavy lifting. And I noticed that the federal government is currently doing an inquiry into how you would do eco-modulation. I don't think that's the role of the federal government. That's the role of the PRO and the members and the stakeholder group. To packaging reform specifically then, We generate 67 million tonnes of waste in Australia, and 10% of that is packaging, or 6.8 million tonnes or thereabouts. We have a 60% recovery rate, but we're landfilling 2.8 million tonnes of recyclables that are 100% or near 100% recyclable. We fixate on things like coffee cups, which are 8,000 tonnes, while we watch 2.8 million tonnes of packaging go to landfill, which is 100% recyclable. It is a nonsense. Our priorities are completely wrong. We still landfill 1.3 million tonnes of cardboard in Australia, which is 100% recoverable. We do that because we don't have a mandatory scheme to get that stuff out. And there are any number. I sit here for an hour and talk about the logistics constraints. What we need is national coordination. We are not hitting the plastic recycling rate. The target is 70% under the packaging stewardship, the APCO guideline. It's currently sitting at 20%. We are still landfilling 1.1 million tonnes of plastic out of 1.3 million placed on market. You know, it's crazy. It's the absence of a regulated national mandatory scheme that is driving these, negative outcomes. Senator, you've asked a question a couple of times about costs. I have done a lot of that cost modelling for APCO. I would direct you to ask APCO if they're prepared to release some of that cost modelling. But I would agree in my opening statements that the costs are fairly minimal. They are very small. We place about 150 billion SKUs of packaging onto the economy each year. So even if this scheme cost...
What's an SKU?
A single packaging item.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. A single packaging. About 150 billion, no one knows the number exactly. So when you divide any cost by 150 billion items, you've got a very small number of packaging costs per packaging item. So, conclusion, we've done the modelling. It's a very low cost. The scheme needs to be mandatory. It will lift at least 1 to 2 million tonnes out of landfill if done nationally. I agree totally with phasing it. It needs to be eco-modulated, and we need to stage it so that we don't bite off too much, and that means leaving the current schemes for container deposit schemes at the state level in place for now, leaving the MRFs and the MRF contracts and the paper mill contracts, etc., in place, and focus on the gap to lift the system, and then at some future date, if you want to integrate into a broader national EPR scheme, then that can be done as a phase 2. But that's a pragmatic view as to the steps forward. Thanks very much. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thanks. I think you've actually, both of you have answered some of my questions, but which are the great summaries. And I noticed, Mike, even though I kind of raised the concept out aloud last time we met, that the Federal Environment Department hasn't hired you yet to get all this stuff done. But nevertheless, we heard from the last panel, I think you were in here, with key stakeholders in this debate over many years that they're all on board with the nationally mandated schemes, which is change of heart from what it used to be like. Do you just quickly, do you think that's genuine now? Do you think businesses largely on board with the inevitability of extended producer responsibility schemes and governments actually mandating it?
Yes to the mandatory, but yes to efficiency. I think what the realisation is, companies are really finding it difficult to know which way to go. With things like labelling decisions, it costs a lot of money to remanufacture a packaging item or to put in recycled content or change labels. They need clarity from government as to whether they're doing this. So a lot of sitting on their hands and not making capital decisions because they don't have guidance from government. And another group of packaging companies in Australia are sick of being undercut by imports that don't meet minimum recycled content requirements. So they're wondering, how do I move here in this uncertain space?
Helen, would you?
I concur, and I agree, Senator, you're right. The attitude of industry has shifted because they have seen that voluntary doesn't work. The good leaders that have supported the establishment of these various schemes are to be commended, but they're wondering why there aren't a sufficient number of followers. And so what we have seen is, and I've said, outlined here, an extraordinary number of well-intentioned people and businesses that have backed various initiatives in order to get things moving. But what we have here is extraordinary fragmentation. So if you think about all the good voluntary schemes that we have that have boards, they have their own overheads, they have their accountings, they have separate auditing systems. It's an extraordinary plethora of material. In a way, if you wanted to design a bad system, we've done really well.
Okay,
because we have complicated something that really, as Mike says, could be quite simple. There is a roadmap out there. There are, extraordinary number of countries in the world that have already adopted mandatory EPR for their packaging. Packaging is the number one alongside electronic goods that are subject to EPR schemes because they warrant a coordinating producer responsibility organisation to take control and be responsible for what happens. So all the decisions that were discussed or issues that were discussed about whether or not a cucumber should have packaging on it, that all sits down the track. First order of priority, and indeed the Federal Minister has the capacity under the existing RAW Act to regulate now, tomorrow, for a producer responsibility scheme for packaging.
Okay. This is going to be my next question to you.
Okay. So yes, industry has coalesced around this idea and recognised it needs to move forward. So you have very little opposition to this. With good understanding and communication, it should fly through.
Excellent. So on to that point then, that Helen, you said, you talked about if you wanted to have a badly designed scheme, this would be it. But at the same time, you mentioned that the RAW Act's there if the Minister wanted to use the powers. So that was my point, because it kind of goes to this bill. I've introduced this bill because I don't have confidence we're going to get there, because there's so many delays and missed targets. So you do believe that it could occur under the RAW Act?
It could.
Do you feel like it's going? There is a substantial process now underway since we last heard from you.
Well, certainly a year ago. You have very little opposition to the proposal for action to have mandated scheme. What we're getting into is the detail around how a scheme would be, what it would focus on. And I think you've also heard from everyone, start where we've got strengths already, where there are some priorities, where there are some existing schemes. I have outlined in my report, which I've submitted to you, a recommendation that the Minister can announce a date now as to when the regulation will come to effect. So everyone has got a time-bound dateline to commence work to focus on whether it's putting in a submission to be the preferred PRO or what have you, but we can do that. And then down the track, once the regulation comes into effect, it is entirely possible to grow a scheme from there to be more encompassing. But schemes normally overseas are not encompassing of all packaging that comes into a market. They tend to be encompassing of where there is existing market failure. So if indeed, there is a need to provide incentive for cardboard to be better reclaimed, then that can be done. But, cardboard is already a viable material, likewise aluminium. So it goes into supporting an uplift where there currently is a downdrift.
Did you want to add anything to that?
Only that I believe APCO have done legal advice and provided that to the department, saying that the RAW Act is sufficient.
Yep, and that's certainly what they put in their submission to us today. So I suppose, the Minister can make a direction that the regulations were started at a period of time. So my question comes down to this, how close do you think we are where a Minister can make that declaration, and what kind of time period do you need? We had previous witnesses saying 3 months but this bill is too short. Of course, that would depend on when royal assent occurred, which may be sometime down the track. But how advanced are we in the processes currently underway in your understanding so that we can get on with this quickly? Or do you think the Minister would still need to give a couple of years till this kind of commenced if they were to
God
use
help
their
us
powers
know.
now?
To commence a scheme or to do the regulations?
To do both.
To do the regulation, you can start tomorrow and start that process. I don't think there's any... And there has never been an alignment of stakeholders for any policy reform as clear as this one in Australia, certainly in the environment space. It is a big statement, and I've been doing this for 40 years. I have never seen an alignment of stakeholders like this one. Particularly,
I would agree with you, by the way.
Yeah. Particularly where the side of business who will bear some of the pass-through costs and pass them through in their product lines to consumers. That has historically been difficult to get, and they are now clamouring for the minister to move into this space because of those issues I've raised before. In terms of setting up a scheme, I don't think it's months. I think you could start down this path next week. But you need to think about the phasing of the aspiration, and that is the role of the government, to enforce the scheme, to establish the scheme, and to set the aspiration. And that's why I said in my comments I would leave alone what is already working for now and worry about that later, because in the interest of getting a scheme up, we need that clarity and certainty around things like recycling, recycled content, design and labelling. They are the 4 elements of what this scheme needs to do, and people need clarity around all of them.
And so just before I go to you, Helen, once again coming back to, we had an inquiry that went for 18 months in the last parliament into this. We've had multiple inquiries. There's been a whole number of processes that DQ's been going through. You've been involved in all of them, your work you've done for APCO and all these organisations. Are we at a point where that we've done enough work in the background? APCO kind of said, yes, we've done a fair bit, don't reinvent the wheel. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, we are. We have the legal, there are organisations with the necessary legal structure, boards, they have the collection systems. They have been working on, SPSA, which I've been working on for 4 years, has that. Likewise, the beverage industry has that. So it's not like we're trying to reinvent a completely new wheel. What we're trying to do is fix the system that we have in order to move forward. Typically, not all schemes overseas have eco-modulation. It does require a sophisticated level of knowledge and understanding, computing, modelling and so forth. We will get to that, and it should be a requirement in the regulation that the minister sets and put a deadline on when an eco-modulated system may be put in place. We can do all of that. That's all, as Mike said, to be part of the business of the PRO. That is what is normally exercised overseas.
I think I would caveat your comment there, Senator, by saying, in terms of, we could start tomorrow with the regulatory instruments and starting the parliamentary process.
Yeah.
It's probably 6 months to get a PRO established with representative agency. There's been a number of comments about who's on that PRO and how representative that is. That needs to be thought through, and there's a process around that. But that is the role of the department, to do that establishment work. A lot of that has been done, and certainly APCO is a ready standing agency. My view, and I've written some articles on this, is that APCO would need to be reformed and have a broader stakeholder group as its board, but it is already there with all of that administrative machinery already in place. What needs to change would be its representative board, and then that could be a regulated entity under the RAW Act. Whether you go to tender and do it as, what I think Helen and I would both very much agree is, you do not want competing schemes. You want a single scheme. The EPR schemes or the CDS schemes in each state are mandated, and there's a single operator. You don't have competing schemes. Whereas in the TV and computer sector, we had 5 competing schemes, and they've raced to the bottom, and 2 or 3 of them have gone broke in the process. So it needs to be a single body. APCO is the natural place to start, but it would need some reform.
Did you have anything you wanted to add to that, Helen?
I propose that that a deadline, or there is a method by which to coalesce and coordinate various schemes, because there is a plethora, and it would be wonderful to have them come in under one umbrella rather than have continued splintered schemes. And so I've proposed that there is a transition broker appointed to assist with the coordination of that process over the next 2 years. But that's not to delay the establishment of a scheme in the first instance. That would be to identify the legal instruments, the contract timeframes, all those sorts of logistic issues, scope, etc., that with the ultimate view that there is one scheme for the whole country. If I may just add a comment in my research, which I've found really fascinating, which is important to have here, and the reason why we recommend one producer responsibility scheme which is not for profit. In my analysis and having looked at schemes around the world, and particularly at packaging schemes in Europe, those countries that have competing for-profit schemes have had diabolical results. In my report, I outline the shocking situation of fraud, mismanagement, lack of reporting, vertical integration, dumped material but yet being paid, and how the consumer or the ratepayer is still having to pay for their collection even while they've got a PRO scheme. So there are 4 countries in Europe that in the last 4 years have all transitioned away from for-profit competing schemes, and that is the UK, Slovenia and Poland. Germany has put in an Uber scheme over the top, but they have all recognised that that was a not wise way to go forward, and have brought in new acts in order to require that
there's... What I was going to ask. Do you think this should be legislated up front?
It should be in the regulation. It doesn't need to be necessarily in the legislation. It can be in the regulation that the PROs are to be not-for-profit.
Okay, so it'd be something that the rules...
That is sufficient.
And
that...
One of the judgments that needs to be made is what do you do with existing arrangements, the curbside recycling, council contributions, container deposit schemes. My own view is very pragmatic, and only for pragmatic reasons. The PRO, in my view, focuses on the gap between what we're doing now and a target. So if you said, and this is the modelling we've done, is that if you said we want to lift all packaging to 70% recovery per the packaging targets, then you would focus on the gap for those streams. Glass is at 50%, so it has to be lifted by 20%, right? How do we do that? Cardboard's at 60%, we want to get it to 70%, how do we focus on the 10%? And you would leave the existing arrangements in place, in my view, purely pragmatic. I agreed entirely with Helen that subsequently, or ultimately, you would like a national coordinated arrangement, but I just don't want to bite off too much in step one. I would like to get going.
Of course.
Rather than trying to reinvent the wheel.
Absolutely. Look, just two very quick questions, because we are over time. And it actually went to your point you just made there, Mike, about, I suppose, more broadly about the bill that we've got before us today brings on an EPR, but it also legislates national packaging targets. Do you have a view on whether national packaging targets should be legislated? No, okay, and should they be?
But again, they're in the regulation. They're in the regulation, and it's sufficient to have
in regulation as well,
because you can ramp them up over time.
Okay,
according to what is actually going on in the market.
Yeah, I think it's more about demonstrating the aspiration, and having it in a reg is fine, just so long as it can be amended and lifted over time.
Okay. And how big a risk is it in New South Wales, talking about fragmentation? And I think you outlined in your report, Helen, the fragmentation is costing Australian billions, just more generally. How big a risk is it that New South Wales might go it alone with packaging reform?
Oh, shocking. I mean, well, I don't know that they'll go forward with packaging reform, but they're proposing a separate approach on batteries. Heaven forbid if we're going to have, we've got 8 container deposit scheme legislation, regulators, etc. around the country. Are we going to do the same with batteries? Are we going to do the same with every product that we want to regulate? It's not viable, and I can understand their frustration to some extent with the inaction at the federal government level, but that is no substitute for action. The Minister has the power and the capacity to do it now, to regulate now. I agree we can do it fairly quickly. We've got the intelligent, well-articulated community in Australia to be able to do that, and plenty of expertise to bring from overseas. I just did want to add one thing, if I may, and that is there are concerns that this is going to add to the cost of living, and I want to shoot that out of the park and to say that the UK, before they threw out their current system and said we're going to have one not-for-profit PRO, they did a cost-benefit analysis which looked at the benefits far outweigh the cost. They identified that it's roughly about £1 per person per week to introduce a new scheme, which is negligible when you think about the total cost of a household budget for food. Not only that, that is going to supplant the existing costs that the households are paying in their rates. Likewise, EPR in Belgium is €15 per person. In Czech Republic, it's around between $30 to $50 per person per year.
that's
covers
your gross.
collection.
Yeah.
That covers collection, processing, recycling for the whole populace. That includes business as well as households. So if I may impress upon the senators that this is a productivity solution. This is not a waste or a cost impost. This is a productivity solution to ramp up manufacturing and our industries in Australia.
And Mike, I'll thank you, Helen. I'll ask the chair if we can perhaps write to APCO to see if they will give us their costing, their modelling. It'd be interesting to try and get a grip on that, because I am concerned that this may be an issue that governments will be concerned about.
No, it's not.
But okay, good.
If there was a concern, it is that it's going to contribute to cost of living, because while ever landfill is very cheap, it's the cheapest disposal. That's where this material goes. So it's essentially an economic question about what society do we want to live in. Do we want to landfill everything and recycle nothing, or vice versa? And recycling costs more than landfilling when you've got very cheap, underpriced landfills. That is a fundamental in the Australian economy. So all recycling costs more than putting it in cheap holes in the ground.
Which is why you need EPR.
Yep.
Because it's still a very moderate, it's a very, very small cost though.
Yep, fair enough. And if you redesign things so that they're designed for end of life,
Correct.
then you should have less.
Correct.
It should make that much easier to do. I could talk all day to you guys. So unfortunately, we're out of time, but I'll go to you, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Just to pick up on something you were saying a moment ago, Ms. Melissa, is it possible to have some of the information that you just provided in terms of cost comparisons in other countries put before the committee? I know there are a number of international comparisons in your report, but they relate more to coverage of the...
Correct.
So if it's possible to get that cost information...
The report will be published on July the 6th, Monday, 6th of July. Okay. So it will be available after that. I might be able to give you an advance copy when it finished design next week.
We don't need an advance copy, but but if you are able to provide that to the committee on July 6th or shortly after, that would be wonderful.
I'm very happy to do that.
Thank you very much. I also have a number of questions. We are running a long way behind time, and I think you've covered most of them in your answers, so really appreciative of your evidence today. And if you've taken any questions on notice, including the one that I just asked, could you please provide answers to the Secretariat by the appropriate date? And otherwise, you go with the committee's thanks.
Thank you very much.
We'll now break for 15 minutes. We will resume at 11:55 with the Product Stewardship Centre of Excellence and Soft Plastic Stewardship Australia. I know we're running about 10 minutes behind time, but we'll endeavour to pick that up across the course of the day. Thank you very much. Thank you, Broadcasting.
How are you, Bob? I'm not too bad. How are you? I stepped out of a board meeting to do this. and I'll wait for 15 minutes or 10 minutes.
Then, yeah, exactly.
I did catch the end of Helen and Mike's piece.
Yeah, they were
Very
very
interesting.
very direct, very straight to the point. So I found them very good.
Yeah.
And the earlier ones were pretty good as well. It's all been, I missed the app. I heard a little bit of it, but I heard all the associations and then Mike and Helen, and it's been extremely supportive. No one's asking for delay. They're just asking for it to be done well, to start immediately. So they're extremely well, extremely aligned.
Yeah, it's good. I'd be surprised if it were otherwise, to be honest. Particularly you read the submissions.
Yeah, I haven't read any of the others. Is there any outliers, or is there any? I've sort of skimmed some, but haven't had time.
Not that I haven't read all of them.
Except for the department.
Yeah, the department's probably the most mediocre of the lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they've just basically said, oh, well, you'd need a consultant that takes lots of time to do it. Is what they've concluded with at the end.
Sorry, Rose, I've just been advised we're being broadcast, so probably I'll let you know.
Okay.
Thanks. That's a good point.
It's good to talk to you. I haven't spoken to you for a few years.
No, it's good. Yeah.
I'll just go on hold until we're called back in.
Yeah.
Sounds a good idea.
conference. Okay. Are you good to run, Pete? All right, thank you very much, Jason. I now welcome representatives from the Product Stewardship Centre of Excellence and Soft Plastic Stewardship Australia, both appearing via teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Are you able to just affirm that for me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and capacity in which you appear here today? We'll start with the Product Stewardship Centre of Excellence.
Vaughan John Levitsky.
Rose Mary Reid.
Okay, and then Soft Plastic Stewardship Australia.
Yes, Barry James Crozier, CEO of SPSA.
Thank you very much. In that order, I'll invite you now to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Okay, thank you. Our submission is made on behalf of the Product Stewardship Centre of Excellence, an independent, not-for-profit charity. The centre seeks to reduce the environmental and social impacts of products by activating circularity and producer responsibility across the entire product life cycle. The centre works with brands, manufacturers, retailers, various industry associations, product stewardship organisations and governments across Australia to design sustainable products, prolong the life and value of products and materials, and maximise the use of renewable, restorative, regenerative and recycled materials. All of our work highlights the importance of mandatory product stewardship in preventing and reducing waste, increasing product durability, reuse, repair and recycling, as well as removing unsafe chemicals, conserving resources and fast-track Australia's transition to a circular economy. Product stewardship is a strategic approach adopted by governments globally for more than 20 years, where producers and retailers are legally required to take responsibility for the environmental and social impacts of their products across the entire life cycle. Against this backdrop, the need for nationally consistent and enforceable mandatory producer responsibility around packaging legislation as part of the Circular Economy Act is long overdue. And the Centre suggests the following in relation to the bill. Making producers responsible for packaging should be a core component of a new Circular Economy Act, as described in Chapter 4 of the report delivered by the Circular Economy Ministerial Advisory Group in late 2024. This would set expectations, principles, outcomes, responsibilities, liabilities, legal requirements, targets, governance, fees, border control, and all of the other requirements for producer responsibility, amongst other things. If the Circular Economy Act development and deployment is deemed unachievable, say in the next 2 years, then we would recommend that the work on national product stewardship for packaging fit within the RAW Act as it currently stands, with probably some amendments. On the bill itself, we make a number of points in relation to the targets, which are just, by the way, 3 years away, and feel that they're probably unachievable in just 3 years, even if regulation is implemented and enforced. Setting realistic and achievable hard targets is important, and those targets probably need to be set in regulation. In terms of the chemicals and chemical contaminants, it's really important that this has been highlighted, and the fact that those chemicals can impede the recycling of those materials when they reach end of life. And it also becomes important with respect to gaining market access for recycled materials back into a market once they've been put through a recycling process. In relation to ensuring packaging is manufactured in accordance with best practice standards, this is also a very, very important point. And we think that Australia should identify and adopt standards, design standards, as soon as practicable, and refer to them in any to be developed regulations. These could be adopted from Europe rather than wasting our time inventing new Australian standards. We think that it's very important that we move on the packaging front quickly. It's been languishing for nigh on 30 years. And lastly, the last main point we want to raise is the eco-modulated fees. This is also an important characteristic, particularly of international schemes. Whilst they're relatively new in those schemes, it's important to realise that they focus on high recyclability, recycled content and design optimisation, reusability, and all of that is encouraged through lower fees, and higher fees are put in place to discourage placing packaging on the market that contains contaminants or problematic labelling or adhesives, or in small formats or other problematic types of packaging. And so basically we think that the bill is an important step forward, and we would support its movement. And Australia probably needs this now more than ever. Now's the time to probably introduce something like this. That's it for my opening statement.
Thank you.
Thanks. So Rose Reid, I don't have anything further to add to the Centre's opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And soft plastic stewardship?
Yes, thank you, Senators, and thank you for the opportunity this afternoon, as it's just gone 12. I'll just do a quick introduction and jump through the key points from page 3 of my submission. My background is about 30 to 40 years experience working across the packaging value chain. In that time, I've worked in or with each supply chain sector, whether that's the packaging sector, brands, retailers, councils, collectors, merchants or recyclers. The learnings over this time really highlight that if designed properly and delivered well, EPR can deliver a win for the environment, a win for community and a win for the economy. In short, EPR delivered well actually delivers EPR. It delivers economic and environmental productivity and resilience. I'll just turn to the page 3 of the submission, and I just want to, build on what earlier contributors have stated around product stewardship, or mainly around the cost benefits. There's been a lot of talk of, does EPR add cost? What I've seen is if you design EPR well with the correct supporting regulation, you can actually drive productivity gains, which reduce cost. So there's 3 elements to this. The first one is national harmonisation. The current patchwork quilt of state policies currently drives a lack of investment confidence, a lack of innovation, lower productivity and lower economies of scale. All of these are ultimately borne by the consumer as increased costs. Similarly, there's currently a lack of alignment through the value chain. So the current system does not contain aligned standards. So packaging and labelling designs are not reflected in curbside standards. And until recently, there hasn't been any MERF standards. So all of these need to align to drive efficiencies. Additionally, traceability stops. There's traceability in the system from farm to fork, but it ceases from the consumer onwards. So a combination of these also erodes community trust, erodes investment confidence, incentivises a race to the bottom versus innovation, and we end up with confused community, increased contamination, and again, increased costs borne by the consumer. So the other option then is if you get these in place, a nationally harmonised system with aligned value chain standards and well-designed EPR, the government can reduce its dependence on ad hoc grants. So by driving economies of scale, the productivity gains that come with those and the national sovereign capability, We can reduce the need for ad hoc grant programs and reduce the cost burden on community. So SBSA has been designed with these principles in mind, plus global best practice learnings. Europe, Canada and other countries have developed EPR over the last 20 to 30 years, and I believe Australia now has the chance to leapfrog them, learning from their mistakes and successes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just want to thank you all for your hard work on this over many years and your expertise. We don't have a huge amount of time, unfortunately, because we're running a bit over time. But so I'll get straight to the point. We heard a previous witness told us, Mike Ritchie from MRA Consulting, that in his 40 years working in this sector, he's never seen such a good opportunity where everybody agrees that we need to get on and legislate an EPR. Would you agree with that based on your extensive experience?
It was Vaughan here. Yeah, absolutely. I've been working in this space since 1993, with the first 10 years with the South Australian EPA, and then 17 years running Zero Waste SA and then Green Industries SA, doing large reforms in the waste space and recycling space. And I think this is as close as we've ever got where there's been alignment.
Thank you, Vaughan. Rose or Barry, would you like to comment?
Well, it's Rose here. Totally agree. Everyone is aligned, whether you're putting the packaging on the market, you're collecting it, recycling it, or environmental organisations, highlighting the environmental impacts of the products. So, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. All the sectors, if I go back about 5 or 6 years ago, there was probably some disagreements, but in principle now everyone's fully aligned and quite impatient to get on with it.
Okay, and in regards to that, could I ask each of you your assessment of where the federal government or the federal department is at with legislating an EPR scheme? Are you involved in the process, and are you confident that we'll get legislation shortly?
Vaughan here, I'll go first. I was involved to the extent with the Circular Economy Ministerial Advisory Group. That ceased in the end of 2024. I'm also on the board of Tyre Stewardship Australia. We've had some meetings briefly with the new Minister, Minister Watt. Look, I think there's an intention there. My concern is that it takes too long, and it's the other thing I notice is that there's been a lot of changes in the department, and usually whenever there's change, it takes time to get people kind of cultured up and working in the right vein to get stuff done. So I don't know. It's as simple as that. I'm hoping that there is, and I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that we can actually get stuff done quickly.
Thank you. Rosie, would you or Barry sorry, you go.
The department has been working on various standards and harmonisation and a whole raft of things over the last 3 or 4 years, which, how well they've engaged with stakeholders on that has been limited. And in terms of the barrier of pursuing, one of the barriers pursuing the regulation, going down the regulatory pathway, we do have to also look at what are the impacts of central agencies such as Treasury, Productivity Commission, and, these issues of, it's going to cause all these false issues, claims and barriers to say, it's going to increase cost of living, it's a low priority, where is this? There is no commitment from central agencies at all to progress any of this work. And it seems to just be a complete delay.
Yep. No, I agree with that, Rose. Yeah. I'm not sure where the delay's coming from. It may very well be from those other departments. Barry, have you got anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think the work's been done. So in answer to the question, yes, has the work been done? I think it has, and government should be ready to move. But if you ask on confidence, I'm not confident. And the reason I say that, I've just checked, the RAW Act came out in July. The draft was in July 2020. The Product Stewardship Investment Funds were released at the same time. 22, I think it was 22 or 23 schemes were funded. We're one of those. And so 6 years on, we're still waiting for regulation. We've got grants funding. We've got infrastructure built and now sitting largely idle because of lack of membership. So it's critical. So yes, I think government is ready to move, but I don't have the confidence that it will be quick.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. The other complicating factor is that we go through election cycles quite quickly. And it seems to me that it's very hard to get continuity and things moving. I don't know what the answer is to that. But in the meantime, the risk is that states pick up this, and whilst they'll probably do a reasonable job, the risk is that it becomes, a patchwork, as Barry pointed out. And New South Wales is working on batteries and PV at the moment through their product stewardship piece. I know South Australia is working on that same work for South Australia and adopting it here. So, the risk is that we're going to end up with a slightly different set of circumstances around the country, and I don't think that's necessarily ideal.
Yeah, thank you. And the evidence has been consistent on that from all stakeholders so far today, especially in relation to all the various CDS schemes, etc. Do you have a concern that New South Wales government might start that patchwork on packaging through their current legislation?
I don't believe that will happen at the moment because the Commonwealth says that it's planning to move on packaging. And we heard at the conference last week here in Adelaide from Murray Watt that packaging is firmly on the agenda and they're planning to move. So I think that kind of puts a stay to that for a while. And I know New South Wales are very busy on batteries and PV and other things probably in the pipeline as well.
Okay. Could I ask all of you, there seems to be pretty consistent evidence today and in the submissions so far about we're at a point where we can the Minister can at least, under the current Act, direct or provide, some direction around regulations to get the ball rolling, but it's more likely to be like a staged process over time in terms of like a pathway forward or an architecture. Do you have any views on that? Whether that would give you confidence as experts in this area, as well as the public confidence that we're actually getting on and doing this? Maybe start with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Barry from SBSA. Or do you want to go, Rose?
Oh, it's Rose, sorry, here from Product Stewardship Centre of Excellence. An EPR, a producer responsibility scheme, can be set up under the current Recycling and Waste Reduction Act. There is no barriers at all from that Act. Rules can be set up similar to whether you use under a co-regulatory arrangement or a mandatory arrangement. So there's nothing stopping these regulations being created under the RAW Act. There is nothing in that Act that would prevent it. So there is a number of rules that you could do, but you could rules to set up you could follow a similar pathway to the National Television Computer Recycling Scheme, which are actually the only rules that sit under the RAW Act. But yeah, there is under the whole Act, whether mandatory or co-regulatory pathways, all of these issues flagged in the bill can be addressed.
I wanted to ask you and Rose, you and Vaughan this specifically, because in your submission you mentioned the legislating a Circular Economy Act, which was a recommendation from the previous was it roundtable? Where do you think this is going? And I'd also note you mentioned within the next 2 years. It was what you put in your submission. So, do you think that's in play, or do you think there's other pathways?
Well, the Ministerial Advisory Group certainly thought it was something that we should, as a country, should do, because it sets the agenda going forward. It sets the principles and the outcomes that we want in such an act around a circular economy, rather than focusing an act around recycling and waste reduction. And you could rename the Raw Act the Circular Economy Act and introduce new divisions into it which talked about circular economy, but also you could retain all of the extended producer responsibility stuff and improve it so that you actually had better governance guidance in there for different schemes, and you could also modularize it so you could very easily bring in new materials or new sectors into it for product stewardship. That was kind of the intention. But look, given that the Raw Act has been under review for, I forget how long now, probably close to 2 years, then I'm not sure where all that's at. So do you modify the Raw Act and bring in packaging, or do you change the Raw Act to a Circular Economy Act and do all the other embellishments whilst doing packaging at the same time? I don't know what their capability is and what their appetite for degree of difficulty might be. But I would have thought that some of this is probably easier than other bits. But yeah, it's a bit hard to tell at the moment.
Yeah.
And I thought, initially maybe 2 years was about how long it would take to go through the process of pulling together drafting instructions, getting a draft bill, going out and consulting on it, bringing it back, redrafting, and then, getting it through a parliamentary process to hopefully get something out the other side. If it was relatively urgent, you could probably do it in a 2-year time frame.
2 years, okay. Do you have any comments on that, Barry?
Yes, I definitely support an early announcement to give industry confidence and some direction. There's a lot of nervousness of where to invest in packaging, so that would give them confidence of a timeline. I think the other part of that, though, is you would need some support for bridge funding. As Helen mentioned, a lot of the voluntary schemes are in what she calls the zombie zone. So if there's an announcement, you probably won't get any revenue growth from voluntary. You may get revenue loss if people decide to wait until regulation. So there need to be some support there. And to your question on phasing, definitely agree with that. Start where the critical issues are, Minister's priority list. In the case of soft plastics, with a bit of self-interest, it's a community, 94% of the community want this resolved. That was a survey Cleanaway announced last week. The government released, I think, $60 million in the Recycling Modernisation Fund, and that infrastructure is now sitting basically idle because we can't get enough members who are sitting with 15% membership and 85% free riders. So there are some areas that need addressing quickly, but start with an announcement, bridge funding, and then prioritise phase in of different product categories.
Sorry, could I just get you to sorry, Rose, just before you go, could I just get you to clarify, Barry? So the RMF, your comment about the infrastructure sitting idle, even with the recent funding injection, could you just clarify what you said about free riders there? Sorry.
Yes, SPSA. If you look back to the Red Cycle scheme, they had circa 200 members.
Yeah.
SPSA currently we have 40. Those 40 represent 15% of the material placed on the market. So we've got a severe funding shortfall. Now, I understand that companies are really tight for cost at the moment, so they're seeking the regulatory certainty and the level playing field. So I understand it from their perspective, but I also understand it from the recycler's perspective, who built infrastructure based on the promise of the RAW Act, and it's now sitting there and we can't afford to collect enough material for it. So the waste is simply uneconomic and we need to move quickly.
Oh, yes, no, I understand that. Thank you. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, sorry, Rose?
Just picking up on Barry's points around free riders and the impact that it's having on schemes, and Barry clearly explained, given that soft plastics is not a regulated scheme, the members do not have to participate, and so therefore they cannot raise sufficient funds to run a substantial collection network to feed the recycling infrastructure that's been built as a result of the Recycling Modernisation Fund. So there is a real urgency to act there, as there is with all of the other voluntary schemes that are on the priority list, including textiles, bedding, and so on. And what I think is really important is that the government really commits to sets a work plan to actually work through these and to start putting regulations in place over time. But also in the interim, importantly, provides support to those voluntary schemes to ensure that the existing investments are not wasted and that they continue to operate while regulation is being developed and put in place.
And the irony is there have been some schemes that have been screaming out for years, like the tyre scheme, which is a voluntary scheme, to get a mandatory scheme in place, but it just hasn't eventuated.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know we talked about this in the last inquiry. You mentioned, Vaughan, there's been some turnover within DQ, but I just don't. My personal view is that the department just hasn't had a culture of owning these kind of schemes, these mandatory schemes. Since
I'd agree.
Since since the Product Stewardship Act back under Peter Garrett back in the day, like as you say, there's only been one kind of active scheme. It just seems that it hasn't had that culture. So maybe some staff turnover and some new blood might be a good thing, potentially.
I think sorry.
Please go. Yeah.
If it's all right. Sorry. I think on that point, it's also important to look at where circular economy waste management sits within that department's priorities overall, and there's never, unless it's really been picked up and led by got cabinet support, this issue has continually been very low on that department's priorities.
Yeah.
And you've needed to have significant things such as the digital switchover with the TVs. In the case of batteries, we've had fires and deaths to try and to get the political drive to see these regulations implemented.
Yeah, thank you. So I think it's one thing to lead on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you think Rose, it's probably more that just hasn't been a political priority from the minister and the government of the day.
Without that political priority, I think it's difficult to it will still remain a low priority within the department.
Whereas it would be fair to say under the Morrison government, with the RAW Act being legislated, which I think at the time was the biggest reform we'd seen in some time, certainly a decade, the issue was that they were happy to legislate the framework, but they wanted it voluntary and not mandatory.
And I think one of the major drivers of the RAW Act, replacing the Product Stewardship Act, was the export of poor quality materials into overseas countries and the risk, complaints of Australia dumping waste on other countries. That was a primary driver of that regulation, and you saw the addition of the whole export permit system, which has been a very important part of developing and building and resulted in the Recycling Modernisation Fund and building Australia's recycling capacity. Unfortunately, there was also a strong support to drive product stewardship, but unfortunately only from a voluntary perspective and not really following up with a commitment to regulate.
Yeah.
With the minister's priority list. process, which is there to do it. And that's the whole point of that is if industry don't pick it up, then the minister needs to act and make a decision and set a work plan. And that's where it's failed.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Did you? What are you thinking? Because we're
I think we're running
10 minutes over.
Yeah, so I think we'll if we've got any further questions, we'll put them on notice. But if we move on to the next witness.
Yeah, that'd be great. I once again could keep this conversation going for another couple of hours with you guys. I really appreciate your expertise and your consistency in providing evidence to the Senate over a long period of time, and we'll put some questions to you on notice.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For your evidence today. If you have or received any questions on notice, could you please provide your answers to the Secretariat by the due date, and you go with the committee's thanks. Thank you. We'll suspend for a moment while we welcome representatives from Waste Management and Resource Recovery Association of Australia. I now welcome representatives from the Waste Management and Resource Recovery Association of Australia. Via teleconference, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Gail Sloan, CEO of the Waste Management and Resource Recovery Association of Australia.
Wonderful. Ms. Sloan, do you have an opening statement?
No, I'm happy to go to questions. My position is very clear in our submission to the inquiry.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much. May I now hand to Senator Whish-Wilson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Sloan. You've obviously you've been advocating for the waste management and resource recovery industry for a number of years on this issue. That, for example, you'd like to see national packaging targets mandated in law. You'd like to see an extended producer responsibility scheme legislated in law because it would assist the recycling industry, your industry, in so many ways. I don't know if you heard the evidence this morning, but we've had a number of, I suppose, industry players from the packaging industry who are saying that they now support a mandatory scheme and a process, and the uncertainty's hurting them. Do you have confidence that the ducks are now lined up across both the packaging industry and the recycling industry to have a national scheme?
I think that there's a recognition that we need certainty and regulations the way that we get that. So it's terrific we're aligned. I do think the devil is in the detail, however, as to what that looks like. And we do have a model, in my view, in the packaging and packaging waste regulation that shows how we bring safe, well-designed packaging to market and share the cost of managing that. To date, we haven't seen what's proposed in relation to extended producer responsibility, and I did catch the end of the previous speakers about how we're not doing product stewardship well. So I think it's important that we have a proper scheme that covers the whole system and not just parts of it. So I think that devil in the detail with designing out of chemicals, having strong design in what's placed on market, having recycled content and real targets, and not just focusing on, say, one part like plastic, but the whole part, so we drive better consumption behaviours is really important.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, you in your submission, you say, you have more than 2,300 members from over 380 entities nationwide. You represent the breadth and depth of the waste management and resource recovery sector, and I think from previous inquiries, we've heard the sector employs, you might have to correct me here, up to 90,000 Australians. Why do you think it is that the government, and it's not just this government, but the previous government, have been so slow to legislate an extended producer responsibility scheme or national targets in law?
I think, because it's complex, right?
we are the industry that's been out of sight, out of mind till 2018 and China's national sword. And we highlighted that we don't have the manufacturing basis here. And we're trying to grow that. And we have had the support of government to do that with the Recycling Modernisation Fund. But it's more than that, right? We're actually trying to move further up the supply chain and get generators who make products responsible for it. And we saw through the implementation of container deposit schemes, there's a real reluctance for those who generate to take responsibility for their waste. And what we're trying to say is those costs are already out there. They're spread across the supply chain. We want those who make it to take more responsibility for taking it back. And that's a very loud voice, particularly in a conversation on cost of living that tends to drown out the broader benefits around social, economic, environment, carbon emissions. So, you know, we've got to recognise it's a complex conversation, but a necessary conversation, and hope that government develops the courage to make the shift.
Okay. And on that point, same question I've asked every witness this morning. Can you give us your perspective on an update in terms of where the government's at with legislating an EPR or national targets?
My perspective is probably the same as everyone else's. It's not moving quickly enough, and it needs to happen. We haven't had any consultation since, I think, October 2024 on the packaging design scheme, and I think we were very clear at this inquiry and previous that what was consulted on, I don't believe, met the Environment Minister's requirements of a comprehensive scheme, including design rules. We have had recent conversations around design rules that are being proposed, but again, I do not understand why Australia is making it more complex through that design for recyclability than what we're seeing in Europe. Most of our packaging producers will operate in the European market. We should just be picking up the packaging and packaging waste regulation works, which includes designing our KPIs by 2018, recycled content date set. So, you know, we need to stop taking all this time to develop something new and bespoke and recognise we're part of an international market. We are importers of a lot of this product, and we can actually lean heavily on the experience globally to put these schemes in place.
Okay. Have you got any comments on the evidence we heard this morning around a potential pathway forward being a RPO structure, independent, not-for-profit, potentially APCO, given the work that they've done using eco-modulated fees? Does Waste Management and Resource Recovery Australia have any views on potential pathways?
Look, I think so. All stewardship, we need a product responsibility organisation. I think the lack of work that APCO has done over the last 25 years would rule them out of that role. We need a fresh start with a body that represents the entire supply chain and has the right powers and responsibilities, so we would not be advocating that APCO be made mandatory.
Okay. You have any particular views, whether it was APCO or not, on eco-modulated fees and how that might work?
Look, I think that the eco-modulated fees needs to apply across the entire supply chain equally and driving better decision-making, better packaging outcomes. So the eco-modulated fees that I believe were considered earlier and have been backed away from weren't necessarily a systems-wide approach to that. We relied heavily on plastic modulation. We've actually got to look at the system properly and what's recoverable, look at what's happening in CDO and other jurisdictions with clear design rules, clear clarity around what can go on shelf, drive people out of low-value materials. So I think that it needs a far more systemic review of fee setting based on recovery infrastructure and markets rather than just APCO developing something in isolation.
Thanks, Gail. It's kind of a bit of a chicken and egg problem that's constantly arisen, and it's come up again today. It's certainly in a number of submissions where the packaging industry have indicated that, for example, current targets, or the target in this bill as an example, which is based on the voluntary target set in 2018 around mandated recycled content, are not achievable or are not realistic. Because, for example, there's not reprocessing capacity in Australia to deal with it. Whereas your industry said you need the certainty that there'll be a market for recyclate once it's produced. What are your comments on the national packaging targets, especially that one?
I think that's another
recycled
example.
content?
Yeah, I think it's another example how APCO failed. They developed those targets in isolation of the broader ecosystem. You know, it's got 100% recyclable or compostable by 2030 or 2025 from memory originally. You know, we have real challenges with compostable plastics because of a compostable material specific PFAS element. So those things should not have been something that was advocated for to be put into organics in the absence of the mandatory designing out and clear design standards that met the law, because EPAs do not want PFAS in compost. So, you know, again, another reason why they shouldn't be leading the charge, and it should be from a systems-based recycled content or funding and investment decisions should be based on as an Australia-wide scheme, understanding where the packaging is and making sure the investments are made to make those targets. And we did see the RMF not deliver as well as it could, because we didn't necessarily look at where all that infrastructure was required to meet those targets as well. So we need to bring the system together and have clarity that it's all working together and not just one bit or parts of a bit in isolation. And we haven't had that to date.
Okay, but is for example, under the RMF, we just heard from the previous witness that new money that's gone into it's kind of it's in paralysis because the members in the soft plastic stewardship area, that they're only 15% of that market. There's a number of free riders, and there's not the kind of confidence to invest. Is that a fair assessment from your industry's point of view?
That's one part of it, but I would also like to ask, are they required the members to buy it back? The other part is not just infrastructure, but markets. It's really challenging to have, again, how many APCO members are buying back Australian recycled content, and it's also that pool. It's not just their infrastructure, so there's two pieces to the puzzle. There's three pieces. There's regulation, investment, and markets, and those members, I'm not sure how many of them are buying those products back, and that is a really big challenge, and that's why we need the mandatory content targets.
Okay, and would you, if the 50% that's in this bill is unrealistic, do you have any view as to what process should be put in place to set a new target, or do you feel like, for example, 50% is realistic?
We know across the product streams there's some like glass and paper, they're already exceeding that. They need to do what Europe did and set a date of that number into the future with progressive targets, but it's got to have enforcement.
Yeah, got to have enforcement for sure. Could I ask, in terms of cost of living arguments, which has been raised in some submissions, are you aware of any kind of evidence around there or modelling around the costs of an EPR scheme that the committee should be aware of?
In relation to packaging and households, I can't point to one comprehensive piece of work.
Yeah.
What I can point to is, particularly when we're talking just households, NSW, we could look at the costs that local government is currently absorbing itself in managing this material stream without contribution from generators. So my argument in relation to cost of living is that this cost is already out there, but given the fact that there's no obligation to improve your packaging or packaging type, we're having sort of low value problematic packaging come out, and local governments wearing that cost through either red bin or yellow bin. Yeah. We know in the UK, with the recent implementation of the PPWR and the product stewardship, they've levied $1.3 billion of costs for MSW packaging, and that $1.3 billion is going back to councils to cover that current cost. So the reality is the costs are already there, they're just being met by households. So we're saying, let's move the costs to where they belong, because that also might drive further uptake of recycler and also improve design.
Okay. Yeah, not to mention, I suppose, broader environmental costs or health impacts from
many things. And we saw that with CDS, Pete. Like CDS is a great example of when you make the generator accountable, the infrastructure follows, and innovation will occur to take it back and use more of the product.
Yeah.
While we get to externalise and stay linear, that step change does not occur.
Okay. Sorry if we're moving very fast here, Gail, because we're running a bit over time.
Totally fine.
Did you have any questions, Chair? I might just ask a few more. You've obviously been involved in this debate for some time in your role as Chief Executive Officer. Would your industry accept, I suppose, the Minister, whether it's under a new Circular Economy Act or using the RAW Act, or even the government supporting this bill, directing, using powers to start a process, but it gets phased in over time? I know it's a very broad question, but would that be
but that's the model that so we know we've actually had Ian Gillan from Scotland, Zero Waste Scotland, here this week, and the Circular Economy Act in Scotland is an enabling piece of legislation that does exactly that. And what we're seeing with the packaging and packaging waste regulation in Europe, it's legislation with dates in the future, but also penalties. So we have to move away from targets that don't have any enforcement or any real monitoring towards acts and regulations. So we completely support a real act with teeth, and the way that the Circular Economy Act in Scotland is going to work is a strategy that sits underneath it, because there's powers given to the Minister in the Act that drives targets and outcomes. So it elevates it, because we know that voluntary is not getting us there. And we know that we've also got a climate crisis as well.
Yeah. So could you tell us a bit more about Scotland? So how long ago did they legislate this, Gail?
2024.
2024.
They brought in their Circular Economy. And that was after, I guess, 5 years of infrastructure analysis, waste roadmaps, and now a Circular Economy Act. And business is at the table in Europe. That's, I think, the big difference, is that we see business at the table in the European Union calling for the Circular Economy Act in Europe, which is being legislated later this year. Business want it too. It's a competitive and it's a climate issue.
Okay. Well, that was going to be, I suppose, the big question for me then is, for example, if it took 5 years, a 5-year process in Scotland to get to the point in 2024, how confident are you that the process in Australia in the last 5 years, especially in the last 4 years since the Albanese government came in, how confident are you that kind of work's already been done so we could move quickly on this? Or do you think there's still a hell of a lot of water to go under the bridge?
I think given the timescale, there shouldn't have been an awful lot of water under the bridge. I think what's changed now is we've got a healthy tension between states and feds. And we've seen one state in particular, New South Wales, say that it's prepared to move on product stewardship. It's set up enabling legislation that first off is going to be used for batteries, but maybe solar panels next. And maybe if need be, if we're not going to see progress, I believe that New South Wales may move forward, because they already gave themselves a head of power for design in 2020. So maybe a bit of competition is a good thing as long as we get a good outcome. But I think the landscape is changing for us. There's definitely an understanding that stewardship and mandatory regulation is required, because we want these critical minerals. We want these better environmental outcomes. We want to use less fossil fuel. So I think could easily, with will, given the amount of consultation, move this forward within the next 18 months.
Okay, and this is obviously this is about packaging, this inquiry, but are you feeling confident that could also be the case for other waste streams like batteries, for example?
Totally. So we've already got that started. Environment Ministers meeting in December 2024. Resolve will take a state-based approach. It's not ideal, but when we can't get action, we do need to move forward. And we currently have a minister who's prepared to. CDS 2014, the Commonwealth wasn't prepared to move, but the states have, and now the community loves us. If someone, a level of government vacates the field, at least at the moment, we're hearing others are prepared to step in, because it's really important for their communities.
Yeah. And so just lastly then, so with New South Wales, obviously we looked at their legislation when we drafted this bill, and some of it is reflected in this bill, but do you feel like they're, because you're obviously based here and you're very, very this is what you do. Do you feel like they will move on packaging if the federal government doesn't?
I think my understanding is in 2020 when they brought on the plastics bill, one of the reasons they gave themselves a head of power, so I suppose well beyond the current administration, was they wanted packaging addressed. So they said, we've got a head of power now to look at design for our single-use plastic strategy and our plastic strategy. And if APCO doesn't move in 5 years, and lo and behold, it hasn't, we will act. So we've had both sides of government in New South Wales say, this is an issue, we need to fix it.
And have you, because we don't have any of our LNP colleagues on the call today, but have you had, you come to Canberra a lot, you meet with politicians, have you had any kind of feeling on the Conservative side of politics in federally, that you've just reflected the New South Wales situation, but have you had any discussions with the Conservative side of politics in Australia about supporting a mandatory EPR scheme?
I have to be totally honest, post-election, batteries and other things have consumed me more in Canberra. So I haven't as yet, but it's definitely on the agenda.
Okay, fantastic. I'm sorry to be so rushed with you today, Gail. And
no, it's totally fine.
I'll go back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Whish-Wilson. Thank you very much, Ms Sloan, for your evidence here today. If you've taken any questions or notice, please provide your answers to the Secretary by the due date, and otherwise you go with the committee's thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now welcome representatives from the parks.
We're back on time.
I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you?
Yes.
Yes, wonderful. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, my name's Joanna Kubota. I'm the Executive Director of the Parks, which has actually changed its name now to the Outer Western Sydney Alliance. Apologies, that hasn't been updated for you. But
The Outer Western Sydney Alliance, okay.
Outer
wonderful.
Western Sydney Alliance, yes.
Jeremy Mannion, Regional Waste Coordinator for the Parks.
Wonderful. I invite you to make a short statement, at the conclusion of which I'll throw open to questions.
Great, thank you. First, thank you for the opportunity to present our case to you. So I'm just going to give the overarching remarks, and then Jeremy, as our Regional Waste Coordinator, will probably be the person to answer most of your questions because he has the expertise. I just wanted to, the main sort of points that I wanted to make was that, one, we have had numerous conversations, and we have ongoing conversations with the EPA in New South Wales about the fact that waste is an essential service. That's not actually recognised, and just recently with the legislation that was passed down around which essential services would receive diesel in the event that that was a requirement, waste trucks were not on that list. So this is a real issue for us. We would like to see waste recognised as an essential service. It is, if waste collection is halted for whatever reason, it has massive public health and safety impacts. So that's sort of one point I wanted to make. Second point I wanted to make was that local government is actually the only level of government that's legislated to collect waste. Everybody knows that councils are responsible for, roads, rates and rubbish, but we often find ourselves left out of the room when conversations about the funding of waste, the waste levy usage, etc., or indeed these kinds of schemes, the introduction of them, we get left out of the room. And we have been really trying to make that clear that we need to be part of the conversation because it so integrally impacts on us in terms of our daily activities and our daily responsibilities to our communities. And just lastly, the last point I wanted to make was that, particularly in New South Wales, and I'm sure you're all probably aware of this, we as local government have been fiscally restrained. So we've been rate pegged since 1978. And since that time, as you would understand, all of the costs have grown exponentially, particularly in our part of the Sydney, which is a hugely growing part of Sydney. We're forecast to have 1/3 of all residents of Sydney in our part of the world by 2040. So we have increasing pressures on our councils. And if you think about the sort of the level of services that councils back in 1978 had to provide in comparison to now, even if you just think about things like cybersecurity, the costs that are being, experienced by councils have changed exponentially, but there's been no real change. So we are really keen not to see measures where costs are shifted back onto local government. We just can't afford them. We can't manage it. You know, we're struggling as it is to provide the level of service that we would like to provide for our communities. And I guess that's where I would like to stop. So they're just the sort of three things I'd like to sort of put as a context for the environment in which we operate.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Senator Wish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I might start on that point, actually, Joanna. I mean, it's been put to us in a number of submissions that the reason we need an extended producer responsibility scheme is to transfer some of these costs away from households through the rates they pay and the pressure that puts on local government and more fairly distribute those costs by giving added responsibilities to producers.
Yes.
I don't want to be too philosophical about this, but in terms of the costs of this scheme, it's obviously what's going to make it politically fly or not. Could you talk us through some of the costs that you've had to pass on to rate holders because of the way waste management is structured?
Sure, I'll ask Jerry.
I do remember the days of the China sword crisis. We actually had an inquiry then called Never Waste a Crisis, by the way. You may or may not have been called to that, but I'd just be interested if you could talk to us about the cost to ratepayers and how we could be fairer.
Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, Sydney is, going through a waste crisis at the moment that you may be aware of. So we're running out of landfill capacity in Sydney. We've got only a limited number of players in the waste space, and so essentially a duopoly which arguably could increase prices. We've got mounting pressures as to where waste can be taken. We've got numerous councils in Sydney which are taking waste to Goulburn, to Woodlawn, via Southern Freight Line, via train because there's simply no other landfill in Sydney. Lucas Heights looking at being expanded, has not yet been proved to be expanded beyond 2030, and we're really relying on Lucas Heights being expanded beyond that date to allow us to continue to be able to dispose of waste in Sydney. So all of these things have factored into increases in rates and increases in waste contract prices. When we're talking about extended producer responsibility and in particular to packaging, I can run you through some figures of a typical council to try and put that into perspective. So a council of 230,000 people, typically in their yellow bin has 14,000, well, in this case, 14,668 tonnes of waste per annum. In the red bin, they've got 34,342 tonnes per annum. So for recyclable plastics that should be going into the yellow bin, currently we've got a percentage by weight of 11.49% of plastics, of recyclable plastics, going into the yellow bin. Now, 4.2% go into the red bin per weight. So 4.2% of waste in the red bin is recyclable plastics that should be going into the yellow bin. Now, they seem like substantially different numbers, but if we put that into context, because the weights are different per waste stream, in the yellow bin we've got 1,685 tonnes of recyclable plastics, and in the red bin we've got 1,442 tonnes. So essentially there's a divide. 46% of recyclable plastics are going into the red bin, not
Which
the
means they go to landfill, right?
Yes,
okay.
exactly right.
And what about contamination the other way? Like you're getting the wrong things put into...
Absolutely. So non-recyclable plastics, so contamination the other way. So if you're talking about, we're talking about packaging, which I've sort of limited to plastics.
Sure.
So we've got 3.86% is going into the yellow bin, which is only 566 tonnes. Only, I should say, it's 566 tonnes, which is still substantial.
Yeah.
And where it should be going into the red bin, it accounts for 12.88% of waste going into the red bin, which is 4,423 tonnes. So there's a lot of waste which is going into the red bin where it should. But we have to sort of trying to put a number on that's kind of difficult.
Yeah.
Waste contracts are complex. I can give you like the total number for a cost of a waste contract, but that's not really apples and oranges. We're really talking about the gate fee for a tip, which I could take on notice if you're interested.
Yeah.
But in context of the waste levy, so if we're talking about, waste levy, which is about to increase to $180.20 per tonne, we're talking about for packaging for non-recyclable plastics, so things that could be reduced by the product stewardship scheme, a cost to councils of $899,000 per year. And then if we talk about non-recyclable plastics plus the recyclable plastics that end up in the red bin and are going to landfill anyway, we're talking about 1.58 million.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, 1.158 million. I apologise.
It's all right.
So it's not just the waste levy charges alone are a significant cost to local government. Anything that we could do to bring that down, to reduce the amount of plastics which are going to go to landfill, are going to reduce costs to ratepayers.
Yep.
And they're going to alleviate the plastic crisis in Sydney. I'm going a little bit off topic, but plastic.
Right, no, please, free range. Yeah.
Plastic, obviously, is one of those waste materials which does take a larger amount of space in landfill than other materials. For example, organics, plastic will fluff. It won't compress as well as other materials. So it does take up a disproportionate amount of landfill, which is a key concern to councils.
Yeah. So you stress. You stress the fact that councils are often locked into long-term contracts with service providers, and that any legislation, federal legislation, would need to have a period of consultation with local government. So what is the process at the moment with local government feeding into national legislation? Obviously, there's processes around EPR schemes and a Circular Economy Act, recycling, modernisation, a whole bunch of stuff. Do you have any kind of interaction with the federal government at the moment through LGAT? Or
I think, generally speaking, it would be through the ALGA, so through that level.
Yeah.
Certainly, we've just had the ALGA conference in Canberra. Where are we? Yeah, this week. Yeah, it was this week. So we were all down in Canberra, and obviously that brings in mayors, councillors and GMs from all over Australia. So that is a point where they can put up motions where those kinds of debates, but it also is a point at which those key issues, that are really bugging councils are put on the table, and then ALGA will take them up to then talk through to the federal government on an ongoing basis. That advocacy will obviously take place. So that's, I guess, really the only way we have at that federal level. At the state level, we are obviously trying to engage with the EPA directly to have those conversations. And we just to be clear, we are, very much, fans of and supportive of things like the producer responsibility schemes and circular economy. We absolutely see the need for it. Certainly amongst my councils, I've got, the Blue Mountains, Hawkesbury, Wallanderley massively impacted by fire and flood. The climate change emergencies that we see are impacting our communities. So we are very aware of the need to act and to do more to protect our environment, to live more sustainably. And obviously we've also got the responsibility for waste. We need to make sure that we are doing that as effectively and efficiently as we can. So we're very open to these discussions and to exploring. It's just that we need to be we would like to have more input,
of course,
into how they then how they're going to be rolled out.
Yeah, because for example, you've got these long-term contracts. And
that's right.
Cost shifting, then
absolutely, and it's sort of, to be honest with you, it is happening across the board, the cost shifting, and so the costs on local councils are growing. I think the expectations of communities around, having pools and sporting fields and all of those things readily available and having numerous options is growing. And the reality is that when waste fees go up, or when rates go up, which is usually often is because of waste fees going up, it's the local councils that get abused by the public, because we are the face to the public. And so they're not going to be ringing the federal government and complaining, they'll be ringing our service centres. And so, we need to manage that relationship with our public and make sure that, we are protecting their interests.
Okay. Could you explain just briefly why in your submission you raised the issue around FOGO contamination and how it impacts this bill and an EPR scheme?
Sure.
So FOGO contaminations, it's one of those things that it really does affect local governments disproportionately. So obviously we're responsible for the collection of the FOGO. Business mandate is coming down, so more private players will be dealing with businesses. But
in the EPA does a regulation on FOGO here?
That's right. Yes. So
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, there is an act that the EPA is basically responsible for regulating around FOGO. To put it in real terms, the issue of the stickers isn't automatically going to be make or break for the composting standard. You can have a lot of these stickers to actually and still meet the standard. The standard's fairly lax in real terms. But what we see is we want users of the FOGO, the end product, the compost and what have you, really are seeking out the best quality product. So if we can remove those contaminants, we get a much higher value for the actual FOGO. And I see this as a really useful opportunity to just list it. And this has been carried out overseas. So if you have a look at Italy, they've done exactly the same thing. They've mandated that the stickers are made out of a compostable material, same as the bin liners in FOGO bags. And it simply eliminates the problem. It's a no-brainer. If we can put it into the legislation, it will just solve a whole bunch of problems that and make our FOGO more valuable.
We had some interesting submissions from composting alternatives, for example, saying that obviously that's something we need to consider when we're talking about the commercial viability of more plastic or chemical recycling. Is that still an issue for FOGO, some composting products? Is it potential contaminants in FOGO?
There's a lot of work that's being undertaken by the New South Wales EPA at the moment around the biodegradable standards. So some of those standards just require that plastics are broken down into certain particle sizes. And there's all sorts of questions around whether that's suitable in the current climate to have just microplastics being put into compost opposed to removing them completely. So currently that landscape's changing. It would be nice to make it more stringent, but councils still have to deal with contamination rates. It's a reality. We've got some councils that have got very, very low contamination rates through fantastic public education campaigns.
If I can interject there though too, I mean that's the whole FOGO implementation is a really good example. So it's a great idea, right? So let's take the food waste. We could evaluate that there was a large percentage of the waste in the red bins was food waste, and that if we removed that would actually significantly lower waste volumes. All absolutely logical and made sense. So the EPA said, right, from this point on, we will be doing either FO or FOGO. So it depends. Obviously, in the inner city, they don't necessarily have green bins because they don't necessarily gardens or have that green waste, so they might just be doing a food only service. But there was kind of this imposition of this. You must implement FOGO or FO by this period, but without any real consideration of the contamination rates, where the end product was going, were there enough places to take the composting, the end material, who was at, how are we going to educate the public, how are we going to make them understand what could go in, what could not go in, were we going to have to adjust from a council point of view, were we going to have to adjust collection rates of the bins, were we going to have to swap them around, were we going to have to then, for example, give everyone a smaller red bin, like all of those ongoing costs and implications were not really thought through, and were just kind of dumped in our lap to go, well, there you go, you've got to do it. It would be good if we'd been more part of that sort of consultation or being able to have input into how could we do this the best way possible.
Yeah. You raised PFAS in your submission as well, and obviously the bill's designed to eliminate problematic plastics, and I know there's been some concern around how these things are defined. In fact, I think you raised recyclable packaging needs to be properly defined in the bill as well. So I suppose the unintended consequences might be that if we ban certain kind of plastics under this legislation, you get alternatives, and you may have these issues as well. Do you want to kind of talk us through your concerns on PFAS? Right. I mean, we've just had a PFAS inquiry, by the way, which I was
Oh,
on.
have
so
you? Okay.
We did meet with councils especially up in the Blue Mountains and some other places.
Yeah, well, they've had quite high levels of PFAS found in their water supply. So,
but should this be in design rules, do you think? I mean, isn't that...
Sorry?
Shouldn't it be circular economy principles kind of try and eliminate this at the design level?
Ideally.
Yeah. I mean, PFAS, the issue with PFAS, and I want to acknowledge that it is illegal to bring it into the country, as I understand it. But it seems
some are, yeah.
Yeah. So what we're talking about is in cutlery, basically, in food packaging.
Yeah.
It still seems to be making its way into circulation, which is the main concern. And so I appreciate that it's more so an enforcement issue rather than a regulatory issue. But it can't be dismissed. It's pointing from a council perspective. Our issue is that these are greenwashed, some of these products, to say that they're compostable, so they end up in our FOGO waste stream, and then they contaminate our FOGO waste stream. And given the current media around PFAS and the potential health effects, it's a really serious issue for us. And the end again goes back to the end users of that FOGO compost. So that's where local government's concern is around these. And I appreciate that the Act, the bill, in its current form, probably can't deal with bagasse. Like it's not capable of doing it. It's really a comment for
there's some constitutional issues, I think, with PFAS. Yeah.
It's a comment to be aware of this from a federal level, to acknowledge it is a potential problem for local government and obviously consumers, and to see if there is something that we can do to alleviate it at the same time as trying to minimise the amount of packaging.
Okay, because I remember I think the kind of import controls is where they can regulate PFAS. What products are imported if they're banned under the Poisons Act, but then it gets complicated with design rules too, right? Because a lot of packaging companies in Australia are multinational, so they source their product overseas. But you do say that the FOGO contamination loophole is closed by mandating that all produce labels are compostable. What do you mean by produce labels for people who might be
just like those tiny little labels on apples or oranges or which are only tiny, but with enough of them.
Yeah, I can imagine they build up.
They build up. Yeah, that's what it is, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah. So, look. Just lastly, do you think do you think your ratepayers kind of have I mean, this is a very popular issue politically, right? Just waste in general and recycling. Let's call it recycling. Do you feel like there's a higher level of education and awareness, even at your own council, around the concept of a producer responsibility scheme, where your circular economy principles apply and a producer's also responsible for the end life of their product, and we should be looking at the front of the pipe, not necessarily you're at the end of the pipe. Not quite at the end, you're sort of near the end.
Near the end, yes.
But do you think there's a high enough level of understanding that we need to have a scheme like this in Australia?
I'll answer first, and then maybe you can answer. I would argue that probably no, not generally speaking. I would say that the general public wouldn't really understand. They haven't been exposed to it, and it's really not in their area of concern at this point. But obviously, you would have. I would say maybe perhaps, for example, the populations of the Blue Mountains would probably be able to naysay me on that one, and are very well aware. So it would depend on the population.
You're saying they're very green.
Yes. Well, they're very aware of their environment and the beauty of their environment, and they want to keep it that way, and so they should. So they have that greater awareness of, they have a Planet Health Centre in the mountains for that very reason. They're very focused on keeping the environment. The reason they live in the mountains is because they want to be surrounded by beautiful nature. So I think that there would be sections of the community that would understand it and would be supportive. But I think, with most of these things, I think if it's explained and the benefits are set out quite logically, I think people want to do the right thing and would understand it and would be supportive, I believe. I don't know if you've got a different view.
No, I'd echo that. It's just, I'd probably comment to say that within levels of government, there is a huge support for it. Within local council specifically, we're crying out for more product stewardship schemes to take some of that burden off of local government, and particularly some of the things that I've mentioned in the submission, where we're getting battery fires and things like that. It is disproportionately affecting local government. Like we're seeing trucks taken out of action, which
it's a massive problem because you can't get another one for about 6 months.
Right around the country. But I think if you put it to people that, for example, we have a national packaging target to recycle 70% of things that can be recycled, and it's 19%. People they like to do the right thing at home, and they're quite shocked that our recycling rates are so low and are falling so far below what our targets are.
Yeah,
well, why is it failing? What can we do?
Yes, and
that's what this bill is designed to do. It's designed to. I think some witnesses have said it's the gap. It's the missing link.
Yes.
In the national architecture.
Absolutely. So I would echo that. I think, if you look at what people are already doing, particularly with the return and earn success and things like that, I think that if it's positioned in the right way, then people are very supportive. I do believe that Australians, it's very easy when you're living here to sort of see all the negatives, but then you only have to travel overseas to start realising, actually we actually do keep our streets pretty clean. People are usually, generally speaking, the whole Don't Litter campaign that went on in the 80s did have a really good impact. So I do think there are positives there, and that could be worked on. It's a good example of everything, of the policy being put back on the consumer to take responsibility, right? That's, true.
But last question for me, and on that point, the return and earn, because obviously been involved in campaigning for container deposit schemes for 20 years.
Yeah.
There was concern at local council level about the implementation of this scheme, as there was in other states and jurisdictions. How's it gone for you? Like, have you been able to iron out those concerns, and do you think it's a good example of how an EPR scheme can work?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been very successful. If anything, I think, there's quite a number of councils that are pushing for more actual stations to come in so that there's more availability for the public. I think still, on an individual level, I think most people in our regions have understood what can be done and are using that scheme and using it very successfully. And it has taken waste out of the yellow bin because people are now doing it themselves. I still think that possibly in our public areas, things like stadiums and things like that, we haven't quite got to that point yet where we're getting maybe as much as we could out of those areas in terms of the containers. But I think overall, I think it's been successful. Would you agree? Yeah.
Yeah, return earn's been very, very successful.
Do you guys make a bit of money out of it by when you get the beverage containers coming in, you can flog them off to the system or the council?
They don't go to us. No, I don't think so. No.
No. Oh, okay. No, because I was worried. Yeah, I remember there was concern about people going into other people's bins to take out bottles and cans to sell, but I'm not sure if that's eventuated.
I haven't heard of any of that happening particularly. Obviously we do get that in the public areas. You will get people who are perhaps homeless or whatever and who are going on the train stations. I think that's happening across Sydney. So I don't know that it's happening any more in our area than it would be happening. But that's more, I think that's more in the public bins. It's not in personal bins.
One person's trash is another person's treasure.
Absolutely.
I think it's a great system. Well, thank you. Thank you for your evidence and your submission. I appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Wishelson, and thank you very much for your evidence here today. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please provide your answers to the Secretariat by the due date? But otherwise, we appreciate your attendance and you go with the committee's thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will now suspend for our luncheon interval and we will resume at just after 2 p.m. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Marine Conservation Society, Boomerang Alliance, Plastic Free Foundation and Surfers for Climate. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you?
Yes.
Yes. I thought did I not say the Australian Marine Conservation Society?
You did. Oh, it was me. Sorry.
Oh, no problems. It would have been
Sorry,
an
I was
omission.
wrong
Yeah, truly. So, for the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? I'll go left, right.
Kip Hamilton, Plastics Campaigns Manager at the Australian Marine Conservation Society.
Wonderful.
Jeff Angel, Director, Boomerang Alliance.
Thank you.
Rebecca Prince-Ruiz, Founder and Executive Director, Plastic Free Foundation.
Ry Atkinson, Campaigns and Programs Director, Surfers for Climate.
Thank you. I'll now invite each of you to make a short opening statement if you wish, and at the conclusion of your remarks I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Do it in the same order.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. AMCS is Australia's peak marine conservation organisation dedicated to protecting our precious ocean wildlife and habitats. Australia is producing and using too much single-use packaging. Too much is wasted and too much is leaking into our environment. Plastic pollution is an environmental catastrophe that needs to be urgently addressed. Plastics are polluting our coastline and ocean, strangling, entangling, maiming, suffocating, poisoning and starving marine wildlife. We need strong government action and laws that prevents plastic pollution through reducing the amount of needless plastics we are producing and using in Australia. Research shows a direct relationship between plastic production and plastic pollution. That means the more plastic that we are producing, the more that is leaking into our environment. On Australia's shorelines, plastic and packaging items consistently make up the majority of what is found as pollution. 60% of litter in Australia is packaging. Plastic that escapes into the environment does not disappear. It breaks up into microplastics and is almost impossible to recover. Plastic pollution is preventable. The solutions exist, but we need the policy levers to support businesses to act faster. AMCS supports the intent of this bill. For too long, Australia has relied on voluntary industry-led packaging targets, and those targets have failed. The lesson is straightforward. Without mandatory rules, the system will not change at the pace the problem demands. Independent polling shows that the majority of Australian voters expect Australian law to limit how much packaging can be used on a product. Australia needs genuine policies and regulations that focus on reducing consumption of needless plastics and sets a clear pathway forward to support businesses to enact solutions at the scale needed to inflict real change to our packaging system. Thanks.
Thank you.
No doubt today you've heard and will continue to hear a cavalcade of champions for mandatory packaging regulation. This is across the board from industry, environment, consumers, science, and, I understand, a number of state governments. This is an entirely unusual situation which we submit the committee and the government can't ignore. It's the result of ongoing frustration at the failure of voluntary programs, at the procrastination by government, which has said, particularly the current government, that it is pushing towards some type of regulatory environment. The reasons are obviously very broad. It includes the environmental problems that Kip has just told us about. It talks about the issue of wasting resources and the need for resource sovereignty in Australia, which means using our so-called plastic waste to be turned into more products as part of the circular economy. The circular economy is a particularly important economic future in terms of resource security and productivity for Australia. we endorse the key elements of this legislation. We'll try to place it in a context where the last Environment Ministers meeting said they would be working on an intergovernmental agreement. Such agreements are a broad structure for harmonisation amongst the states, and this legislation would particularly well fit in terms of mobilising that agreement. There are three areas where we would like to see some additional strength put in the bill. The first is to strengthen targets, minimum targets of avoidance and reduction, 20% by 2030, reuse 30% by 2030, composting and recycling 70% by 2028, and recycled plastic packaging content 25% by 2028. Some people may say that these objectives are ambitious, but frankly people have been waiting for so long that we just can't recommend a blowing out of timelines that we currently have at government level. The other issue is that removal of harmful chemicals such as PFAS should be a continuing concern for packaging redesign and avoidance. Finally, we know that all the governments are in the process of banning 24 single-use plastic items, albeit at somewhat different timeframes, but we think the legislation should also recognise that process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Plastic Free Foundation is the organisation behind Plastic Free July. Last year, from just a handful of people in 2011, around 3 million Australians joined 174 million people taking part globally. When we started in 2011, the issues were plastic bags, straws, and we've made much progress on single-use plastic bans. What we haven't made progress on is food packaging. What we hear consistently is that people want to make a difference. They want to reduce their plastic footprint, but our system makes single use the default. Australians should not have to come home from the supermarket with a bin full of packaging they never asked for. We've failed to achieve any national packaging targets, and there is an existing cost to this failure, but it's being paid for by communities, by councils through clean-up and landfill costs, and paying higher prices to buy unpackaged goods. And of course, the cost is paid for by our environment. Mandatory EPR doesn't create a new cost, it simply reallocates an existing one back to the producers who design and profit from packaging. We know that surveys show Australians overwhelmingly support this shift. People are ready, but what's missing is a level playing field that rewards better design and makes reuse and reduction viable at scale. Mandatory EPR is critical to support the transition to a circular economy. Having inclusions like eco-modulated fees and mandatory reuse targets and rules will help ensure producers move up the waste hierarchy rather than solely relying on cycling. These are all critical to unlocking a circular economy, one that reduces waste, cuts litter, increases recycling and delivers real benefits for people and communities. We know EPR works. CDS schemes have delivered higher recycling rates, reduced litter, created new jobs across every state and territory. The same logic has to now apply to all packaging. Internationally, we're falling behind our major trading partners already operating mandatory EPR. As a member of the High Ambition Coalition to End Plastic Pollution, Australia has committed to applying polluter pays principles. This bill is a mechanism to deliver on those commitments. In closing, Australians, citizens are already doing their part. This voluntary model and patchwork approach has had every opportunity to succeed, and it hasn't. We strongly support the elements of the No Time to Waste Bill as a necessary foundation for a circular economy for packaging in Australia. We don't have time to be sitting in rooms like this in 15 years' time and not seeing any action on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and all members of the committee, and special thanks to Senator Peter Whish-Wilson for bringing forward this bill. I think there's probably going to be a little bit of repetition here this afternoon, but I wanted to start with something that happened during the making of a film that we've been working on. The Plastic Country is a documentary produced by Surfers for Climate's Blue Minds program manager, Cal Glansnig, and it's premiering in Sydney next week. The film focuses on ocean plastic and what it's doing to the Australian coastline. As a part of the film, Cal got himself tested for plastics chemicals. The results came back showing contamination in his body at levels that shocked even the people who did the testing. But the thing is that Cal is not unusual. He's just one of the first Australians to actually have a look. And that's why we're here today, because plastic is not an abstract policy problem for people, and particularly the communities that we represent. It's something ocean lovers pull out of the water every day. It's something parents find in the sand where their kids are playing. It's something that ends up in the food we eat and now in our own bodies. We submitted to this inquiry in support of the No Time to Waste bill because voluntary targets have had their chance, and they have failed. Australia set a target of 70% plastic packaging recycling by 2025, and we are failing miserably. The gap is not marginal, it is catastrophic. And the approach that produced that gap is the same approach being asked to currently fix it. An extended producer responsibility scheme changes the fundamental logic. Right now, companies that produce the packaging bear none of the cost of what happens to it when it leaves their hands. That cost falls on councils, on ratepayers, on the ocean, and on us. And EPR says if you put it into the world, you are responsible for what happens to it. That is not actually a radical idea. It is operating successfully across the EU, the UK, Germany, South Korea, and beyond. Every time someone paddles out in Australia, they enter water that contains plastic. Not in theory, now. Our community is not asking this committee to fix a problem on the horizon. We are asking you to act on a problem that is already along the shoreline and in our bodies. Surfers for Climate supports this bill. We are asking the committee to recommend it be passed with strengthening amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now go to questions. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And because there's four groups here today, I'd just like to ask you all the same question, just to try and keep it fairly easy. But I do have a couple of variations for different witnesses. I suppose I was wondering if I could ask each of you to provide a perspective on whether you think this issue of having an extended producer responsibility scheme to help reduce plastic in our lives and a whole bunch of other objectives, increase resource recovery, whether you think it's in the public interest, and what is your evidence from your work that you're all doing individually as to why this is a matter of public interest. So do you want to start first, Kip? I mean, you're obviously big international organisation. Could you tell us a bit more about this?
Yeah, certainly. So reducing single-use packaging and the excessive amounts of it that we're currently using here in Australia is in everyone's best interest, and it's in the best interest of our ocean wildlife and habitats as well. We've seen too many examples of unnecessary disposable plastic packaging being put onto the market here in Australia. AMCS, in partnership with the Plastic Free Foundation and WWF Australia, recently ran the Unpack It Awards. These awards were publicly nominated and looked at the best and worst examples of packaging here in Australia. What we found was the public is really frustrated by this issue. They're wanting to avoid and be able to shop without needless packaging on their products. We saw excessive layers of single-use plastics on weights, which are very, very durable. They don't need that extra layer of plastic within the case. We also saw instances of Australia's major supermarkets wrapping 5 avocados in plastic netting, and the people who were nominating these items were commenting on the fact that when they opened this bag of 5 avocados, that the plastic netting was shedding into microplastics. The concerns are really real, they're valid, and they're something that we're all exposed to as individuals and that's impacting our ocean and environment as well. We've also, AMCS for the past 3 years has run an audit on plastic use in Australia's supermarkets, and we've done that in partnership with Boomerang Alliance. And what we've found is that customers are paying more to avoid plastic packaging on their groceries. A household of 4 pays on average $155 more per year just to shop without plastic packaging on 3 grocery items. People don't want plastic. They don't want single-use plastics, and we need producers to be held accountable and responsible for what they're placing on the market. We need mandatory laws and mandatory targets that set the pathway for reduction, set the pathway for reuse, and set the pathway to ending plastic pollution in this country.
And I understand you've done some recent polling in regards to this. Do you want to tell the committee about that?
Yes, we have. So AMCS has recently conducted some polling. What we found was that there's really widespread support throughout the Australian public on these measures. 89% of Australian voters support reducing reliance on imported plastic packaging. 67% expect laws are limiting how much packaging is on a product. And importantly, 63% of Australian voters want mandatory laws to replace the failed voluntary targets.
Okay, and that was just released today?
That polling has just been released today. That's correct.
Okay, excellent. So would it be fair to say this might be politically popular then, to get a scheme up nationally that puts responsibility back onto producers of plastic pollution?
We found across all political parties, voters were supporting. The majority of voters supported these measures to hold producers accountable and to reduce the amount of packaging that's placed on the market.
Right, thank you. Mr. Angel, could I ask how long you've been campaigning against for waste reduction and especially on plastics?
Well, I started as a volunteer in the 70s. I was doing an economics and politics degree. And when I volunteered at the Total Environment Centre, one of the first things I was asked to do was a briefing paper on bottle refund laws. And in the 70s, there was actually quite a vigorous debate in Australia about what to do with the growing amount of plastic pollution, particularly conversion of the glass bottle beverages into plastic bottles. Well, we won't go into the entire history, but let's just say that it was an issue then. People were already seeing the evils of having so-called convenient packaging foisted upon them, foisted upon the local councils, who were then told it was their responsibility with the public to clean it up. So I think at least since the 70s there has been a very strong public interest in getting on top of this problem. And now, of course, we're seeing the severe issues of plastic pollution and the invasion of the environment and ourselves. More latterly, if you want to define the public interest in a broader fashion, the circular economy has very clear, sustainable economic benefits to the population and the economy. Wasting plastic, having too much packaging, not having enough reusables damages our economy, and that's of interest of course, to a very broad part of the population. The other aspect is, are we going to waste all that government funding in the Recycling Modernisation Fund, $400 million, with the recyclers telling us they can't survive due to the competition from cheap virgin plastics? We'll just be flushing all that money down the tube, as well as losing all those jobs. So it is really hard to find any negatives in what your bill proposes to put in place in terms of the public interest.
Thank you, Mr. Angel. And when did Boomerang Alliance get set up?
2003.
2003. And how many groups are under Boomerang Alliance now?
We started off with 10 NGOs from across Australia, and it's now 56.
Now 56. So you're kind of like an umbrella organisation for quite a few. Well, you know.
Well, we have allies. They're not actually, in terms of official voting members, but they certainly have signed up to the various campaigns we do, and we go out there and campaign.
So two more questions just on your experience, if you don't mind. You've been obviously a very fierce advocate over the years for container deposit schemes, so going back to the 70s. We're talking 50 years here. What was the biggest kind of blocker to getting those? They're an example of a producer responsibility scheme. What was the biggest blocker to getting that action over many decades of your advocacy and campaigning?
For a long time, our campaign was to have a national container refund scheme. At the time, contrary to what they say now, the beverage companies completely opposed that and worked very hard with major public relations campaigns and lobbying and convincing one or more state governments to block national action. We'd prefer not to make the mistake with this issue, but let's be clear, if we can't get national action, we're not going to stop. We're going to continue pushing various state governments like New South Wales to bring in packaging regulation at a state level. I know industry hates it, but it's not a reason for us to stop trying to get the major gains. As a consequence of the beverage industry's opposition, we now have container refunds in every state and territory with different legislation. There's some basic harmonisation on the refund level. I'd call it emerging harmonisation on what containers are eligible. Glass in wine and spirit bottle, wine and spirit in glass bottles is proceeding along. We may even get more. Sina, let's learn from the mistakes of the past, particularly in this situation where you have national industry bodies saying, let's do regulation.
So we learned from earlier witnesses this morning that the CDS scheme is seen as being a popular success. No thanks to you, Mr. Angel, in many large ways, and you even had your own, was it a return depot? At one stage, you even got involved in the recycling side of the business yourself. The reason I ask this is because you mentioned in your opening statement that what we'd seen this morning with all businesses lined up, including the packaging industry, is something very rare. Is that the context that this just hasn't happened in your 50 years that you've been campaigning on? This is the first time you've seen all these stakeholders lining up together?
Absolutely. That's not to say we're all on the same platform some years ago, but as has been said, the Australian Packaging Covenant tried for many years through its voluntary arrangements, totally failed. We came to an end point when the 2025 targets, national targets, weren't reached. And to their credit, APCO have now joined in the push for mandatory regulation.
And the Food and Grocery Council didn't particularly like the idea of container deposit schemes or EPRs either for many years, and they seem to be supportive this morning.
Times have changed. The political bouquets you get from having regulation in this area are very widely understood, and governments, whether it's at a political, policy or economic or environmental level, can only benefit.
Okay. To come to another national treasure, and I do include you in that too, Mr. Angel. Rebecca, you were part of a movement that you just mentioned to us earlier. I didn't know that you had those kind of numbers. So when you started this with a small group of people in 2011, Plastic Free July, you've now grown this to 3 million Australians participating in this initiative, including myself, and I often fail within the first week as hard as I try. And you say 174 million globally. Is that some kind of world record?
Well, we do think it is now one of the biggest environmental movements in the world, and I think it is testament to the fact that people care so much about this issue. They care about the oceans, they care about the environment. They don't want to see what I just saw this morning outside on the footpath here, all of this single-use packaging, the plastic Mentos wrappers and food packaging and coffee cup lids. They don't want to see it in the environment, they don't want to see it in our bodies, and Plastic Free July gives people an opportunity to do something about it, encouraging switching to reusables, etc. But the biggest stumbling block that we have, that participants have, and we just did a survey of what are you finding the hardest thing, it comes back to packaging. So it is something that people care about. It is definitely in the public interest. But living in a clean environment is in the public interest. As Rai just said, we've got this emerging body of evidence about the human health impacts, and Cal is an example of a young person measuring that in his body. I would point I'm not a human health expert. I would point the committee towards recent publications by Professor Michaela Lucas from the University of Western Australia, whose team just had the results of the Perth trial published in Nature Medicine, which is showing the impacts of the 16,000 chemicals that are also contained within plastic packaging on human health. And it's in the public interest because it affects not just our environment, it's affecting our bodies. As just to, I guess, build on what Jeff has just said about the container deposit scheme, I'm not speaking on behalf of Worrell, but I do sit on the board of the West Australian Container Deposit Scheme, and like Jeff, not as many years as you, Jeff, have been campaigned for that regulation to come in, and since 2019 I've sat on the board and travelled the state. And whilst I campaigned for that legislation to reduce litter, what I didn't expect to have seen was the other benefits of EPS, the fact that in Western Australia alone it's created over 800 jobs. I've seen where that material goes. I've seen the bottle-to-bottle outcomes that we get from the glass recycling in South Australia, or the PET that's going bottle-to-bottle in Victoria. And having this EPR scheme, having it mandated, it means that those producers are responsible for that packaging over its lifetime, and the true cost is being placed where it should. We are seeing those reductions in litter, but we're seeing all of these other benefits as well, and the benefits back to the community. Last week I was in Albany and visited Albany Secondary Special School, where there's a vocational educational pathway and formal training offered through a group of students that are through year 11 and 12. They are running container collection points, working with local businesses and the Albany Leisure Centre, collecting containers and working within their local refund point. It's providing employment, it's providing opportunities, and it's providing benefits which are going back to a community. We visited another school who've collected $3,000 through Containers for Change, and they're supporting cockatoo habitats. There are so many benefits to this scheme, and it is in the public interest.
So, Rebecca, obviously everything we can do individually can help. And Plastic Free July and Plastic Free Foundation have, energised this movement around the world of people actively trying to make a difference. Do you think the same amount of people would get kind of the need to have producers also play a role in taking responsibility for the products they put into the world? Do you think it's a simple translation for getting people to, for example, support their politicians if they do legislate for this kind of scheme? Do you think it's going to be politically popular, or do you think there's a way to go with raising education?
I think it's absolutely politically popular. So we've been doing polling now in September for the last 6 years, and unlike when we first started doing this polling, we would see some difference in their opinion on policy reform from participants to non-participants. So participants who were already engaged and making change were more supportive of business taking responsibility and governments regulating, whereas now there is very little, no measurable difference between participants and non-participants. There is wide spread, as Kip has said. We find the same. We're all finding the same thing. There is broad public support for this, and there is so much frustration that there's only so much people can do themselves, and they want the system to change. And I think, in terms of that, as Kip has mentioned, in terms of grocery items, people are paying more to buy the unpackaged produce. And if you look at the industry groups and the peak bodies that you've heard from today, the peak body group that's not represented here because it doesn't exist as a peak body group is that reuse sector. We don't have a peak body for reuse in organisations, and many of our NGOs are constantly approached by fantastic local innovations, reuse and refill schemes, businesses that are making great advances in the circular economy, but there's not a level playing field because our system subsidises single use. And I really think that it's important with this bill that we not, and the reform that is needed, that we don't just look at how are we going to manage the existing problem, because the existing problem is just going to get bigger, as we've seen over the last decades. We actually need to make sure we're moving up this waste hierarchy and designing out the problem as much as we can in the first place.
Thank you, Rebecca. Rye, my journey in this area started as a surfer and seeing plastic in the oceans and doing beach cleanups. I mean, tell us about the surfing community. I know WSL, for example, have had big international campaigns around cleaning up plastics. How important is this an issue to your tribe?
Yeah, I'd say it's probably the number one thing that comes up when you talk to surfers and you talk to people who love the ocean. The one thing that they'll say to you and that will be immediately recognisable is the plastic that washes up on the beach, whether you're doing the beach cleanups that are organised like you're talking about, or sometimes when you're just out there surfing and you've got to shove some plastic in your wetsuit to take it in with you. It is literally everywhere. I'm a local at Queenscliff Beach on the northern beaches just off Manly. We have a lagoon that's sort of tucked into the corner that pretty much everything flows out of when you have a bit of a rainy day. So, it is literally everywhere when it rains. It's not just when it rains, but it's something that the community deals with every day. And I'd point to our friends at Surf Riders' submission as well, and a point that they made, which was that, we shouldn't be, that volunteers are spending so much time doing beach cleanups, and it's so demoralising because the problem is just compounding. You might do a beach cleanup and pick up, all the plastic you could imagine, but go back the next week and you'll be doing the exact same thing. And that's a really demoralising thing to ask people to participate in, and people are still doing it. So I think there's that sort of environmental aspect when it comes to the public interest. But something that, you know, as Rebecca sort of spoke to, there's that growing evidence around the human impact as well. And I think that is very much in the public interest. You know, the Plastic Country, which as I said, is going to premiere next week, and without a doubt there will be a parliamentary screening at some point too. So I'd encourage all committee members to come to that. But you know, that there is this growing body of evidence, and the reality is that it's affecting every single person. Fertility rates are something that really concerns people. You know, I just had a baby 3 months ago. And that's something that's brought so much joy to my life. And, you know, if that's something that was impeded by a plastics problem, then, you know, that's not something that a lot of people are prepared to live with. So in terms of a public interest, you know, you have those survey results that Kip spoke to as a first point of reference. You have the environmental impacts, and then you have the human impacts as well. Like, I don't think there's a stronger case.
And Rai, surfers are a pretty parochial bunch and come from all political colours and all demographics. Do you also think it'd be a popular issue politically among surfers to see action? And, you know, you guys do a good job speaking to all sides of politics.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's strong support for this across the political spectrum?
Yeah, absolutely. I think plastics is one of those things that, or the appetite to deal with the plastics issue is something that really does cross all political lines. I don't know the political persuasions of every single person in my surf club, but I can guarantee you every single person in my surf club wants to clean up the plastics issue. That's just a fact. And I guarantee you they don't all vote the same way. I think, you know, in the past, you know, at least last decade, it has become much more mainstream. You know, people can remember back to Scott Morrison, the Prime Minister, committing to dealing with plastics. It is something that does certainly cross all political boundaries and persuasions. So there is really, you know, after you listen to some of the industry partners and people who spoke earlier this morning, when you look at the support there, you look across the organisations, the non-for-profits dealing in this space, and you look across the political spectrum as well, it is really hard to understand why federal action is so delayed in this space.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Jeff, you mentioned earlier the costs, and I think you've in your submission you've quoted some examples. I think it might have been from ACOR and APCO. You've seen the scare campaigns before around the costs of these kind of schemes going back many years that I believe haven't eventuated, for example, with CDS. Can you tell us a little bit more about the costs of implementing a scheme like this?
Well, you're right. There were enormous amounts of money spent by the beverage industry, in fact calling the container refund a container tax. Bit stupid because it's a refund. I think industry is being more careful on this, and yes, you would have seen the data from APCO and Phantom. One of the things about fear campaigns is that they suggest there's going to be an almost immediate impact on of the measure on the cost of living, say. We need to understand that even if your bill gets through, we've got at least 12 months more work to get a scheme in place. The imposition of the eco-modulated fees will ratchet up over time. So despite the fear campaign, which will seek to add up every little cent by every householder over Australia and make it look like a big number, at the actual household or individual level, there is now very persuasive evidence that if we improve the environmental aspects of packaging, whether it's less packaging, more reuse, or alternative materials that, frankly, hardly anyone will notice. And I think they will accept, particularly for packaging, because you come into tactile experience with it every day, or you go for a walk and you see it, or you go surfing and you see it. You know, this is not some high-level idealistic scenario. It's just something that touches people almost every moment, and they don't like it. So, you know, if there are governments or opposition parties or others concerned about a cost of living fear campaign, I'm quite sure that that won't get any traction in people's minds when they go to the voting booth. The other thing is, I guess, a side comment about opposition parties, whether it's in New South Wales or federally. One of the things that they have advocated for is recycling and proper pollution reduction. It's, you know, I know there are differences on some other natural environment issues, but for a long time we've had bipartisanship on recycling, and we had bipartisanship on the introduction of container refund schemes. So,
Mike Baird was the first one to bring one in New South Wales, right? Excluding South Australia in the NT. Mike Baird was the Liberal MP, was the first one to bring one in? Yeah.
He was, and he was under strenuous and vigorous attack from the beverage companies. We also got the then Labor opposition to say they'd support it. So, you know, at any level you're looking at, political, economic, environmental, it's just not that difficult to do.
Okay. Would anyone else like to make any comments on the costs of the scheme and have any information they'd like to provide the committee? Don't have to, but if you, now's your chance if you'd like to add something.
I'd like to give the breakdown of the poll numbers in support. So we've got the diversity there. So the poll that AMCS released this morning found that 67% of voters expect Australian law to limit how much packaging can be used on a product. This support was sustained across the majority of Labor, which was 70% support, Coalition 66% support, Greens, which was 84% support, One Nation 58% support, and Independent was 74% of voters. So really strong support for these measures that we're talking about to be introduced across all voters in Australia.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have anything to add on that? No. My next question, do you want me to keep plugging away, Chair?
I think you should.
Okay, great. Next question is, I suppose, something I've asked all the witnesses today in terms of your interactions, and you don't have to comment on it if you don't want to, but your interactions with the federal government in relation to this issue that you're here advocating for today. Have you had any experience with working with them or the department, and are you confident that we are going to see a scheme legislated? So I might start with you first, Kip, seeing as we've...
Yeah, certainly. It's not clear why the federal government has allowed packaging waste and pollution to continue to increase in this country. We've talked about the level of support through community members and voters, industry, environmental groups. And we've seen that the Australian government is a member of the High Ambition Coalition to end plastic pollution. That coalition has a stated ambition to end plastic pollution by 2040. What we're wanting to see is domestic laws that are introduced that meets the ambition that Australia is calling for on the global stage.
Can I just ask you just quickly on that? I know, Rebecca, you mentioned this as well. The global plastic negotiations, my understanding was the Australian government went there taking a position there should be like a mandated, like a legally binding agreement, yet we didn't have one at home on the same issue. How much would Australia legislating an EPR, for example, help with leadership on those global? If they happen again, I'm unaware if they are.
As a member of the High Ambition Coalition, they're calling for caps on plastic production and use, and taking a full life cycle approach to plastics. AMCS would want to see leadership here domestically to make sure that we're meeting those global rules if and when they're introduced. Okay. Beck might have further comments to that.
If I just might go a bit deeper into your former question. We thought we had really good momentum under the previous Federal Environment Minister.
Minister Plibersek?
Yep. Before the federal election, we had a joint statement with ACOR and APCO and WAMRA with us calling for mandatory regulation with targets by 2026.
But just to be clear, so that's the environment movement standing with the recycling and waste resource recovery industry standing with the packaging industry?
Yep.
Okay, yep.
And that was, a month or two before the federal election, so they understood the...
And that'd be the first time that's ever happened, a joint statement between those groups, yeah.
Yes, so, it was in a sensitive political environment, but they were willing to do that. Since that time, the Federal Minister for Environment, Murray Watt, has certainly been working hard to raise this issue at senior government levels. The problem we appear to have had was that the department was resisting, for unknown reasons. One can speculate, but let's just say they were resisting. And I understand the federal government really did need to directly intervene and direct the department. I hope that problem's gone away. I understand the federal department, as it says in its submission, it's working with the other states and territories on the intergovernmental agreement. By September this year, when they meet again, they're going to consider the various options for that. And I would encourage the department to not stand in the way this time of getting some really good outcomes.
And you, having been involved in seeing a scheme like a container deposit scheme set up from scratch and all the infrastructure put in place, and same for you, Rebecca, do you think it's just a cultural issue in the federal department that they haven't wanted to own a scheme and maybe not run it, because it wouldn't necessarily be their role, but just kind of own it and enforce it? It's not something they've done really before. Jeff, you don't have to answer it if you don't want to. Why are you talking about the department? Yeah.
Well, there's only a few explanations for their prior behaviour. One is they felt they had the lack of resources to oversee development and regulate after the thing comes in, or they may be philosophically opposed to it. I don't know which one is true, but I think by now regulation of packaging has really risen to the top of the agenda, and no one in the federal government or parliamentary arena in Canberra can ignore it.
Thank you. Rebecca, would you like to respond to that?
Look, I don't have anything further to add than from what Kip and Jeff has said, only I guess to emphasise this unprecedented broad support for it. And
have you been able to communicate that to the Minister yourself, for example, when you go to Canberra?
Sorry?
Have you been able to communicate this to the Minister yourself or the department when you've gone to Canberra?
Yeah, to his advisors, yeah.
To his advisors, yeah, correct.
Yeah,
Thank you.
directly, yes, that's correct. In terms of why, I don't have any insights to offer into that, only as we were preparing our submission to this bill, it was a matter of looking back to what we have said time after time in so many different submissions over the years at state and federally, and to, pardon the pun, it just does feel like we're just continually kicking this can down the road rather than picking it up and recycling it, or even better still, using it reusable in the first place.
Okay.
There's I guess it's a sense of bewilderment, and I don't have as much policy expertise as Kip and Jeff do in this space, but there's what I'm increasingly hearing from people and from the community is why is it taking so long? Why is it taking so long? We know from our experience in CDS, it can be implemented. We know what the benefits are. We know when there's a level playing field. It can, we can make this transition, and we don't want to be waiting for generations to come to be taking action. We can't afford to wait.
Thank you. Roy, if you want to address that, or even just Parliament in general, like the work that your Surface for Climate have been doing, speaking to different politicians on this issue, have you got any feedback you'd like to provide?
Yeah, I mean, like, the broader debate around an EPR, it's seems to have become a point where it's death by process at the moment. Like, the amount of times there's been, bills, committees, inquiries, intergovernmental things, and we shouldn't have to keep coming back and having this conversation, but it seems that we do. There's no doubt the reality of changing governments, changing ministers, like that's just a reality that our political system faces. But it seems to be whenever that happens, there's a sense of starting again, and it just doesn't need to be that way. You'd think that Australia was going to be the first country or jurisdiction in the world that was going to employ an EPR scheme, and that's just not the case. Like, there is so much evidence out there that we don't need to continually have all these processes where we go back over the same ground every single time. I would say that our CEO, Josh Kirkman, was in Canberra recently and did run into the minister, and brought up this inquiry and an EPR scheme more broadly. I'd say, there's certainly awareness of these conversations and what's going on, and an understanding of the urgency. I think perhaps there's maybe a less of an objection and pushback from people in positions that really understand this issue. For example, the Environment Minister is well across these issues, and I think, broadly supportive of a scheme. But I think perhaps there's more work to be done when it comes to broader members of Parliament and members of the government, who are perhaps a little bit gun shy when it comes to those cost of living arguments. But when you look into them, there's actually nothing there. It's about moving costs, as Rebecca's highlighted, and I think when you look at the polling results that Kip's spoken to as well, when you've even got the majority of One Nation supporters backing in an EPR, there really is nothing to be afraid of.
Oddly enough, Pauline Hanson's One Nation supported my original bill in 2020 to legislate an EPR and targets, but didn't turn up for the vote. And in the end, therefore we had a tied vote in the Senate. The Senate President cast her vote and we lost the vote. So she was all for it until the last minute, but I hope that she's still all for it, but we may find out. Yeah, so thank you for that. Chair, have you got any questions? Otherwise I can go to the bell. It's up to you.
No, if you've got more questions, I think, Senator Whish-Wilson, we have this panel till 3 p.m. So.
Okay, yeah, great. I just wanted to ask Rebecca, you specifically from your, and obviously you've all made, in your submissions, you've made suggestions for improvements to the bill, which of course can be added through amendments or included in regulations. I just was interested in the compostables issue. Given you all understand this subject so well, like how do we kind of get that balance with compostables in legislation? I might start with you, Rebecca, because I know it's certainly something you raised.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think one of the things that we've seen over the years with the introduction of single-use plastic bans is where it works well, where we're seeing shift from single-use to reuse, but where we're not seeing some of these instruments playing out as we would have hoped in terms of reducing overall waste is when we're seeing legislation to ban single-use plastics. instead of switching to reuse, we're just seeing switching to other single-use formats, which we don't always have the facilities for collection as well as the facilities for processing. I've visited many waste facilities, waste and recycling facilities around this country, and every time I go, I ask the question, what do you want the public to know? And at the end of the day, the biggest, no matter what kind of processing facility it is, the biggest problem that all of the facilities have is single-use plastics, particularly soft plastics. It's always a problem. And I think that the challenge that we have had with some of the legislation and allowing switching to compostables is we don't always have then the systems in place to collect them and then to process them as well. So I think it's really important that we have joined up thinking in terms of this legislation, and also, as we have highlighted, support for higher order interventions in the waste hierarchy to move towards reuse.
Okay. Yep. Anyone wish to add anything on compostables? Yep. Kip?
One of the problems that we saw with the 2025 national packaging targets was the combination of reuse, recycling and composting being lumped together in the one target. What we need is sector-based disaggregated targets. So we've got a reduction target, we have a reuse target, and we have recycling targets as well. So no matter whether an item, a packaging is single-use or reusable, it's still recyclable at the end of its life, rather than lumping them all together under the one.
Okay. Rai, did you want to add anything?
I would just say that I think New South Wales, what the Parliament in New South Wales is going through at the moment, is a really good example to look at when looking at this compostables versus recyclables discussion. They're at the moment working through their reuse legislation, which includes what would essentially become a requirement for, looking at cafes in particular, cafes to basically shift away from compostable cups into recyclable cups, plastic recyclable cups. Now, I guess this is a good example of where that harmonisation would be helpful, because you have, states like WA and South Australia that are actually shifting the opposite direction, but the New South Wales EPA has landed at a different conclusion. But I've done some digging into this issue, and the reality is that compostables, when analysed, against a few different things, come out on top when it comes to plastic when put up against plastic recyclables, because the reality is that you're closing that loop with compostables, whereas plastic recyclables, it'll get recycled, but into something that's of lesser value, and you're just giving it another chance to end up in the environment a lot of the time. And touching on Rebecca's point around infrastructure, I think that is a really good one to raise. But I would say that, the infrastructure not being there doesn't give governments a reason to ignore the science and the reality on the ground. It's a call to actually invest in the infrastructure. So I think there's a huge reason for governments around the country to better invest in the FOGO systems and things that would really ramp up compostable use as well.
Yeah, and that was raised by our local governments who witnessed today as well. Jeff, just perhaps last question for you. I just wanted to drill into that comment you made about New South Wales potentially going it alone if the federal government doesn't act. Is this a kind of, in your understanding, is this an active consideration, presumably this is dealt with in the National Cabinet process, and there's been a broad agreement the federal government would lead on this. But you're aware of frustrations?
My understanding is the agreement at the last Joint Environment Ministers meeting to do an intergovernmental agreement reflected deep frustration with the federal government, and that our ongoing discussions with New South Wales is that they are willing to move unilaterally. They would obviously prefer not to, but they do have the framework legislation now, the Life Cycle Act. They've clearly done some thinking about it. At the moment, they are nationally leading on battery waste product stewardship. They also were very frustrated, as were a number of other states, with the lack of national action to alleviate the enormous fire and safety problems with batteries that are just discarded, and of course the embodied resources that are being wasted. So I don't think that you could see an endpoint to this debate of national action being delayed and delayed. At some point there will be a break, and a state government will move, and justifiably industry will complain. And that will be the fault of the national government, not the state government that decided to take unilateral action.
Which has been the history of this debate right across all these other waste streams that we've been talking about over the years, yeah. Well, thank you all so much. Oh, actually, it's not my job, that's yours. Well, thank you on a personal level for all the work you do, on this issue, and I really appreciate it. I know a lot of Australians do too, and you certainly made a difference.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. I certainly have no monopoly on thanking witnesses, so thank you for your evidence today. If you have taken any questions or notice, could you please provide your answers to the Secretariat by the due date? We appreciate your attendance, and you go with the committee's thanks.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from the Australian Council of Recycling and Waste Recycling Industry Queensland. We'll just suspend for a moment while there's a changeover at the table. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Council of Recycling and Waste Recycling Industry in Queensland. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Yes, wonderful. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names of the capacity in which you appear today?
Alison Price, CEO, Waste Recycling Industry Queensland.
My name is Suzanne Toombaru. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Council of Recycling.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite each of you to make a short opening statement, and then at the conclusion of that we'll go to questions.
Sorry. Terrific. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee, for the opportunity to appear today. I'd also like to, if appropriate, recognise the long-standing efforts and intelligence Senator Whish-Wilson has applied to the priority of extended producer responsibility and for, I think, really helping to surface the priorities and issues that we're dealing with here today. I represent the Australian Council of Recycling. We are the national peak industry body for the resource recovery, recycling and remanufacturing sector, representing organisations that have invested in recycling in Australia. Our members operate in collection, sorting, reprocessing and remanufacturing of a vast array of recovered materials, including plastics, paper, glass, metals, organics, oil, tyres, textiles, batteries, e-waste and construction materials. Probably more that I haven't mentioned. And a significant part of this system is packaging, collected at scale through household yellow bins. These are commonly called recycling bins. They should more accurately be understood as packaging and paper bins, noting that this system is designed to collect recyclable packaging and paper. And recycling is a remanufacturing supply chain that collects, processes and remakes recovered materials back into products for markets. Every element of that supply chain must be scaled or scalable, and it must be viable. Collection and aggregation at volumes that provide sufficient feedstock, infrastructure that processes efficiently and productively, and robust markets for the products that recyclers make. Without markets, there is no recycling. We support extended producer responsibility to achieve more circular outcomes, including less waste and environmental pollution, more resource efficiency, more jobs, higher levels of productivity and stronger sovereign capability. EPR, though, isn't enough, and establishing an EPR scheme is not an end in itself. EPR is a policy, funding and governance mechanism that can enable strong recycling and circular economy outcomes, but only if it is independently and robustly governed, properly funded, transparent about performance, backed by compliance and directed to real and measurable results. We support the intent of the No Time to Waste Bill to establish a mandatory uniform national EPR scheme that makes producers responsible for packaging across its life cycle, mandates national targets and drives good environmental and economic outcomes through reduction, reuse and recycling. And in particular, we're encouraged by the focus on Australian recyclers and Australian recycled content. Australia's waste export rules preclude the export of waste plastic and other materials. That means we have to recycle it here. In the case of plastic, over 1.3 million tonnes of plastic packaging is placed on market and more than 1 million tonnes goes to waste. We have scaled capability to process recycled plastic, clearly not enough to process all of it yet, but Australia's plastic recyclers already can't compete with cheap imports. On average, Australian recycled plastic costs about 50% more than cheap imported resin. And currently, plastic recycling in Australia is on an unviable trajectory, operating at around 50% underutilisation across this industry. The same situation has unfolded in Europe, which has lost around 1 million tonnes of plastic recycling capability over the last couple of years due to the same underlying problem. Developed economies can't compete with the glut of cheap fossil fuel-derived virgin resin being placed on market. Even in Europe, where EPR has been in place for decades, the market side of the recycling value chain wasn't properly addressed. The system collected material but didn't do enough to ensure there were markets for what was produced. I hope Australia doesn't have to wait this long, given the investment already made through the Recycling Modernisation Fund and the much larger private sector investment supporting jobs, productivity, resource efficiency and sovereign capability. The Middle East crisis highlighted the priority of Australia's sovereign capability when access to imported plastic resin briefly narrowed the price gap and virgin prices spiked. Though that was narrowed for a period, as European recyclers recently pointed out, war can't be a business model for recycling. For those invested in plastic and other forms of recycling, scale, markets and regulatory certainty are all paramount. rigid plastic recycling facilities in Australia. Think of things like milk bottles, yogurt tubs, soft drink bottles are scaled. They're world class and many can produce high value resin fit for food grade applications. Their challenge is that the product must be procured. They need markets. Mixed soft plastic recycling, if you think of products like chip packets, chocolate wrappers, is nascent. It's even more vulnerable. Facilities in New South Wales and Victoria are currently at risk for lack of feedstock. There's no scaled system for collecting this material that they need to process. They need collection infrastructure. Our sector's invested in supporting Australia's waste export rules. We're supporting resource recovery targets and we're supporting the progress towards circularity for packaging. But our sector has been left stranded by the lack of regulatory certainty and progress, and that's why the intent of this bill matters. It's also why the design of a scheme matters. Packaging regulation needs to provide certainty, be properly governed, adequately funded, prevent free riders, deliver measurable recycling outcomes. And I could talk for hours about the need for packaging reform, so I'll stop, particularly around the need for markets, but I'll leave it there. Welcome Alison's comments and the committee's questions.
Thank you, Suzanne, and good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Very much appreciate the invitation to appear before you today. My name is Alison Price. I'm the CEO of Waste Recycling Industry Queensland. Together with industry associations across every mainland state, we've made a joint submission supporting the intent of this bill. So I represent 100 businesses who own and operate $3.8 billion worth of essential waste and recycling infrastructure in Queensland alone, and who collect, sort and recycle or dispose of 97% of Queensland's waste. From where our members stand, Australia doesn't have a recycling problem, it has a packaging problem. Every day, waste and recycling operators become the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. We collect, sort and process packaging that someone else designed, someone else imported, someone else sold, and someone else profited from. Yet when that packaging cannot be identified, cannot be separated, contaminates a load, or has no viable end market, the cost lands with councils, communities, and recyclers. That is not circular economy, it's cost shifting. Let me provide some real-world examples. Supposedly compostable packaging or compostable plastic bags cannot possibly be identified by a picking line operator in a composting facility. In the split second, they have to decide whether something is contamination as it travels along a moving belt. Recyclable packaging containing no added PFAS is not recyclable if environmental regulators limit the PFAS in finished compost to 3 parts per billion, as they have in Queensland. Recyclable packaging with layers that disintegrate when being run through mechanical sorting processes simply contaminate other recyclable materials and erode their value, making the whole system more expensive and completely ineffective. We agree with the submissions that call for national consistency, practical implementation and clear rules. We're a country with a relatively small population spread across vast distances. We still enjoy relatively cheap landfill compared to the rest of the world. So unfortunately, when faced with expensive transport costs and cheap landfill costs, it's often far cheaper to landfill recyclable products rather than recycle them. Without the support of strong, federally mandated extended producer responsibility laws, industry doesn't have the certainty needed to invest in the recycling infrastructure that is needed. While we agree with the intent of the bill, we don't accept the argument that producer responsibility should be delayed, diluted, or left to another voluntary process. Voluntary packaging targets with no teeth have had 27 years and failed to achieve a single one of last year's targets. The people dealing with the waste at the end of the conveyor belt already know that. The test for this bill should be simple. Does it make packaging genuinely recoverable in the real world? This means being recyclable at speed, at scale, in Australian facilities by the workers who actually have to handle it at a cost our communities can afford. If producers profit from packaging, they must help pay for what happens after consumers are finished with it. We need our politicians to be brave enough to support a strong mandatory scheme that rewards better design, builds demand for Australian recycled materials, and stops pushing the cost of bad packaging onto the people least able to afford it. Welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you very much. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you both for your excellent submissions and evidence. And you've kind of answered a few of my questions already, but that's fine. I might just kind of start with some of the general questions I've asked other witnesses today. If I could start with you first, Suzanne. Where do you think we're at in terms of a federally legislated, harmonised EPR scheme? Now, you spend a lot of time in Canberra, so you bring your members there often. Do you have a view on where we're at with the scheme, and are you confident that it's going to proceed?
Well, we're at least overdue, insofar as our understanding was that the government had committed to delivering this form of reform by the end of 2025. And in terms of where we're officially at, there is no official advice about the progress of the reform. At the same time, ACOR partnered with APCO, whom I understood presented earlier today, in commissioning a report on the state of Australia's plastic recycling future. And that report, delivered by a consultancy called Rennie, was released in January. Around that time, we had a strong signal that the government understood the problem relating specifically to plastic recycling, but also to the priority of certainty around EPR for packaging, and was looking to prioritise that. On the other hand, without a clear time frame, we don't have any regulatory certainty, and we still really don't know where it's at.
Can I just ask you to clarify? So you partnered with APCO in relation to that consulting report. Do you have any crossover in your membership at all, or are we dealing with essentially resource, recycling, or the Council of Recycling and their packaging? Is there any crossover, or is it an example of the two industries, or two sectors, probably is a better word, working together on something?
Both. So as a remanufacturing supply chain, ACOR has within its membership operations that are vertically integrated into waste management. Yep. We also have operations that are vertically integrated into manufacturing like packaging. And so whilst they might not dominate in ACOR's membership, they would in APCO's, that does form a crossover. On the other hand, historically, I would suggest that potentially there hadn't been the best alignment of vision between APCO and ACOR, and the last few years have seen some stronger understanding of how to make recycling real and delivered at scale, and we are grateful that there is a better recognition of that within APCO, and I guess a growing capability in understanding how that might be supported.
And just before I go to you, Alison, just on this point then, so you obviously had a number of other sectors appear this morning, the beverage industry, Food and Grocery Council, that all seem to support a mandated scheme, which is not, as you know, historically has not been the case. Are you confident that that this is a genuine historic opportunity now to actually get something done?
It's the case, and ACOR has been participating in dialogues now for the last few years, where we have seen a growing and to an extent unanimous consensus around the priority of nationally led EPR. The organisations that you've mentioned, many of them have been co-signatories to our federal relevant ministers around that shared priority. Part of it is because there is a real reticence, a real resistance to seeing a fragmented approach at a state level. That would be more expensive and more confusing, much more complex. And part of it is around that commitment to achieve better circularity and less waste with packaging. But yes, very broad consensus, and also with the ENGOs who we heard from earlier. Their messages echo ours. There is a huge amount of agreement about that priority. Absolutely.
Thank you. Alison, would you like to comment on that?
I would. So in response to the question...
Yeah, like have your members, or have you had any input at all into the federal process? It could be through your state representatives as well, and are you confident that a federal scheme is going to happen? And I'd also be interested in, given we've heard, I know you don't have to answer it if you don't want to.
No, I will answer.
Please jump in.
I will say all the hard things. Unfortunately, progress towards a federal scheme is failing miserably It is dragging far too slowly. We will struggle to catch up. Other countries overseas have managed to achieve this. I can't understand why a country like Australia, where our communities are so supportive of recycling, has managed to lag this far behind.
Is there any, are you aware of any moves in Queensland to potentially go it alone? Obviously, we've heard this is a real risk for New South Wales from a number of submitters. Is there anything similar happening in Queensland? Were they watching what New South Wales are doing?
They're definitely watching what New South Wales are doing. I think in Queensland we've just gone through a quite explosive parliamentary inquiry in relation to our container refund scheme. And that makes any government gun shy. So my fear, yes, I think we're heading in the right direction here, but my fear is that the politics of it will end up with an extended producer responsibility scheme that is driven by the people that are responsible for the costs of the scheme, not by the waste and recycling industry that are responsible for the doing of the scheme. And that's when you end up with really terrible outcomes and situations like the parliamentary inquiry we have recently seen in Queensland. So will Queensland go it alone on packaging? Not yet. My hope would be that they might do batteries first.
Right.
But you know what? We would love it if the federal government would do it, because then it could be done holistically across the entire country instead of piecemeal.
I think everyone's calling for that, so yeah, okay. Could I ask in relation to the markets for recycled material? Suzanne, you mentioned that this was an issue in Europe. Have they managed to progress developing markets?
I think in the middle of last year, although time flies quite quickly, so it might have been the year before, France had stepped forward to provide measures to prioritise domestically produced recycled material. I think it was on Christmas Eve last year, as late as that Europe got on board, I guess, as a full region in progressing some measures. I haven't seen much detail in how they're implemented, and we continue to see plastic recycling facilities in Europe closing. And so clearly the rubber hasn't hit the road, but there has been not just an awakening, but measures being put into place. We're yet to see just how they're going to properly materialise, but at least that helps to support forms of investment confidence.
So, and this is a chicken egg thing that's come up since I've been looking at the debate and talking to people like yourselves. The reprocessing capacity investment through the RMF, the co-investment, this kind of thing. The industry doesn't feel like it has a certainty without things like national targets for recycled content, because of the need for markets and the need for that to be purchased. Are you confident? I mean, this bill legislates a national target, for example, for recycled content, but there was certainly some pushback from stakeholders this morning. That's going to take a long time. It's too ambitious. It may be many years off. How important is that for you?
We absolutely need to set thresholds for how we achieve allocation of domestic recycled material in packaging, but also, by the way, not all packaging can be recycled back into packaging, and we haven't seen, particularly at a federal level, a proper and reasonable enough commitment to procurement through other channels of that material either. We import the great majority of plastic, whether it be packaging or other durable products, into the country. A whole lot of those products could be made out of Australian recycled plastic. So what we're doing in importing that, even if it's made of offshore recycled content, is importing material that will, more likely than not, I think a 90% chance almost, end up as waste in Australia. So in terms of mandatory recycled content targets for packaging, there are areas where that potential is ripe. PET, for example, we have scaled and really sophisticated infrastructure that others probably could talk more credibly about, where we should be looking seriously at setting those thresholds. For other types of polymers, there are opportunities, and we should navigate how they can be reached as well. We shouldn't shy away from setting those thresholds and targets, but they will need to be applied in a careful way to make sure that there's fitness for purpose and that we can achieve the volumes needed. It is chicken and egg, though. We're never going to make more than we can safely put back into the market. I guess the tension we have is, unlike any other manufacturing process, we can't store more feedstock than we can produce and sell because it's classified as waste, and our state environmental regulators don't allow us to store more. So what others might call storage of feedstock, our environmental regulator calls stockpiling. We're not allowed to do that, and the community also doesn't look upon that kindly.
Because of fires over the years and that kind of thing? Or?
To be honest, I'd say the fire risk for that material can be well managed. I guess its classification as waste is problematic too. So there are a whole lot of regulatory parameters here that inhibit the movement of recycled material.
In a circular economy, it'd be a resource, right?
It would be a resource, but we have linear regulation in a circular economy aspiration. There's a whole lot more that needs to be unpacked in terms of how we mobilise there, but without markets, we will only make as much as we can find a home for, and therefore it is chicken and egg. We absolutely need certainty about how we're going to provide the market with the volumes that we should be.
Any comment from you on that, Alison?
Yeah, I think we've got 3 levels of government and politics making rules, environmental rules around recycling and waste. And the interest is fabulous. It's really nice to see some interest finally, but it is very daunting for these businesses that are investing because the goalposts keep moving. If you invest $1 billion in a facility and the goalpost moves, suddenly you have a stranded asset, and this plastics recycling space, packaging recycling space would not be the first place that has happened to for a business in this industry. So yes, this is an extremely important process, but then it's very important for government to hold the line and keep going, because if these businesses invest and are left stranded, they won't do it again and they won't return to our shores, which is a real problem for us because, at the moment, in many metropolitan locations, we have 5 to 10 years of landfill left. We have to be making these recycling decisions now while we still have reasonably cheap landfill. We don't have time to wait, and the title of this bill is perfect.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to think so too. It was the title of our previous Senate inquiry, as you probably know. So just before I move to asking some questions about the costs of schemes, because that's obviously going to come up, especially in politics, I'm interested just with one specific question about, for example, a 50% target that's in this bill for mandated recycled content. Some submitters have said it shouldn't be on individuals' types of packaging. It should be an aggregate, and it should exclude, or it should incorporate the fact that recycled content can be imported from overseas. How does the domestic industry feel about that? The recycling industry?
I can't comprehend how importing recycled content improves Australian waste outcomes. Every bit of packaging that ends up as waste in Australia must be managed as waste in Australia, and then ideally might get remade and sold back into a market. So I guess importing recycled content would have the equivalent result of importing virgin. They are likely to be cheaper. Imported material, more often than not, would be made in environments where they're not meeting the same labour costs, the same energy costs, the same logistical costs, the same levels of regulatory compliance which come at a cost. I would suggest that domestic recycled content must be the focus of any effort in order to move us forward in our own circular outcomes.
Okay. And do you agree with the bit about the disaggregating some particular packaging having exemptions or different?
It'd make sense to look at different lines of packaging and I guess readiness for incorporating recycled content. You look at packaging formats like fibre and there are really great opportunities, for example, boxes back into boxes, PET bottles back into bottles. There might be others where you need some time to achieve some uplift, and there are likely also to be some technical boundaries that you might hit. And so it does make sense that you would take a more nuanced approach.
Okay.
But ambition is important.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Well, when the targets came out in 2018, the national packaging targets, they were ambitious, but yeah, we've fallen well short of them, that's for sure. Okay, no need to go over that. But in terms of costs of the scheme, I understand you have done some work with APCO looking at modelling the potential costs of the scheme. I've heard on the down low that the costs are very low, but are you able to tell us more about the work you've done in this issue?
To be clear, the work that ACOR did with APCO did focus on plastic packaging, and we need to be mindful that the priority isn't just to regulate plastic, it's to make sure that all packaging put on market is regulated. To that point, though, the modelling that we did do through that piece of work, just through that narrow focus on plastic, identified that with a fairly robust EPR fee and with a target, I think, of up to 30% domestic recycled content, what you would look at on the household weekly shop was, I think, an additional 30 cents a week.
30 cents a week.
Yes, and so I would say that figure would really need to be moderated against the bigger picture of how EPR might roll out, keeping in mind, of course, that if your household weekly shop is around $250, I think $246 was what the costing was in our report. Packaging comprises about 2.5% of that. So we're not aiming to increase the household weekly shop. What we're aiming to do is improve a 2.5% portion and a fraction of that at that. So in terms of the overall costs, we haven't done the modelling. I could give you, though, a comparison in Victoria. Recycling Victoria put out a report last year on the additional cost of beverage containers through container deposit schemes. And what they identified, and I'm going to have to just look at the numbers on my screen. Eligible alcoholic beverages increased by an estimated 3.6 cents per beverage, and a non-alcoholic by 9.1 cents due to CDS. Noting, of course, that the refund is 10 cents. So the community who does avail themselves to that refund would come out with a cost benefit. So I guess that's an illustration of, in a particular case study, an isolated example, but a fresh one, because it's very hard to shake the data out on these things. What we've seen is that those costs were pretty well absorbed through the system.
Okay. Do you have anything to add on that, Alison?
No, that's Suzanne's area of expertise. I'll leave her with that.
Yeah. Okay. And would that have been like a cost benefit kind of approach, or just looking at the specific costs? Because obviously it's been highlighted to us, and I think in your submission and many others about the costs to ratepayers at local council level, that these things ultimately get put back onto ratepayers anyway in a different form. And this is a cost shifting kind of issue, and that the local government we've had appear today said there's increased cost shifting towards them, having to, manage the systems and the complexities, not to mention environmental costs and health costs of, for example, plastic.
That is absolutely the blind spot. When we talk about the cost of EPR, everyone's thinking, well, what's the additional cost on our weekly shop? At the moment, no one's asking, what are we already paying? And Alison could speak to this too. What are we paying through our council rates that we have absolutely no power to achieve any outcomes through? Whereas if you are to redistribute that cost upstream, as a consumer, you can make better choices. As a producer, you can make better choices. But when there is absolutely no power to do anything except for just continue to pay for poor packaging, you will continue to have poor packaging outcomes. So what we see through, I guess, we, again, not the experts in terms of local government costs, but the costs that we have mapped through local government, again, I'd say these are some fairly rough estimates through the report that we did with Rennie, identified that in terms of council rates and the cost of council rates, what we were seeing was that each household in Australia bears around, I think, $215 a year in externality costs from plastics and pays upwards of around $200 a year for waste collection. These are broad averages, and I'm sure that the local government, Australian Local Government Association, could have some better figures there. The other thing that we also have mapped through the work that we did was what the cost of the failure to act would be, specifically on plastics, in terms of environmental costs. Up until 2050, I think through a combination of landfill, litter and life cycle emission costs, I think we're going to be seeing around $32 billion in those costs over time if we don't act. Noting, of course, that emissions costs will increase over that period too. So we will pay more over time, and it's time that we redistribute that fairly.
I suppose if we've got everyone calling for an EPR and that keeps being delayed, there's also the opportunity cost of investment in recycling infrastructure and.
We're already seeing that, we have facilities already at risk. We've got, quite a few commercially exposed. There's about around 300,000 tonnes of processing capability at the moment for plastics, give or take. And we've identified at least 2 fairly scaled facilities that are currently at real risk. So losses are imminent, and as Alison said, building those back would be very unlikely, and there would be an additional cost in building those back too.
And for every year we delay, the capital cost required to build those facilities continues to increase. It's increased up to 50% in the last 4 to 5 years.
Okay. Have you communicated this to government, state government and federal government? That sounds pretty scary. Sounds like a...
We've been quite clear with government around the infrastructure that's at risk, around the capability that is likely to be lost in the absence of regulatory certainty.
Okay.
And our state government would really like federal government to act because they don't necessarily have the heads of power to do this properly, whereas federal government does.
Okay, good to know. I think just maybe a question on eco-modulation, if you don't mind, and whether you, obviously you've made recommendations around, not recommendations, you made points around independent co-regulatory governance and suggested pathways for an EPR in your submissions. What are your thoughts on eco-modulations being a part of this? And do you think APCO, for example, is a structure that could be used to? They said they'd put their hand up for it today. So obviously it's a live thing to consider. Now, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't think EPR could work without it. I'd say one of the failures of EPR in Europe and the results we've seen in terms of closures of plastic recycling facilities reflect potentially, in some cases, fairly flat pricing that doesn't incentivise the right things and disincentivise the wrong things. That would also be the avenue through which you would want to incentivise domestic recycled materials as well. It's just hard to understand how it would work any other way. And we have seen APCO do some fairly detailed work in exploring that. We'd love to see APCO do more work in exploring how the domestic recycled content picture fits better. But as a voluntary scheme, doing, I guess, the most they can in a voluntary context, there's been some good strides forward.
Okay. Any comments on that, Alison?
I'd like to add just one additional thing there. APCO has been around for a long time now, I think well over 20 years, and there hasn't previously been a lot of collaboration with the waste and recycling industry, and what we often see with stewardship schemes is the lobbying to control the costs and control the outcomes. It would be a shame to see an organisation that was formed solely of people that were reliant on cheaper recycling prices driving stewardship for this really critical outcome. We must have something that has both waste and recycling industry and those that are looking to manage the costs of it and be responsible for the cost of it.
So the composition of that body would be really important. Yeah.
APCO's governance currently does have provisions for those representatives, and ACOR does have, I guess, ACOR sees representation of the recycling sector, but Alison is 100% right. Supply chain representation is necessary in EPR governance, and we haven't seen that in all schemes in an equal way, and in a mandatory system, it's paramount.
Okay, well, hopefully all these things are at an advanced level of discussion or appraisal by the federal government. Yeah, I think we're at time now, Chair. Did you guys want to ask any questions? So we're at time.
I don't have any questions. Senator Walker doesn't have any questions, so you have timed this perfectly, Senator Wilson.
Well, I've even finished 1 minute early. I could keep going.
Oh, no. Well,
so could we.
Let's not lose the moment and lose our timing. So thank you very much for giving evidence and appearing in front of us today. I'm sorry I had to step out for a moment to deal with the matter. If you're taking any questions on notice, will you please provide your answers to the Secretariat by the due date, and otherwise you go with the committee's thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would now welcome representatives from Cleanaway and the Pact Group, and we'll just suspend broadcasting, please, while they come to the table.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Miller from Cleanaway, and I'm appearing by teleconference.
Thank you very much. I would now welcome representatives from Cleanaway and Pact Group. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Yes, wonderful. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Paul Miskell, General Manager of Pack Recycling Joint Ventures.
Simon Dowding, Head of Strategic Communications and Government Relations at Pact Group.
Wonderful. And do we have someone online? Yes.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Mark Biddle, Head of Corporate Affairs at Cleanaway.
Thank you very much. I would now invite each of you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of remarks, we will go to questions.
Want me to go, or Mark? I'm happy to go.
Whichever order suits.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to make a statement and to appear before this inquiry. Pact Group is one of Australia's largest and oldest packaging and recycling companies. We manufacture consumer packaging for food, beverages, dairy and household products. Everyday products you'll find in your fridge, underneath your sink, in your laundry, your bathroom and kitchen. We make reusable crates and garment hangers, and we operate 8 large-scale plastic recycling facilities across Australia and New Zealand. Our vision is to lead the circular economy, and we work with our customers and the industry, from global brands to small Australian dairies, to design packaging that is 100% recyclable and increasingly made with recycled plastic. But unfortunately, the transition toward more sustainable packaging is not moving fast enough. In the past 12 months, Pact produced more than 189,000 tonnes of plastic packaging and other products, yet only 16% was made using recycled plastic. That's not because the technology doesn't exist, it's because there are no regulatory requirements, and so the market demand for recycled materials is just not strong enough. Some progressive brand owners are choosing more sustainable packaging, but many are not because there's simply no incentive to change. The current voluntary approach with achievable packaging targets is not delivering the scale of change Australia needs. That's why Pact supports the intent of this bill and supports the urgent introduction of national packaging regulations with a mandatory extended producer responsibility scheme. Done properly, EPR can improve packaging design, increase recycling rates, create demand for Australian recycled content, create jobs, and give industry the confidence to invest in local recycling and manufacturing capacity. This is not just a sustainability reform. It's an opportunity to build our sovereign capability with a circular and self-reliant packaging and recycling industry in Australia. We urge the committee to support national action on packaging regulation and to ensure any scheme rewards design for recyclability, the use of recycled content, and investment in Australian recycling infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Biddulph.
Cleanaway welcomes the opportunity to provide evidence to this committee into the extended producer responsibility scheme for packaging, No Time to Waste, Bill 2026, and I thank the committee for the opportunity. I support the opening remarks from Mr. Dowding. And Cleanaway operates 3 large-scale plastic recycling facilities, an investment of over $150 million in a joint venture with Pact Group. Cleanaway also supports the adoption of a mandatory extended producer responsibility or EPR framework for packaging, consistent with the intent proposed in the bill. In our view, and that mandatory EPR scheme is essential to reducing unnecessary packaging, improving packaging design and recyclability, and creating strong demand for Australian recycled materials through mandated recycling. Collectively, these measures will help strengthen domestic recycling, support investment in end markets, and advance Australia's transition to a circular economy. Based on Cleanaway's experience as Australia's largest waste management resource recovery company, we want to emphasise the reform. The current voluntary and regulatory arrangements have not delivered a level system-wide change required to meet Australia's packaging and recycling objectives. A mandatory EPR framework is needed to provide the regulatory certainty necessary to drive long-term. In our view, such a framework will provide the policy certainty needed to unlock investment in recycling infrastructure, strengthen Australia's sovereign resource recovery capability, domestic recycling manufacturing, and improve Australia's long-term economic and environmental resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to questions now. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We've been through this rodeo before a few times, haven't we? And there's some familiar questions that come to mind that I'd really like to ask. But you raise the issue of a kind of sovereignty, which I think is really interesting given the Iran war. There was a number of news articles about perhaps a shortage, or not the ability, a real bottleneck with importing virgin plastics. Can you give us an update on that situation in Australia? I don't know if it was your group, but certainly others were raising that this is a time to be talking about sovereignty of recycling capability, because we are reliant on imports of virgin plastics.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, and this is unfortunately the Middle East conflict is not the first time that we've experienced these supply chain disruptions. This is probably much more intense than, for example, the COVID times. What it has taught us is that when you have a disruption of global magnitude to imported virgin resin, it does 2 things. It drastically increases the price of that, and it means that everybody is scrambling to get hold of plastic resin, amongst other products that are oil derived. So it is an opportunity, and it does present an opportunity for us to have more capability to make our own. Now, I'm not talking about making virgin plastics, but whereas I think Suzanne from ACOR mentioned before, there's some 1.3 million tonnes of plastic placed on the market every year, yet only 10% of that ends up being recycled and put back into products. So there's an enormous gap there, which presents an opportunity to increase that recycling capacity to produce more recycled resin to include in our packaging. So it stands to reason if you can incorporate, for example, 30% recycled plastic in a particular product, your supply is going to last 30% longer, if that makes sense, because you're not reliant on virgin resins.
Mm. You also make the point in your submission that our over-reliance or almost sole reliance on importing virgin plastics undermining the whole kind of infrastructure that's been set up by government to invest in recycling, reprocessing capacity, for example, through the RMF. Tell us more about that. I mean, oh no, I've got a question on compound.
Yeah, sure. Look, I'll start. Maybe I'll hand over to Paul. But we were the beneficiaries of 3 grants through the Recycling Modernisation Fund. We built 3 very large facilities, each about $50 million in joint venture with Cleanaway, and 2 of them recycle PET plastic from container deposit schemes, and the third recycles everyday plastics that you get in your recycling bin. And I'll probably hand over to Paul because that is the one that is most problematic.
Yeah. Behind the facade, I suppose, the best way I describe, behind the facade of 2 of our facilities, which is our PET facilities, it's a beautiful story. We've got Cleanaway on the line, as we know, who provide the feedstock. Pact, Asahi and Coca-Cola are our offtake partners. But the reality is as Suzanne spoke prior, is the cost base structure that we've got in this country has imported competitive resins taking large licks of the market. And our joint venture partners themselves, Coke and Asahi, are constantly telling us that how can we compete here in Australia with what we can get from overseas? And it is, as Suzanne said, up to 50% cheaper. On the flip side, the fact that they're in the joint venture, the 2 offtake partners, has allowed the business to develop and operationally be very, very efficient. If I now turn my attention to our third site, which, as Simon says, processes, in layman's terms, milk bottle. So just so it gives you a visualisation. That facility is extremely hampered by one very important thing, is that there is no mandatory requirement for any offtake partners to use the food grade material that we produce out of that facility. And it's embarrassing. And it's very frustrating for the team down there who's working day in, day out to do the right thing, converting material into resin. But until we're able to break through the politics and get the brand owners, the dairy companies, to be told that they must use recycled content, but recycled content from Australia.
So that's the going back to the national packaging law, packaging targets, where we have a percentage of recycled content that's mandated. I think our bill's 50%, but I've heard 30% today, and there's obviously that's an active discussion.
Correct.
Do you have any views on what that should be?
Look, it's not an easy question to answer because it depends on the package, the polymer, and the application. So one of the things that I've educated people along the way is people instantly say, oh, it's got 100% recycled content. That must be a really good thing. Not necessarily. It is good, particularly in the dairy product, that there is some virgin in the blend that allows it to be recycled on and on again. It's just a requirement technically, but depending upon the package and the application will determine the upper threshold of recycled content. But the most important thing, that there is recycled content and it's sourced from Australia.
I think just to add to that, I think the EU has proposed certain thresholds and to phase them up over time. And I think, as Paul said, there are technical capabilities that you can use and different requirements.
And there's certainly a number of submissions that have made that suggestion that we could put in place enabling architecture now and legislation, and that kind of thing can happen over time here in Australia. When you invested in these facilities and you co-invested through the RMF, is that correct? Or
is that?
Yes. No, not co-invested, but there was in our Albury facility, Cleanaway had a government grant that was attached to that piece of infrastructure, correct? And likewise, CCEP, or Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific, had a similar Victorian grant funding arrangement for that facility.
Righto. So you're at that point. Let's take the milk bottle example you gave. Was your expectation when it would have taken obviously a long process for you to go through all your financing projections and that kind of thing? Was there an expectation that we would have these laws in place by now so that we would have mandated content? So you would have a market?
Oh, the answer to that is yes.
Well, I think.
Who's the boss?
To be fair, these grants were provided by the previous coalition government.
Correct.
Who were, again, to be fair, not predisposed to regulation.
Guys.
Yeah. So I think there was, but also this was back in 2022, so 2021, 22. So we were all working towards national packaging targets.
That's right.
So under the auspices of APCO. So I think there was an expectation that would drive the demand. And then with the change of government, there was certainly under the previous Environment Minister, there was and in 2022, there was a meeting of all state and territory environment ministers who basically pledged their commitment to national packaging laws. So it's a long-winded way of saying there was no formal
guarantee.
Of course. However, there was an expectation.
Yeah, that's, I mean, our business case
relied
on that ramp up. Yeah.
But it's a good case study for the committee and for this bill on this chicken and egg problem. We want to increase our self-reliance and our sovereign capability, and it makes so much sense. But at the same time, you need law. You need the EPR kind of laws that allow that to happen. Could I ask? Do you have any international partners? Obviously, you mentioned the beverage companies, but does Pact? I should know this. Are you a multinational, or are you just an Australian?
No, we're an Australian-based. We were listed.
Right.
We're in the process of being fully privatised.
Okay. Right.
With an Australian owner.
Australian. Okay. No worries. So could I ask you mentioned for EPR to be successful in Australia, it's critical. By the way, sorry, Mark, if you want to jump in on any of this, we're not deliberately shutting you out. But.
My colleagues from PAC seem to be doing quite a good job. I will add that from Cleanaway's point of view, there was an expectation that there would be packaging reforms, and for us, we're not scared of regulation. In fact, what regulation does is give us investment certainty. And for domestic recycling, so onshore recycling, in my mind, it really has three main goals, and it supports, sovereign manufacturing and Australian-made, supports jobs as well. For every job in landfill recycling creates three, and honestly, having onshore recycling reduces our carbon footprint as well.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's I've often said this over the years. There's not many industries or sectors out there that are asking government for regulation. This is one of them. It's quite unique. But of course, coming down to brass tacks of what that looks like is going to no doubt be contentious. But can I ask? I think I've already asked you one of my questions about what you think a minimum recycled content target should be, but maybe you don't have a specific answer to that.
I think, look, we made a submission to DQ when they were doing the consultation in 2024.
Yeah.
I think, a blanket 50% doesn't work because it depends on the different types of materials. Yeah. From memory, our submission, we contended that for PET plastic, so that's your predominantly your beverage bottles, but could be around 30%. And HDPE probably 20%. They're the two main polymers. Other LDPE, I'm not too sure. Probably
two main polymers. HDPE.
So and polypropylene, but you can't use recycled polypropylene, which is at the moment for things like ice cream containers, for food grade.
Okay.
So it can only be
You wouldn't happen to know by any chance whether there's any data around about how much under that breakdown you gave, how much is actually recycled, is purchased locally by manufacturers? Just like where we are versus where we need to go. we've
Take that on notice.
Yeah.
If you've got it, you
believe
may
there
not.
Probably
but
is. I'm just.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
I think APCO might have some data on that, but
It would certainly be interesting to know.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So with eco-modulated fees, you said they're a pivotal component of EPR schemes. We've heard today that's a reason Europe didn't have them as one reason that they really struggled. Have you got any views on what the structure of an EPR scheme should be with the eco-modulation? Do you feel like APCO is in the best position to do that, or do you feel like the body would need to be independent and have broad representation, etc.?
Look, I think one thing I would say is it needs to be, if you're talking about the scheme administrator, it needs to be independent of government, but under the auspices of government, if you like. So now, whether that's an APCO or an APCO-like body, I think we're relatively agnostic on that. I think the general point is, though, that any fees collected through the EPR and under an eco-modulated system cannot go back into general government revenue. They have to be reinvested into the overall recycling infrastructure, if you like, in the ecosystem.
Yep. Yeah, I hadn't occurred to me that they might go into government revenue until I read your submission.
Yeah.
Which it makes a lot of sense. Could I ask you, like, how difficult will it be within, like, the packaging industry when you come down to that, the allocation of that revenue across different waste streams? Like, obviously with eco-modulation, it's supposed to increase fairness and provide incentives to get out of certain products that are more difficult to recycle or more expensive or can't be. But what about across different kind of waste streams, like cardboard and paper versus plastic? Do you feel like there's confidence that an EPR scheme would fairly allocate those fees towards, solving problems across the different waste streams?
Yes, I do. I think what you'd have to look at is really the areas of need. So I can't speak for cardboard or aluminium, but they've got some pretty and glass. They're fairly mature collection, recycling, and remanufacturing systems there. So whereas plastics is probably, particularly in food grade, is probably a little bit more in its, I won't say in its infancy, but it's a younger industry and needs a lot more. I think you need to, if you look at the amount of plastic, of recycled plastic that's going back into products and not being downcycled, that's where you need to divert your attention. Because a lot of, obviously a lot of it's ending up in landfill at the moment. And as I think one of the previous speakers said, we're running out of landfill, particularly on the East Coast.
And we heard cardboard was going to landfill too, from an early witness today. Because just for clarity, then higher fees are imposed on packaging materials that are harder to recycle, have greater environmental impact, no or minimal recycled content, or contribute significantly to waste. Do you think enough work's been done on APCO to develop fees based on this? I'm just guessing it's going to be a difficult process.
Look, I'd have to
defer to APCO.
Defer to APCO on that one.
That's
I
fine.
think,
I mean, they said they have done a lot of work.
They have.
I'm only asking these questions. I'm kind of wondering how much longer it's going to take. This game.
I think to be fair, the department's also done a lot of work on the curbside recyclability framework to set the eco-modulated fee, not the actual fees themselves, but where the fee structure would potentially sit, if that makes sense. So in very basic terms, they've set a framework that says, well, if this particular packaging ticks all the right boxes, it's in the graded number 1, so you'll pay the lowest fee. If this particular piece of packaging is not recyclable and has no recycled content in it, contains chemicals of harm, can't be recovered, you pay the highest fee. So they've done a bit of work setting that kind of grading.
Okay. In kind of terms of looking at market failure, I mean, we did talk about this in the last inquiry, and it is a little bit outside the terms of reference, but it does relate to, for example, the UK and EPR schemes. The virgin plastics tax that they've got in place to try and solve this externality. Do you have any views on whether that's effective? I'm not going to be around to introduce a bill, by the way, to do this. but you know, they have done that, and they've gone down that road now. Whether that would be a way of kind of trying to level the playing field, does your organisations have a view on that?
A plastic tax,
yeah,
you say?
Yeah, virgin plastics tax.
Look, I think what we saw in the UK, and they've now adjusted to go to more a proper EPR.
That's right. Yeah.
The plastics tax had a bit of a negative effect in the sense that it was actually set too low, and so a lot of brand owners were saying, well, what's going to be more beneficial for me, to pay the tax or pay the fine for not meeting it? So I think that it didn't really work.
Okay. All right. No, it's just interesting because we haven't really discussed that much lately. Could I ask, have you had any discussions with the federal government, and do you have any confidence that the process has reached a point where we will see at least the beginning of or legislation of an architecture to begin this process? I know you've been to camp.
Look, yes, we've had conversations both as part of an industry representation with ACOR and APCO. We've also had some individual meetings. I think it depends on the day whether it's glass half full or glass half empty. I would say the difficulty we have is that it's just moving at a glacial pace. I mean, this is, as I said earlier on, this is something that state, territory and federal government's committed to progressing back in late 2022, and we're now in 2026. I think what we would dearly like to see is a strong signal from government that it is going to happen. We make packaging for, as I said, an enormous number of customers, be they global brands or small companies, and a signal from government that they are going to introduce national packaging laws with, a proper EPR scheme with mandated recycled content would give them the confidence to say, okay, we now need to transition to recycled materials in our packaging. But I think we spent all of last year, the focus was on other things in the environmental space. The Minister, to his credit, has progressed things, but it has been slow.
Yeah. Okay. Could I go to the question on the cost of the scheme then? And I might actually ask you this first, Mark, because in your submission you have a section under economic considerations, and you've quoted from your submission to the previous Senate inquiry. You've said the economic case for a mandatory EPR scheme is strong. Analysis indicates that such a scheme could generate approximately 220 million private investment, create 19,000 jobs and contribute $2.5 billion to the Australian economy, and the cost to households is expected to be minimal. Can you tell us a little bit more about your view on the cost of the scheme?
Yeah, so we said the cost of households is expected to be also estimates suggest that introducing a 20 to 30% recycled content requirement would, as we said before, increase the household costs around 19 cents to 31 cents, so it's representing around 0.1% of the grocery expenditure. In contrast with that, the current system imposes a lot of hidden costs. So these sort of include environmental externalities estimated at approximately around 215 per household. So reform could sort of deliver substantial benefits. And also, of course, when you look at the environmental benefits, you're talking about 370 kilotons of plastic waste being diverted from landfill each year as well.
So that's 19 cents to 31 cents. Is that a weekly number?
That's right.
Oh,
so
sorry, it does say
based,
weekly. Yes, sorry, you're correct. So all right. So if
that's based on an average grocery shop of about I think this is right, $246 a week or thereabouts.
Yeah, righto. Okay. So if it was 19 to 31 cents on a weekly household cost increase, so you'd be looking at about
0.1%.
$1 a month. So yeah, $12. Yep. So pretty much lower than the current costs under that are through fees and like local government charges and that kind of stuff. Okay.
Yeah, and I think remember if the being sent overseas, you've got the for recycling, you've got the environmental factor of the carbon footprint, but or the other alternative is you do see a lot of plastic in landfills, and ultimately the taxpayer or the residents of councils bear those costs through the waste levy.
Okay. Do you gentlemen want to make any comments about costs of the scheme?
Look, one interesting point, there's a lot of focus on the additional costs of putting recycled content in packaging.
Yeah.
But I think what people need to understand is that, yes, that might be one additional cost, but you can, by designing your packaging better and by doing other things. So I'll give a small example. We work with one of our customers that makes laundry liquids, and they have decided to incorporate a percentage of recycled content in their packaging. It's 50%. But now, arguably that would cost a lot more, but we've worked with them to do things like lightweighting, look at adjusting their colours and standardising their shapes. And by doing that, we've been able to do that in a cost-neutral way. So there's literally no additional cost across that range to incorporate 50% recycled content. So part of the EPR really needs to focus on packaging design as well, because if you do that properly, there's no additional cost there. In terms of overall cost of the scheme and potential impact on consumers, I think what we've seen in the UK, and there was some research done there that showed that approximately £1.2 billion or so was not incurred by councils anymore because of the cost of taking
transferred
transferred to producers. So because it's not being borne by the councils, it's not being borne by ratepayers. So you're really asking somebody else to shift that, to take on that cost.
Okay, and you also in your submission outlined the what look like significantly lower emissions profiles for recycled plastic versus virgin plastic. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's there's been
a lot of work done.
A lot of work done internationally and in Australia. I think the general figure is it's about 2.2 times less emissions produced through mechanical recycling rather than extracting oil and transferring it to facilities to then make virgin resins. So it's a much lower carbon footprint. So you can contribute in a small way to a reduction in Australia's overall emissions.
Okay. Can I ask you about your comment in your submission about composting? I think
that might have been Mark.
Oh, sorry, Mark. It was actually, you're right. It was. It was your. It was. Yes, 4.1 specific areas for improvement in the bill. Yes, Mark, you said composting needs to be excluded from the target of 70% of all plastic packaging to be recycled. Could you tell us why?
Yeah, look, and I will make the point. The author of our submission is on holidays overseas. Oh my God. It should be excluded from the target of 7.
Just losing your fraction. Are you able to speak fractionally closer to the microphone and just begin, I think, at the beginning of your last sentence?
Sorry, is it better?
Yes.
I said composting should be excluded from the target of 70% of all plastic packaging to be recycled or composted. Composting infrastructure in Australia is highly heterogeneous, and many forms of compostable and biodegradable packaging will not compost in reality and contribute to contamination of compost streams. So the focus of the regulation really needs to be on circularity, reuse and recycling rather than compostability.
Okay. All right, interesting. Yeah, we've obviously had some different submissions on that point.
Yeah, we Cleanaway formed the view that that it really does add to and when we've done testing and composting as well, it does add to contamination. So I guess in my view, I'm not quite sure that the science is quite there yet.
Well, you'd probably have more expertise or more experience in that area than most people in terms of managing your facilities.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, I need to go to the toilet, actually. So, if you've got,
why don't you take this moment, Senator Whish-Wilson? I assume you're wrapped up.
I could ask more questions, but I'm
we've got some
happy.
questions to do, and then
I could put questions on notice. So
and
yeah.
then after that, we'll move to the next witnesses.
Okay.
Senator Walker.
Thank you. Looking through both of your submissions, submissions. It's been a long day. They stress aligning the system with real processing capability. Where is the gap between what the bill's targets assume and what operations can actually deliver today?
I guess it depends. If you're talking about recycling capability at the moment,
it's fair to say that's solved for.
Yeah. I think one thing I must stress is there simply wouldn't be enough capacity at the moment in Australia to recycle the quantity of material that's placed on the market and to produce the amount of recycled resin needed to meet that target. So I think while you do need to incentivise the use of Australian-made recycled content, it would be problematic at the moment to mandate the use of Australian recycled content. I think we have a view there are other ways to level a playing field. In terms of manufacturing capacity, so we're also a packaging manufacturer, there are less limitations on it. It's not just a matter of swapping virgin resin with recycled resin. You do need to have some different equipment in place, but that's pretty standard. I think it's fair to say, isn't it?
And it's, yeah, I mean, then add the added small complexity, whether it's non-food grade or food grade. That also has another layer of complexity.
But it's very easy to do from a manufacturing perspective.
Did Cleanaway have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you. I think it really goes to what these regulations will do, and it's very important that there's a timeline for these regulations that's communicated as well, putting the brands on notice, because there will be an implementation period. But just to give some statistics, in 2023-24, more than 1.2 million tonnes of plastic were placed on the market, with over 900,000 tonnes ending up in landfill each year. So with those statistics, I think the introduction of these regulations, as I said at the very beginning, signals to industry to invest. And I think you'll see, much more confidence to invest in recycling with the regulation.
Okay, thank you. Just my last question. What governance and investment certainty would the scheme need to provide for you to commit the capital that it depends on? I know it's a big question.
Do you want to go, Mark?
Yeah. I think for the scheme there's a couple of points. Like I said, it needs to be communicated. This is sort of a matter of urgency, so the timeline needs to be communicated. For the reforms, it should be mandatory and an enforceable extended producer responsibility. It should have a full circular economy approach, so from packaging design through to safe and responsible use of recycled content. and also including a focus on avoidance as well. The mandatory scheme could be implemented just under the Recycling and Waste Reduction Act. And I'll go to the point before with an established, we should establish an independent scheme operator to run the scheme and be directly accountable to the government. We sort of see the government's role should be to set the rules, the obligations, the requirements, and the scheme administrator will be responsible for managing the scheme and delivering the outcomes with industry as required by government. And they also ensure the levies are managed transparently as well. And it should be nationally consistent recycling system design standards and a single recycling guidance labelling system as well. And this avoids greenwashing. It helps with consumer education. And again, supported by appropriate timeframes.
I think from a packaging manufacturing perspective, a strong signal from government that things are going to happen will allow those brand owners to start making the transition, because it's not something you can just, as I said, switch on overnight. They need to undergo testing of the packaging to make sure that it meets all their requirements. There might be, for example, food safety things and testing they need to go through. There might be structural testing they need to do. So there's a number of things that brand owners need to do before they can switch over. In terms of a manufacturing capability, we have that, as do other manufacturers, but it's not just a matter of saying, okay, now this had virgin resin, now this has 20% recycled resin in it. You do need to do some changeover.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Walker. At this point, we'll say thank you for giving evidence today. And if you've taken any questions on notice, if you could have those back to the committee by the due date. But yes, we appreciate you being here and the evidence you've given. Thank you.
Hopefully we don't have to do it again.
Thank you.
We'll have the representatives of Phantom online. They're joining us via teleconference from the United Kingdom and from Australia. I now welcome those representatives, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you.
That's correct.
Correct. Wonderful. Please note, I note that because one of our witnesses is in the United Kingdom, that protections provided to witnesses by parliamentary privilege in respect of their evidence do not apply outside of Australia. If you wish to provide evidence that you consider may expose you to disadvantage or penalty outside of Australia, you may wish to request that the committee receive that evidence in camera. So just keep that in mind. For the Hansard record today, will our online witnesses please state full names and the capacity in which you appear?
Elliot Costello, Chief Executive of Phantom.
Edward Whitehead, Chief Operating Officer at Phantom.
Thank you very much. Do you have an opening statement?
We do. I'll just jump into it. Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. I do so from London, a place where an EPR has been in place for a number of years. But let's focus on the matter at hand. Phantom supports the passage of a EPR scheme through a packaging bill via amendment to the RAW Act. We support it because Australia has reached the point where voluntary action is no longer enough. This has been a consistent theme and evidence today, so I won't labour on this. APCO has acknowledged that progress has been made, but the national targets, packaging target has not been delivered. Industry has pointed to free riders, fragmented state approaches and investment uncertainty. Policy experts have made the same point in a different language. The market settings are not delivering the outcome Australia needs. Our main point is simple. The bill should be supported. The national framework should commence now, and the detailed obligation targets and producer fees should be phased in carefully through the scheme rules. That distinction matters. commencing the framework is not the same as imposing the full cost overnight. It is the signal Australia needs to move from aspiration to implementation, a staged approach that gives businesses time to prepare, engage suppliers, improve packaging decisions, build data systems, and reduce avoidable costs before full fees fully apply. We support APCO, subject to appropriate governance and regulatory oversight, as the right not-for-profit organisation to lead this transition. The evidence today has reinforced the need for a single, nationally consistent not-for-profit scheme. APCO may need some form of reform, transparency and accountability, but is the logical and right starting point for action now. Offence, we're not policy experts, but we do understand that from the evidence with the existing RAW Act, we can provide a pathway to commence the framework and build out a detailed rules system. If that is right, the opportunity is not to delay until every detail is perfected. The opportunity is to start, establish the architecture, and use regulation to refine targets, timelines, thresholds, and fees over time. Mike Ritchie's evidence was a useful reminder that this is not an abstract policy debate. Millions of tonnes of material are going to landfill, and packaging volumes will continue to grow with population and consumption. This is an important fact. Waiting does not hold the problem still, it compounds it. We acknowledge that there will be a cost, but the evidence today, particularly from Helen Milicia and Mike Ritchie, was that a well-designed EPR should be understood as a productivity and systems reform, not simply as cost impost. Our own modelling points to a modest and manageable cost when the scheme is phased, nationally consistent and designed around clear signals. Cost of living pressure is therefore a reason to design the transition carefully, not a reason to delay reform. EPR is not about removing packaging where packaging is doing an essential job. The fresh produce discussion today made that point very well. No one should want a system that reduces packaging in a way that increases food waste, compromises food safety, or removes traceability. In many cases, packaging protects and preserves product, and better alternatives do not exist yet. Reporting must also not become paperwork for its own sake. For an EPR to work, Australia needs reliable information about what packaging is placed on market, what it is made from, and how much of it there is. Who controls that decision and whether it can be recovered. If designed well, the same information helps businesses make better decisions, manage cost, and support investment in local recovery and reprocessing. This is how the scheme can protect small businesses. Clear thresholds, proportionate reporting, and phased obligations can ensure the early burden sits where there is scale, influence, and capacity. SMEs are at the heart of the Australian economy, but they need visibility, simplicity, and time. What has been striking today is the degree of alignment. Industry, environmental organisations, policy experts, and parts of the government are now pointing in the same direction. The momentum should not be wasted. The system will not be perfect on day one, but perfection cannot be the barrier of progress. If Australia wants a different outcome, it needs different settings. Regulation will drive results. This is the opportunity to move from voluntary ambition to national delivery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I might just start with a big picture question for you, Elliot. In your submission, you say Phantom's a climate technology company. How well understood is it, do you think, that getting circular economy right can be a significant contributor to climate action and reducing emissions?
Within industry or within sort of consumers?
Well, both. Like both.
I think within industry it's very well understood. Where there's been a lot of discussion, there's been a lot of expectation, there's been a lot of hope that some degree of reform would help push us in the right direction. and industry, as you've heard a number of times today, is looking for that certainty and clarity. So within the industry, I think it's very clear. It's probably a little bit more nuanced with consumers. There's an expectation that, brands that are placing material in the market can simply fix this problem, which is obviously hard without the regulatory settings.
But if we get the regulatory settings right and we design an effective scheme, would it be fair to say it's effective climate action?
Without a doubt. Whether that's the driving motive or not, I think it's going to have a fantastic outcome for three things: the economy, environmental, and social reasons. So there's good motives across, multiple sort of sections of our society to do this.
Yeah, excellent. So could I ask you a couple of specific questions? You say a couple of times in your submission, apply obligations fairly to imported and locally manufactured packaging. Could you explain a little bit more about what you mean there?
Yep. I might call Ed in. He helps write part of that part of our submission.
Thank you.
Ed, do you want to help answer that?
Yeah, no, we speak to it in the opening statement as well in terms of who has influence over the decisions that get made about packaging that get placed on market. So imposing a tax on importers might not be appropriate because that's maybe where the influence doesn't sit, for example. So getting that balance right, who can influence the change, is really going to be quite important as part of the EPR regulation as it moves forward.
Okay. In relation to building sovereign capability, I've asked Pact Group, the previous witness, about, we've had a number of stories in Australia, Edward, around not being able to access, or fears about not being able to access virgin plastic because of oil prices and shortages with the Iran war. I was just interested, is this an issue come up in the UK at all that you're aware of?
In terms of it, Elliot?
You go, Ed. No, you go.
In response to the UK, obviously the UK's proximity to raw materials is different than Australia's.
Yeah.
So it has more choices. Australia lacks sovereign capability in this respect, and we're very reliant on what happens in the external world. So a bill like this will drive certainty, and certainty drives investment, and that's kind of the high-level view that I would take. People will come back to these shores potentially to do business that have left.
Yeah, I'll complement that by saying I met with a significant packaging supplier in the UK yesterday, and there's just more diversity of supply chain.
Right.
So a lot of options across Eastern Europe, and obviously Asia, where we source material from too.
Okay, thank you. Could you also explain a little bit more about your points about design reporting as a usable evidence base? And of course, you stress a number of times that reliable information is important, but it's not just about the risk of. You mentioned the risk of reporting obligations becoming administrative work with little payoff. Is this because you've received this kind of feedback from a number of the companies you've been working with, Elliot and Edward? Would that be a fair assessment?
Correct. Yeah. So the truth is, the data set that you need for EPR is relatively narrow. So compliance is quite a narrow scope of business for an organisation in Australia. So the value actually sits in the organisation having a broader understanding of the data. So just the regulation itself brings packaging to become part of the decision-making process around products and everything else. So it's more equitable, therefore it has more focus, so they're able to drive more value. And we're seeing that already in our customers. So the customers that we have are already making changes in anticipation of a regulation that could be 3 months away or 2 years away or whatever. So we know that it will design design change will happen as a consequence of the regulation, because we're already seeing it.
Okay. And could I ask though, building an evidence base for better decisions, is it your understanding that we have that kind of evidence base in Australia now to proceed with at least enabling legislation like the one you have before you today, this private members bill, or we've had other suggestions about amending the RAW Act or building a new Circular Economy Act? Do you feel like we have the evidence base now to at least begin that enabling legislation?
I'll quickly answer that one, Ellie, and maybe you can build on it. If you take the 80-20 principle, if you think about APCO's members, they have 2,500 members. 300 of those members would be, 80% of a number that matters. So yes, I think the capability can be built quite quickly, and has started to be built. So I think in terms of the 80-20 principle, yes, we can get there quite quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Elliot, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, just complementing that. I think where industry's looking for a reason to step forward, and there is support for SMEs. It might seem daunting, but it's also an opportunity. And as Ed was alluding to, better packaging data leads to better decisions, better design standards, and opportunities for cost reduction and waste reduction.
Mm. Yeah, we did have some evidence from the Small Business Association in New South Wales around concerns on the cost, so it's good to hear that. You mentioned in your submission the shift to mandatory packaging obligations is significant for many producers. Have you noticed a shift over the years towards support for a mandatory scheme? Or I'm just kind of interested in the companies you've been working with, having noticed myself over the years a real reluctance to move away from a voluntary scheme, or even a strong resistance against mandated legislation for something like an EPR, to what we heard today, where broadly packaging industry's on board. Is that your experience as well?
It is, yeah. I mean, what we've heard from across a lot of our major customers, but also others we speak to in market, is industry is desperately calling for harmonisation. Nobody wants to live in sort of patchwork across states with different single-use plastic bans and potentially different forms of reform for packaging in different states. So there's been a very clear, consistent call for national harmonisation from what we've heard. And that is the clarity and certainty that business is looking for. And an EPR should act as a way to sort of harmonise different state approaches. It's much like the BPWR in the EU is harmonising all the sort of different work across all the different packaging standards and reforms across the EU.
Okay. Sorry, did you want to add anything else there?
Yeah, I was just going to quickly say, aligning with all our trading partners, inbound and outbound, is also hugely beneficial. We run the risk of, if we have no rules, we run the risk of becoming a place where anything goes, right? So we get the worst of everything, and I think that's another consideration on the inbound goods, but also it's a market access issue. We want to be able to align quickly, so we're aligned with our trading partners to enable trade. So not having the rules, and by the way, I really don't like rules as a general principle, but I think from a business perspective, they're really important to drive all the structure and visibility that you need, and that's kind of my background. A 10-year horizon, you need to buy a bit of kit for $3 or $4 million. You need a 10-year horizon to do that, and that's why we need the structure and the rules in place.
Yeah, well, on that point then, Edward, in your submission, you support you say the bill requires, obviously you point out it takes 3 months after a royal assent, but you support that timing and see the 3 months as a period to establish the framework rather than switch on full obligations at once. So you've obviously got a bit of experience in this area, but you think it's doable if that approach is taken? And I'll just highlight that because there's been a number of criticisms about the 3-month time frame being too short.
Yeah, so I've had a joyful Friday because I've listened to the whole session, and It's been very insightful. I think 3 months is ambitious in terms of getting it done, right, in its entirety. But I think the intent of the bill could be passed in that time frame. And, and I think that's what the industry's crying out for. Go on, Elliot.
No, I think that was another caller joining.
Yeah, sorry. Keep going, Edward.
So the 3 months to deliver the whole bill is probably unrealistic in its entirety, but I certainly think it's enough based that the RAW Act exists to signal the intent, and I think that's probably what most people have alluded to today would be my take.
Okay. Did you want to add anything to that, Elliot?
No, I think that's quite clear. Industry will move, but reasonable time would be required. But I think that the request certainly that we're hearing is an announcement and clarity, and then transition towards a scheme that works and is fair.
Yep, and is a phased transition, as you say, which I think seems to be almost unanimous across the witnesses we've had today. That leads me to then asking you questions about costs, because you said this is phased transition is the best practical answer to cost of living concerns. You said under a phased approach there's no near-term household impact because the early period is about reporting and readiness rather than fees. Could you tell us a bit about your modelling and what it indicates in this regard?
Yeah, so our modelling based on UK's EPR scheme with a sort of minimal phase through pull through figure, we looked at sort of modelling that would increase the cost by 0.1%. So on an average shopping trolley of $220 odd, it's about 20 to 25 cents, and so that's where we landed. So
is
quite
that
negligible.
Per shop, Elliot, or per week, or?
That's per shop per week. Assuming one shop a week, the average Australian household shop is about $220 per week.
Yeah. Okay.
So 25 cents on that bill when the phased cost approach is implemented.
Which is pretty negligible. Yep. Have you talked to government, the federal government, about this at all? Are you in a position to be able to provide some more information about that?
We've passed on our findings to Minister Watt's office, and they've been received. And we have passed on our research to DQ and had a discussion with the team at DQ.
Okay, excellent. Well, the numbers aren't too far off what we've heard from other bodies today who've also commissioned research. Did you do this in-house, or did you?
Yes, we did internally. You
did internally. Okay, excellent. And how well understood do you think it is that there are other costs associated with, or there are costs associated with not acting, the environmental costs, health costs, opportunity costs, certainly in the economic phase. Do you think in your discussions with the government, do you think they understand the bigger picture here?
I won't make assumptions on what the government knows about the externalisation of costs from no regulations on packaging. I think the understanding's pretty low amongst consumers. There's a general assumption that waste is just taken care of, or we hope it's taken care of and we put things in the recycling bin. I don't think the body of evidence, while the body of evidence is strong around the social and health costs of different forms of packaging with harmful chemicals, I don't think that's very well known, but that's growing. But I won't make any assumptions on what the government knows about the externalised costs. I'll go back to Ed's point just around our trading neighbours. 2/3 of our trading major partners have an EPR scheme in place. We start to become dumping ground for materials that are less desirable, and we probably don't want to be externalising into our end-of-life waste streams.
Yeah, well, it's. I didn't realise till I read information you put out a while ago about how many EPR schemes there actually are internationally, and I think today we heard there's about 80. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, that's marginally more than what we said, but I'll take the earlier comment. 80 sounds about right. Okay,
thank you. So just perhaps last question for me, I suppose. Are you confident that we'll see an EPR scheme legislated based on your interactions with the government?
I'll talk to hope, not confidence.
Okay, sure.
I'm hopeful, and I think Minister Watt's team is moving in the right direction. I think the pressure is mounting, and I'd just like to go back to the opening statement and saying how unique this opportunity is to have the alignment of the major ENGOs, industry, and different segments of government, and consumers, most importantly. Consumers are wanting and expecting both the government and industry to move on this issue. So I won't speak to confidence level because I think we've been expecting and hoping for this for a while, but I'll speak to the momentum, and the momentum is very strong.
Yeah. Thank you, Elliot. And look, just as a matter of interest, have you been in a position to kind of do any advocacy or have at least have any discussions with federal MPs across the political spectrum on this? This is a matter of interest. Obviously, I've met with you.
Yes, we have. So we've met with a handful. Look, advocacy isn't our core work at Phantom. We're a packaging technology company.
Yeah.
So we look at packaging data, but we do have an interest in this space, and we know for our customers and for others that are really trying to build their business that an EPR scheme creates that certainty and clarity. So we have talked to probably half a dozen MPs across the aisles.
Okay, good, excellent. Well, we're just 1 minute over time, so thank you so much for your evidence today and the work you've done. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator.
So thank you for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please provide answers to the Secretariat by the due date, or if you receive any from us, that would be much appreciated. We appreciate your appearance electronically here today from across multiple jurisdictions. Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, who are appearing at today's hearing via teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy, and shall be given a reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. You have three officers from the Circular Economy Division in the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water joining. This is Cameron Hutchison, the Acting Head of Division of the Circular Economy Division.
I'm Annalisa Larsonen, Branch Head, Circular Economy Division. And Jane Cronin, Director of Packaging Policy within the Circular Economy Division. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to join you virtually here today. At the outset, I'd like to note that the Australian Government, together with state and territory governments, has already recognised the need for the reform of packaging regulation in Australia. Governments have agreed that stronger measures are required to improve packaging circularity, increase resource recovery and recycling outcomes, and support Australia's transition to a more circular economy. The Department is currently developing advice for government on packaging reform. This work has been informed by extensive consultation with industry, governments, non-government organisations and the community, and reflects strong stakeholder interest in nationally consistent arrangements. The Department is also undertaking the statutory review of the Recycling and Waste Reduction Act of 2020. The review report is anticipated to be delivered to the Minister shortly and will subsequently be tabled in Parliament. As outlined in the Department's submission to this committee, implementation of any national scheme would involve detailed design work, consultation with industry and jurisdictions, development of supporting rules and guidance, and establishment of administrative arrangements. I would note that there's an important distinction between the bill before the committee and the broader government consideration of reform of national packaging regulation. Accordingly, our evidence today will focus on the bill itself, its interaction with the existing legislative framework, and the practical considerations associated with implementing a national packaging extended producer responsibility scheme. We're not in a position to speculate on future government decisions, the content of any future regulatory proposal or recommendations that might arise from the statutory review I mentioned earlier. With that qualification, we're pleased to assist the committee with its questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Whish-Wilson.
All right, well, that precludes a lot of my questions.
Okay.
To be honest, I can try and reframe some of them.
Do you want, Peter, do you want 5 minutes while we go through our questions to do that?
Yeah, why don't you do that? I'll consider, how I might reframe mine.
Now, ours might fall afoul of this as well, but I thought if we do ours, or do you want to go? I'm relaxed.
Why don't I just ask a few, sure. And then we'll, kind of see how we go. Could the department just clarify that under the current RAW Act, I know it's under review, but under the current architecture in the RAW Act, the minister currently has the power to direct a mandatory product stewardship scheme for packaging. It wouldn't need any amendments, for example.
Thank you for the question, Senator. This is Annalisa Lightnin, just for clarity for Hansard. So, yes, I can confirm that the Recycling and Waste Reduction Act, or the RAW Act, already provides the Minister with the power to establish mandatory product stewardship schemes, and there wouldn't need to be any further primary legislation and amendments to enable that. There are currently 2 regulatory models available to the Minister under the RAW Act. One of them is a co-regulatory arrangement from sections 76 to 91, and the second model is mandatory rules, and that is sections 92 to 94.
Okay, so presumably there would, if the minister made that direction, there would still need to be rules or so-called regulations developed. Would that be correct?
Yes, Senator, that is correct. The minister would need to make rules under the RAW Act to set out what the associated settings for the scheme would be.
Right, like for example, an independent scheme administrator, so on and so forth.
In the context of a co-regulatory scheme, yes, that would be essentially the minister would approve a administer of a co-regulatory arrangement for a particular product.
Okay. Could you update the committee on the work you're doing around curbside collection? It's obviously an issue that's come up, that we can't have an EPR scheme unless certain infrastructure's in place or things have been fixed in the broader system. We've heard today that you've been doing work on curbside collection as well as eco-modulation, for eco-modulation fees. So could you start with just updating us on the work you're doing on curbside?
Sure, Senator. It's Cameron Hutchison here, and I'll start, and I expect I'll pass to Ms. Cronin to supplement the answer. Through the Environment Ministers Forum, we've been working for a number of years with states and territories on an improved and harmonised approach to curbside collection. So that's around working with states and territories to try and get a consistent list of products that can be fed into curbside collection, if you like. In addition, and I think what the question you're asking goes more to the work that we've been doing on the design work for recyclability, and that's what I'll get Ms. Cronin to talk about and how that fits with what you've been hearing in evidence today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Jane Cronin speaking for the record. You would have heard Pat speaking earlier around the work that the department's doing on the design for curbside recyclability grading framework. That's a piece of work that we started in 2024 with the establishment of an independent working group made up of experts to provide technical advice to the department on best practice design requirements for packaging whilst allowing it to perform its essential function. That was presented as the grading framework was presented as a recommendation to the department, and we've since subsequently published that on the department's website, and we've spent the last few months undertaking detailed consultation with industry on the technical requirements within the framework to ensure that it is effective and fit for purpose when we're looking at the recyclability of packaging that's placed on the market in relation to its recyclability through our current curbside systems.
Okay, sorry, I haven't read that report, but are you just able to tell me whether the report says that it's, for example, a bottleneck to a national EPR scheme?
The report, Jane Cronin again, Senator Wish-Wilson, the report itself, the recommendation to the department was in fact the grading framework itself.
Right.
And that spoke to the need for standardised or a national approach to ensuring that packaging is designed or optimised to ensure that it can be recycled and to keep it out of landfill. So the report to the department was in fact the product that we are now consulting on and upgrading and finalising.
Okay, excellent. What about eco-modulation? I understand we've had some mixed views on that today from witnesses as to whether the department should be doing that, but could you tell us a bit more about what you're doing?
And I think it's probably, and this is Cameron Hutchison again, just for the benefit of Hansard, I think it's best characterised that eco-modulation is perhaps one of the options within an EPR scheme that is obviously can be used as an incentive in a way to transfer funds in a system. That would go into, one of the options that we are exploring in our advice to government that we've spoken about, including with you at previous estimates hearings. So without sort of committing the government to any particular option under those options that we've consulted on in recent years, that's where eco-modulation could fit in a reform scheme. But obviously there hasn't been a commitment from the government specifically that it would set eco-modulated fees. Indeed, that is all part of the considerations that will come before government.
Thank you. Does the department accept the evidence we heard today that the EU scheme didn't include eco-modulation and had a number of issues, and that's why it should be included in an Australian scheme?
Jane Cronin here, Senator Wish-Wilson. Just confirming that we're speaking around the fee approach that the UK government has taken?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the UK government has taken a certain approach looking at their extended producer responsibility scheme. And I think there are some learnings for the Australian government from that approach. And I think it's useful to pull out the distinction between the recovery systems in the UK and the ones in Australia and what they're looking to fund with those fees that are collected in the UK and how they're proposing to invest it.
Just as a broader question, I think we've heard different numbers, but we were told today that there's 80 countries now that have some kind of EPR scheme on packaging. How much is the department looking at overseas schemes to inform, not reinventing the wheel, I suppose, to inform a potential EPR scheme in Australia?
Senator, I think it's fair to say that we are absolutely on the lookout to understand what international experience looks like, both from the perspective that Australia is, an importer of much of the packaging that hits our shelves. So we do want to understand what regulatory systems are operating elsewhere, to make sure that, if we are looking at interventions that play in that market, that they fit neatly with, other large markets where we have strong connections. I'll let Ms. Cronin add to that, but that's certainly one angle, as well as just getting, I think, the learning from the experience of others. And you mentioned that there are some 80 odd. I mean, I'm not in a position here to say that number is right or wrong, but there is certainly, a number, including, the work that's going on in Europe, where and some states in the United States, we certainly pay attention though to those to inform our thinking and what we're putting forward for government.
Thank you.
Jane Cronin here.
Please go. Yeah, sorry, Jane.
Oh, sorry, Senator Wishwaston. I just wanted to add to that, in addition to sort of keeping a close eye and engaging with governments internationally, we're also engaging with the brands who are multinationals and are operating within these countries as well, and how they're impacted by the regulations, and learning from industry, as well as Australian brands that are exporting to these markets as well. So we're looking at it from both sides of the coin, both government and industry, to understand the practicalities of implementing these regulations, and also the consequences, whether they are intended or unintended consequences. Certainly some learnings from what we're seeing overseas.
Okay, thank you. Look, you may not be able to answer this one, but or actually, I could frame it in a way where you could answer it. Are you providing any advice to the government about a Circular Economy Act, like a new Circular Economy Act, as was recommended by the Ministerial Advisory Group?
Thank you, Senator. Annalise Lartman here. So at the moment, our focus is on the review of the Recycling and the RAW Act. So we, as part of that, the Minister did request the Department to consider the broader regulatory context beyond the RAW Act, and how to best achieve our long-term circularity policy direction and targets. So we will be looking at that. We will also be looking at the two Senate inquiries as well, to inform our ultimate advice to government.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to, have you provided any advice on whether it's under a RAW Act structure, or, under a Circular Economy Act structure in the future, or any other regulatory arrangement, advice on whether mandating national targets is a way forward? Is that something that's being considered? Like that's by national targets, I mean waste, packaging, national packaging targets.
I'll have a crack at this, Senator, and see if either of my colleagues want to come in behind me. I think that's it. I mean, the precise legislative mechanism, I think, would depend on, what options government might want to pursue. As Ms. Lightman pointed out in her earlier evidence to the committee, certainly there is scope for the Minister to establish a mandatory scheme under the existing provisions of the RAW Act. Whether or not there needs to be primary legislative change to achieve an objective that the government wants to achieve, I think is still yet to be determined as government considers the way forward. But our advice, and in our discussions, both here in the committee, would be that, the existing law gives you that provision to establish such a scheme.
Okay. One thing that's come up in some early submissions and witness evidence today was different kind of views on the potential cost of a scheme, although the witnesses that have modelled it, I think we've heard from at least 4 today that have modelled some kinds of different types of EPR schemes with different assumptions. Has the department been provided with that information by by witnesses. We heard from Phantom, for example, just a second ago that they provided their data to DQ and to the Minister. ACOR have done some modelling with APCO, and there's been other models, for example, Pack Group. Sorry, I don't think I'm getting Cleanaway and Pack Group have also done modelling over the years. Has the department provided any advice to the Minister about the cost of an EPR scheme for packaging?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So in terms of the modelling and the work that have been done by the likes of Rennie Advisory, the work that was commissioned by APCO and ACOR, and the Phantom work, yes, we absolutely have access to their modelling, and we're using that to, I suppose, ground test some of our work that we are pulling together for government. My expectation is, and I am fairly confident in saying this, that Phantom and Rennie, that advice has also made its way directly to the Minister and his office. But we are taking that advice from those two organisations into our considerations as we develop advice for government on the options and how the issue of cost and cost pass-through and impact on households and businesses might play out in the various scenarios or options we're working on.
Thank you, and I understand that will vary with the design of the scheme, or the scheme. Sorry, I'll rephrase it. The scheme could be designed, of course, to minimise costs. But just as a matter of interest, would the department be doing a broader cost benefit around? We've heard about, for example, the environment, the externality costs to the environment of packaging, opportunity costs with landfill resource recovery, investment foregone or collapsed because of regulatory uncertainty, as well as health impacts. Is that something the department has the resources to do, or would be considering doing to accompany an EPR pathway?
Senator, it is, I would say, usual practice in supporting government decisions for us to do things like cost-benefit analyses that take into many of the considerations and the factors that you've just outlined there. And as we work through this with the Minister and the government, I expect that is something that we will absolutely turn our attention to. Indeed, off the back of the consultations we've been doing over the last couple of years, we are absolutely looking at how we can feed a lot of the information we're getting from industry, the qualitative and the quantitative, into these analyses that will support the government's decision on what options to pursue.
Thank you. We've heard today this chicken and egg problem around reprocessing capacity and the recycling waste recovery industry needing certainty on, for example, having markets for their product. I've obviously asked a number of questions over the years, not just to DQ but also to the Infrastructure Department around government procurement. I'd be interested if you provided any advice on what the government can do further there to enable that, but also whether you've provided advice on the need to mandate recycled local content to prevent, to, I suppose, increase efficiency, but also maximise investments through the RMF. We've heard pretty consistent evidence from the industry today that there's significant investment at risk, potential and existing and future, if we don't get the regulatory settings right.
Yeah, Senator, I think it's very fair to say that we are acutely aware of the challenge that the industry is facing across the supply chain, and particularly our resource recovery and recycling sector. And I think this is particularly true for the plastics recyclers. This has been made really clear, and I know Minister Watt with Minister Ayres and Minister Collins in a roundtable that they hosted last month heard directly from the recyclers, but as well as the ag and food industries and the retail sectors on some of these challenges being faced. We are aware that the government has committed some $200 million or more in Commonwealth funds into the RMF, and that some of those very investments are the ones that are struggling in the current environment. I think what ministers heard in that roundtable was the importance of the role that packaging reform can play in driving confidence in those markets, including if there are commitments or targets around the use of local recycled content. So that's something that we are taking very seriously as we build into our considerations and putting together our advice for government. I think it goes to the work we are doing to make sure that, I know hearing the questions you're asking earlier around quantifying the environmental benefit of packaging, but this is also an opportunity for us to work across portfolios, including the industry portfolio and the agriculture portfolio, to understand what benefits this can provide to industry. Indeed, the Q has a long and strong engagement with the recycling and the waste industries and the resource recovery industries, but this also strays into Minister Ayer's portfolio as well, and I would say we're very well engaged with the industry portfolio to make sure that that the complete supply chain impacts and opportunities are well understood, and perhaps particularly so during this time where we're seeing supply chain disruptions. That's very much front of mind for government.
Thank you. I only have a couple more questions, Chair, because of the restrictions on the department. Is the issue with sovereignty, recycling capacity, going to factor into a decision, or is this something you provided advice on? We've seen some recent articles around local manufacturers, grave concerns around restrictions on virgin plastics, given what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz and Iran. Is this something that the department's provided advice on?
Senator, I want to be careful here not to tread too heavily on the Department of Industry, Science and Resources patch, but we are working very closely with them in the context of how packaging reform can play into increased resilience in our supply chains, and particularly some supply chains, as my last response to your question outlined, are vulnerable and struggling and in need of some regulatory certainty. We're hearing that loud and clear from industry. But we are working with our industry department colleagues to make sure that we understand how these policy and regulatory measures can support increased domestic capability. And that is obviously being considered in a context where we have experienced direct disruptions and that those supply chains are subject to what goes on in places like the Strait of Hormuz, as you've outlined. So the short answer is yes, the department is well engaged in providing advice through the Department of Industry and others to government on that, and trying to I think make it clear what role packaging reform can play there. So.
Okay.
Yep.
Look, probably last question for me, Chair. In terms of a future pathway, I think in response to questions I put to you after estimates about the resources within DQ around the circular economy division or team, I think the result, with some variations on this, the FTEs were 145 to 147 staff. Has the department looked at, I suppose, the resources that it would be needed internally if we were to have a mandated national packaging scheme? Like what extra resources would be needed for example, enforcement? Is there enough capacity within the department to do this now, or would this be a potential cost to the
Senator,
budget?
I think that would. I think the short answer is that is something that we will look at as options are refined with government. I think we are very, very well aware that that there are different delivery models. I know you've received a lot of evidence today about industry-led schemes where we have industry administrators, but hearing that stakeholders' interest in having government have some sort of umbrella control over how those schemes operate. So we do give thought to what would be required from a compliance and enforcement perspective. We've obviously seen in next week that the stand-up of the new National Environment Protection Authority is coming on board. So they're conversations that occur with IndiQ at the moment, so as being broadly aware of what the implications of some of these options might be, and making sure that we give good advice to government on those options and those implications as we go forward. So that's something that we'll continue to refine as the options for reform refine themselves.
Thank you. So you wouldn't rule out, for example, the EPA having some kind of future involvement in maybe not monitoring but enforcing a future scheme?
No, I certainly wouldn't rule it out, Senator, noting that it's ultimately a decision for government, but I would also recognise that, we work closely through the Environment Ministers Forum too, and there are options where we can work with states and territories as well, and I think we will keep all options open as we provide advice to government to make sure the range of options are understood.
Okay, well, thank you, Cameron, Annalise and Jan. It actually sounds very positive. Well, maybe it's just my state of mind after a whole day of asking questions. Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson, if that is your state of mind after a whole day of asking questions and adducing evidence, then I'm very, very glad.
You've got to be optimistic.
Absolutely. I just had a couple of quick questions before we go. Can I just ask, in terms of, you've got a number of different schemes and programs and potential policy ideas that cut across this space, across the states and territories. So you've got container deposit schemes, you've got curbside collection schemes that vary, and then you have a range of state Environmental Protection Agency powers and jurisdictions. Is there, if you're designing something to work nationally in this space, do you need an intergovernmental agreement? And do you think you would also need the states potentially to share some of their current powers and responsibilities with the Commonwealth Agency?
Thank you, Senator. Annalise Lartman here. So probably the place to start is particularly in reference to an intergovernmental agreement and the need for it. As the committee may be aware, at their March meeting, environment ministers agreed that tasked officials with developing a draft intergovernmental agreement in relation to national harmonisation of product stewardship arrangements. So I think it's fair to say that work is currently in development, and I think it is in recognition of the fact that there is the need for national coordination and a framework to ensure nationally consistent regulations for particular products. So that is one vehicle by which we can do that.
And Senator, if I can add to that, there has been a longer-term effort through that Environment Ministers Forum, particularly over the last few years, where we are working closely with states and territories to assist them in their efforts to harmonise container deposit schemes. So this new commitment to establish an IGA comes off the back of work in that forum to indeed do that work on container deposit schemes, the state and territory phase-outs of single-use plastics. But notwithstanding, I think that IGA is a vehicle to support harmonisation and certainly isn't seen as a replacement to, the Commonwealth's commitment to lead on packaging reforms.
In relation to a model for a central or Commonwealth regulator who's responsible for this, have you developed proposals for government that relate to the size and scope of that regulator? But put a different way, are there a range of different options that you've sketched out where you have a relatively light touch regulator with a heavy market mechanism towards a more heavy or more empowered regulator where the market plays a smaller role?
Senator, I think, my mind is turning back to the question I answered. I think it was the last question asked by Senator Whish-Wilson, where we are indeed looking at various models. And some of those are, the role of what a national EPA could take on, as opposed to where we might work in partnership with states and territories. I mean, indeed, the existing regulatory model we've got for packaging, the current co-regulatory model, which is a partnership between APCO, the states and territories, and the Commonwealth, has shown that the existing arrangement isn't fit for purpose. So I think we certainly do try to take our learnings there where we've had, I would say, different levels of effort in states and territories, which have led to a free rider problem and difficulties with enforcement. So we're trying to take our lessons from there to understand where we can be most effective. But in terms of like specific models, as you point to, with light touches and heavy touches, I think it's probably a bit early for me to preempt exactly where our thinking will get to on that, because it will be heavily dependent on the model for reform that government takes a decision on.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for your evidence today. If you've taken questions on notice, could you please provide your answers to the Secretariat by the due date? And you go with the committee's thanks, and I think a fair amount of both urgency and optimism in the room today that we will achieve reform in this space. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who have appeared, to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance, and the Secretariat staff. The committee stands adjourned.